Hello, welcome back. Part 2 of the 24-hour live charity stream. We're just picking up exactly where we left off. Just before we do, just to say thank you very much to Leon, who has become a new member, I think, and so has Daniel Manston become a YouTube member. Thank you very much, guys and girls. Please, can we not forget while we're doing this, as much fun as it is to sit here and slag off Spurs and talk about everything Daniel Levy and laugh at Arsenal for bottling titles, etc. Please remember that this is a charity stream, so we do need those donations. We are 1% below where we should be after 8 hours. And what I mean by that is we are currently at 32% of our target. We should be at 33. Please get the donations out. It's for a really, really good cause. I will put the link in the chat. And back over to
Mr. Box Office, naturally.
Mr. Box Office, kick us off, Alex. I can't even remember where we were. I'm so tired, and I've got 16 hours to go. Where were we? What was the question that was asked?
We had the Harry Kane question that the
I
Super Chat came
screenshotted
in from,
it.
right?
Give me 2 seconds.
How much do we expect to get for him, basically?
Yes. Go on, Bobby, Alex, everyone, go.
Well, firstly, he needs to man up and put a transfer request in if he really wants to go. You know what I mean? And make himself known. You know what I mean? But like, I'm sorry. I think if for me, for the work that he does, I think we at least need to try and get at least 100 million for him at least. Sorry, my chicken's coming. Sorry.
That's why 100 to 100 doesn't matter. Chicken.
Let's have a quick bet. What chicken do we think he's ordered? What are we going for? Like
jerk
Nando's
chicken.
or
No, jerk chicken, man. It's got to be
jerk.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with jerk.
Jerk. Okay. By the way,
I'm going with butter chicken.
Is it filet mignon a chicken or is that
steak?
No, that's not a chicken.
Oh. Oh well, you win some, you lose some.
Where'd Wayne go, man? Everybody was doing kit changes and Bollywood costume changes. I popped out from behind the tree. I grabbed a Leicester kit out for him.
Wow, that is retro.
This is my first Premier League game ever.
You know what?
In England,
Bobby, who's
Leicester
the first player that
Millwall.
comes to
I was
mind?
16 years old. Sorry?
Who's the first player that comes to mind with that shirt? And this guy's seen one in the chat as well in the stream.
Robbie Savage,
good one. Ben. Oh, there isn't a Ben in the. Sean, sorry. What am I talking about?
Ben in the middle with a flat cap. Ben.
Sean, who comes to mind with the retro Leicester City shirt? First player that comes to mind. Oh, there was plenty. Come on.
What year is it?
Oh, that's
92.
like 95, 96.
About 2002. No, it's a bit after that.
Oh, is it?
Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Oh no,
Here he
sorry.
is.
This one was a gift. That's right. I think my uncle gave me this one too. This is
It's a bit after that. It's about 2001, 2002.
Oh, right.
Around there. Nice top one.
I put it on for you, Wayne.
Muzzy is it for me, my compatriot.
Yeah, he was brilliant for us. Fantastic player for us.
I love.
Was there a player with a massive like afro around that sort of generation of Leicester players?
No, you're thinking of Chowdhury.
That's Chowdhury.
No,
Chowdhury. That's what I was going to say. Chowdhury, yeah.
No, he's still playing now. He's been on loan.
Wayne, would I be right in saying that shirt would have been around the area with like Savage, Walsh,
yes.
maybe Guppy and
Steve Guppy.
Those
Yeah, around there, yeah.
Around there?
Ian
yeah.
Walker.
Yeah, I think we had him for about 3 years from you guys. He's done quite well for us, to be honest. Even though we got relegated with him. But
I remember that's the one player I could remember.
When did the guy you had in the wing, on the wing, he was really good. I can't remember his name. In that era, I played with Muzzy, Heskey.
Darren Eder.
It could be. I don't think that's the one. There was another player who played predominantly on the wings. I'll have to.
Well, on the left-hand side, it was always because we always played sort of 3-5-2.
Yeah.
So left wing back was Steve Guppy. Right wing back. Christ, that's a good question. See, sometimes it was Frank Sinclair. Now that sounds bizarre because he was centre half, but he played that role. The right wing back was always kind of a problem in that era. There was no one who could sort of hold the place down. But Darren Eadie came in from Norwich, and he played it for about 3 seasons. But then he had to retire at about 27.
I remember.
So he played it really well.
Yeah. Did he have Sean Newton as well?
No, Savage played it quite a lot. Savage played right wing back quite a lot because he couldn't go in our midfield.
That was a good team. It was an entertaining team. That Leicester City team was entertaining as hell.
Yeah, well, they were a very annoying team to play against because one week we could be absolutely hopeless, but the next week we could go to Man United and beat them 2 or 3-0. But the next week we could be home to the bottom team and get stuff 4-1. Yeah, that's just how the way you never knew what Leicester team at that time. But then when O'Neill left, it all went pear-shaped very, very quickly. So that, Peter Taylor came in, broke the team up, and I think we went down sort of 2 years later, and it took us about 10 years to get back up. So we ended up having a season in League One as well. So,
how much did you get for Heskey at the time when you went to Liverpool? Was it something like 11 million or something?
Yeah, 11 million. But when we went into administration, Heskey, we had to raise a certain amount of money to make sure the club won't go bust. And I think Heskey put 200 grand of it of his own money in, because he was a local lad.
Wow.
And I think
fantastic.
Yeah, and I think Lineker did it. I think Lineker did it as well. They both put in. I think local celebrities, people who were from Leicester who were famous who had the money. I think they had to raise like £1 million in like 6 days, and they raised something like about 4 million. So that we come very, very close to going bust. Wow. Extremely close to going bust. We owed so much money. But what just sort of going back to the owners we've got now, when they came in, all the debt that we have, they actually paid all that back. A lot of people don't know that. So they didn't want everybody throwing all that rubbish at it. They didn't want to be associated, so they just paid that all off. And the first thing that they did was actually buy the ground.
Yeah.
The very first thing that they did was buy the ground. And they said why they would never use that as capital again. So the ground's ours. We don't owe a penny on that.
Speaking of ground,
can I ask you a quick question, guys?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Steve. Go on, mate. Go on after you, back. Sorry, you were talking before me. Sorry.
Well, if we're gonna talk Leicester for however much longer, because I was just gonna ask you guys, because I don't know what the Leeds situation with the stadium, but let's wrap up the Leicester thing first.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. I was going to say the same thing.
Great minds think alike.
Leeds using their stadium as collateral to buy Sampdoria. Absolutely fucking insane.
What does that mean? What does it mean?
A loan. They're taking a 30 million quid loan. I think it was 25 to 30 million pound. The owner, who obviously owns Leeds outright, and he's using the collateral. So he's taking it's a secured loan rather than an unsecured loan.
Yeah.
And
it's a loan against the stadium.
Loan against the stadium, right? So he can go and buy Sampdoria. But if he takes the loan and then the Sampdoria go down or whatever, and they get into financial difficulties, and the owner can't pay back the debt on the Sampdorian purchase, which will be at a high level of interest, given where the interest rates are, probably at 9, 10, 11%, maybe even more, then Leeds United will
include Harry Winks?
Lose. Doesn't include Harry
I don't
Winks.
care. As long as they give us money for him, I don't care. They
can't give anyone any money, bro. They've scored like 16 goals in Serie A in the whole 38-game season, Sampdoria.
That's terrible.
If I was a Leeds United fan, though, if I was a Leeds United fan, I'd be fuming. The benefits of an MCO, a multi-club owner, there's lots of benefits. There's a hell of a lot of risk. But if you're using another team's stadium as the collateral on the debt, it would infuriate me if I was a Leeds United fan. It's disgusting, if I'm honest.
So my question, I know what collateral means in terms of if you have a loan for a car, let's say you lease a car for $400, quit bottles of Malibu a month, whatever. And so you pay $400 and then you miss a month. Can't they the car is collateral, right? They just take your car away if you don't pay for it, right? Or am I not understanding finance?
No, so it's like, it's essentially Like the owner of Leeds United would not have got the loan that was at a satisfactory interest rate, absent putting something up, right? So it's like if you have a house, if you nearly paid off your mortgage and then you get yourself into financial distress and you need to take out another loan, you remortgage your house. So the house itself gets taken away from you if you can't keep up the payments. And what the Leeds bosses
the
do,
new remortgage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So
basically,
if he can't keep up the payments on the Sampdoria loan, then the bank will own Leeds United Stadium, which I think is disgusting.
That is mental. I mean, as fans,
thanks for explaining, because I heard it and I was
fuming, absolutely fuming.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Bro, I'd be rioting. Imagine if you tried to pull that in Argentina, France, Italy, Serbia, Poland.
There was
Hungary,
another
even
example
Indonesia.
of an MCO. There was another example, right, of a group that were trying to operate in an MCO situation, a multi-club ownership situation, and they tried to buy a lower league French team. I forget which team it was. I can get it up. I've got it on some notes. I'm going to do a video on it. And they were going to use the lower league French team as a feeder club, right? So there's a bigger team. I think the bigger team was in Scandinavia, in Denmark or something. And they were going to use this like second or third tier French team as the feeder club, as one of the clubs where they can offload some of their loan players, whatever, and get all of the kind of benefits. But part of the deal was to rebrand the French team to a different name to make it part of the group. The French team's ultras, the ultra fans, rioted and stopped the entire MCO from going through. Like 3 years ago. I've got the details. I can bring it up.
Was this with Nancy? Because there have been a few instances. Bordeaux have been in trouble financially recently. Saint-Etienne.
No, it's
Nancy.
It's a second or third team French, second or third division French team. It's not a big team, so
I think it's. Is it Red Star FC? Nancy. I'm trying to think.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up in a second. Carry on with the conversation, and I'll get the details.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Just quickly, welcome to Albert to the show.
Albert.
Albert he's a gooner. Albert is a gooner.
No, we love some gooners. It's fine. It's fine.
That's right. Yeah, I'm all right, man. That will vouch for him, man.
I'll vouch for you. I'll vouch for him. What I won't vouch for is the number of people that have not donated. Donate. This is what we're here for. Even if it's £1 or £2, people, just donate.
Any currency. You keep saying pound. Any currency. Don't discriminate, bro. Take the money from
any
anywhere.
currency to the unit of one. Put it in. Let's see what we can do. We're currently sitting on 1,259 in the Just Giving account, and we are currently sitting on about £250 in the YouTube account. So we're just what's that? Just over £1,500. Let's try and get to 2,000 as quickly as we can.
Come on, people!
Please keep donating. We need to keep this going, and it keeps people invigorated that are having no sleep. So please keep going. Just quickly, Albert, how are you? You well?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
But
That's it.
You went about as quiet as Arsenal's title challenge in the last 10 games. Just darkness.
Don't worry, I was gonna go and reach for my trophy cabinet to show you, because I know you love silver at your club. Savin, I love you, Savin. It's all right. No, I'm good. I thought, let me come and support my guy, man. You know what I mean? I'm good.
Hell yeah.
Much love. Anyway, where were we?
I've got it right. So the
Go on.
Yeah, sorry, Sav. I've got it. So it was Bill Foley, who owns Bournemouth, right? He's got a group called Black Knight Football Group, or Black Knight Football Entertainment Group. He completed his takeover of Bournemouth in December, and barely a month later, he acquired a 33% stake in French club Lorient. And the ultras at Lorient, called Merlis Ultras of 1995, they responded by publishing an open letter expressing deep concern, saying that Lorient has been boasting for years of being a family club with a strong identity and its own philosophy of play. So why introduce an American into its capital who knows nothing of its history? Notwithstanding the whiff of xenophobia, blah 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 blah, and essentially it went down like a sack of warm shit. The entire Merlis Ultras rioted, and the whole thing fell apart. So they didn't want anything to do with them being part of an MCO. You know, it's
Don't
crazy.
mess with people. Don't mess with French people from Bretagne. Brittany. You know, the black and white flag with that cool little little logo thing. Bro, those guys are crazy. Those guys are crazy. But yeah, you're right.
I wish there were some ultras. The UK Premier League or any of that. There's not really that big ultras kind of vibe.
Besides Palace. The Holmesdale Fanatics. Yeah, Holmesdale Fanatics.
No,
yeah, Holmesdale Fanatics.
Millwall, man, they're the ones. Like you don't want to be messing Millwall.
Holmesdale Fanatics.
Yeah, Millwall's my territory, man.
Talking about.
Sorry, go on, Hess.
I was just going to say, talking about ultras, just reminded me what happened to Anthony Taylor the other day. I thought that was despicable. Because I watched the match, I watched the Europa League final, and I think all the decisions were spot on, in my opinion. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but
I agree, man.
I think people seem to forget that he overturned a penalty decision in, I think it was the second half.
Yeah.
He overturned the penalty decision as well, which was correct, in my opinion.
We were talking about that earlier. But the referee only got shown 3 angles, and then after he overturned the decision, the camera's then shown like a different angle, which was the clearest angle, and there was contact. But the referee never got shown that angle when he looked at the monitor. It was very strange. Really strange.
Yeah, I didn't see that. But yeah.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, mate. Yeah.
At the time when I saw the pictures, I thought, no, it's not a penalty. I mean, because you can see he gets a foot to the ball. But obviously, if you've seen a different angle, I don't know. But whatever's happened, whatever decisions been made, I just think, for me, it just stinks of Jose started this, and it's led to a referee being attacked at an airport with his family. I think it's just despicable.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You know what? You know what it is also? Look at the grassroots level of England, Brazil. There have been refs killed, stabbed by people over ref decisions. Like, this stuff has gotten out of hand. And that's why I don't bitch and moan about refs, because ultimately, did AS Roma do enough to win that game? No.
Not in the second half, no.
And that does not mean the ref is not responsible for Jose Mourinho subbing on Andrea Bellotti. The referee is not responsible for having Gianluca Mancini and Ibanez, 2 center backs, taking penalties.
Just quickly, sorry, I knew I was going to get this.
Do this, Sava. Yeah, take care of it.
Sava, can you show evidence of where the donations go? Yeah, apart from all the pictures I put up before to show that I've been in contact with Just Giving and set up with British Heart Foundation, I will show you right now where the donations go. I can't be any clearer than this. Here we go. If you all see that screen there, hopefully you can see that. You can see this is live. This is happening right now. So you can see this money doesn't go to me. It goes to the British Heart Foundation, like you can see just under where it says 1,264. This goes straight to them, not to me. The link is in the chat. I can't do more than that. If people want to put super chats in, if you trust me that I'll put it in, which I've proven before, I transfer money from me to Just Giving. You can go back and look at the previous streams, charity streams that I've done, and you'll see huge lump sums going in from Richard Sava into Just Giving. That's not my money. That's the money you guys put into super chats. But the Just Giving link is there for this exact reason, so that no one can query it, right? So I get you skeptical. And yeah, who is this Richard guy? Yeah. Some bloke called Richard puts money in.
Richarlison?
Sorry, I've just got to back you up on this, Sava.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the reason these questions are being asked are because of what one person did.
Yeah.
Sure.
Don't tarnish a man like this that's done this before and has proven that he's put the money in and shown, has receipts, as you English people like to say. So please don't. You know what I mean? Like, I hate him because he's just so beautiful. But at the end of the day, it's going where it's supposed to go. So big up, Sava. That's why we're all here, because we know what you're doing is up and up. It's
amazing.
Big up.
It's right. I'd rather prove it and show it. And
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, nothing wrong with being skeptical either. It's your money, you know. So fair enough.
Let me keep on topic then with the Roma Sevilla game. Sorry, go on. Has gone.
Sorry, no. I just wanted to on that. There's a lot of people in the chat, Sav. They're saying it's not Jose's fault, this, that, and the other. The reason why I mentioned Jose is because he followed the ref to the car park. It was well documented, and he berated the referee in the car park. For me, it all stems from the manager, because he should be the one coming out to protect that referee, to say, look, it is what it is at the end of the day. He should be the one quelling it all. He hasn't done that. Instead, he's attacked the referee in the car park, and he's fueled anger amongst the Roma fans. So this is the reason why I'm saying it stems from Jose. I'm not saying he directly said to them, go and attack the referee. Of course, everyone's got their own mind. They can choose what they want to do, but it doesn't help the situation where Jose could have come out, being a decent person, and said, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. We've lost the final. These things happen in football. And that's
let me come in off the back of what you're saying, mate. Because I mean, I put out a tweet yesterday, and I saw some of the people that were tweeting about Anthony Taylor, and people who have quite a decent following. Let me put it politely. Who were just tweeting really, to me, just really irresponsibly. And I likened it to the fact that we talk about, the UK government in this country and using certain language and words, and what I saw on the Twitter platform yesterday was no better. And a guy that was being attacked really at the airport. And you're right, words have consequences. Yes, you can't directly link people's behavior to the, off the back of one man, but his language did not help. And you cannot say that was not a contributing factor to what happened yesterday. So I just find it strange how people can seem to want to have a go at Anthony Taylor. And as you mentioned about the refereeing, for referees that do want to come up and take up the profession, you watched that final. I thought I watched that. I couldn't believe what I was watching. Every single incident that happened, they're on the pitch, they're up in arms, and that to referee in that kind of pressure cooker. I don't care what referee, what country you come from. I wouldn't want to take up that profession.
They done bloody well. They done well to referee that game. And I don't know if Sava can bring up Paul Hancock's comment about I think it's at 8:23, Sava. Jose knew what the Roma fans would do if he blamed the ref and attacked him publicly.
I don't know if he knew. I think here's my
come on, man.
Fans though, Steve. He knows the platform that he's on.
Yes, he
and
should.
Also,
yes.
he knows that passion. Yeah, if you know that your fans, they're passionate and they've just lost a game, man. You know that their emotions are really heightened, and you're adding fuel to that too. Yeah, and you're adding the fuel to that flame. You've got to be the person. You're the manager. You've got to lead by example.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's Roma, bro. No, but honestly, bro, it's literally is one of those where it's like, for me, it's basic human psychology. Monkey see, monkey do, right? If celebrities do this thing, then a lot of NPCs with no independent thoughts will just go do it. If Kim Kardashian said, can you take off your shoes and throw them in the trash, there will be a lot of people that would just do that for no reason at all. Just because
Bukayo Saka would, wouldn't he? He's in with the Kardashians, isn't he?
Yeah, bro. Kim Kardashian is a curse of the sport.
Doesn't it boil down to though? Like, look, I'm a huge fan of Jose as a manager, right? It just feels to me that I feel he's trying so hard now to prove how good he is, when everyone knows how good he is and has been, that every single decision the other night was just contested. And it got to the point where it was just getting a bit cringy. And for me, I think we talked about this on the stream, on this stream before, not on the charity stream, but in general, that I think referees need to be more, if players are coming around them in huge bolts, they just turn around and go, right, every single one of you is getting a yellow card if you do not move away in 5 seconds. If the next person who talks to me gets a yellow, and if you talk to me again, you'll get a red. I think it needs to be shut down at the source of, right, you as well, because it was disgusting. But I also think that VAR has made this worse. Because everybody now, I don't remember it ever being as bad as it is in football now. Every time,
Alex would berate refs.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Yeah, Sir Alex would berate refs, but players gathering around referees because they know that they can force a VAR decision to have a look. Whereas before, it was just, was it a foul? The referee said no, play on. All right, you might complain about it, you might be upset for a second, but the game flowed. Now everyone knows that the game can be stopped. We can have a look. Like, one last thing I'll say on this before I eat my last boiled egg of the day. Look, there it is. It's a lovely boiled egg, that. Very nice. Look how white it is, Bobby. You don't like white things, do you? I know you always tell me off.
Mighty white.
Mighty
like
white.
shiny white. Sorry, did you lay that egg?
In 3 weeks. I did, yeah. My dog just did. But what I was going to say is, for example, have a look at the cross Roma put in. I think it was the Roma cross, and everyone wanted a handball, right? The defender is like this, yeah? The defender is like this. Where are defenders meant to put their arms? But players know if you scream enough, it's going to get looked at, and you've got a 50-50 chance, depending on who's in the VAR, that might be given. And it's getting ridiculous. Fans don't help because fans cry for every single every time a ball goes in the box and hits someone there, or the handball. It's like, sorry, ran over. I hate VAR.
I just saw a Dijon player throw a freaking fit over a yellow card. That was hilarious, man.
Brother, I've got to shoot off. Mate.
Thanks for coming on,
I'll
mate.
try and get back on later. No problem.
Wayne.
Take care, lads.
Wayne, bro. I just, for me,
that means I got to change.
Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Just go ahead.
All right, we chill. What I was just gonna say is, again, if we're gonna look at some human psychology for a moment, I understand the behavior from those Roma bums. That's unacceptable. From the players, I understand. This is a final. This is a European final. Any little advantage that you can get, because a trophy is on the line, a legacy is on the line. No one is guaranteed to ever go back to a European final. Never. I mean, and then you could look at, again, human psychology, the deepness of life. You could drop dead tomorrow. Like today, go out and win the day. Go out and scrap and fight and grinta. I understand why, like, behavior of players is so, like, the millimeters, they're so, like, aggressive. And then at the same time, the ref could just be like, off down the lane, red card.
Steve, I get it, gamesmanship, and you want the advantage, but this was embarrassing. In extra time, how many players went down with cramp for, like, every single time something happened, the physio had to come on. Like, it was embarrassing. Both teams knew what they were doing. Obviously, Roma were worse, but I don't get it. For me,
Sav, do you remember? I remember the UEFA Cup final, Celtic versus Porto. Oh my God! I mean, some of the
3-2, right?
Final. Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, obviously, was Mourinho in charge then? He must have been. Yeah, it was.
Yes.
That was something else. But I thought, you know what? Obviously, with a Spanish team and got out my head now. The brain.
Italia.
The Spanish team and Italian team in the final. Yeah, it just you knew what it'd be like, but when you actually saw it in real time, you're like, this is just dreadful the way both the teams are behaving. And it is a thing of when you got obviously with the Southern European teams and even in international tournaments, like these guys they're winning at all costs. That's it for them, and they will do anything to get over the line. I don't personally like it, but that final the other night, I was just. I've seen games and shit, but that was to another level, man.
I think, and maybe we could all agree on this. Maybe some won't agree. Whatever. What I think was, I enjoyed it because number one, Roma lost, so that was, I was screaming around like a banshee, bro. It was one of the best days of my life because Roma lost. That was beautiful. And the second reason I enjoyed it because I felt like every one of those players on both sets left it all out on the field. The quality you can question. And there are other things you can question. I felt like did you see Ibanez? Dude looked like a shark came up to him and chomped off half his face. and he was still grinding, and that's a Roma player, by the way. But I still gotta respect it. Like those guys were warriors, and football ain't pretty. Football ain't pretty all the time. Football ain't pretty, and but that's what separates. And here's the thing: that's what separates us, mere mortals, compared to pro footballers. Because pro footballers, the mentality. I agree. Some of the stuff was crazy and whatnot, but the game is about passion too. That's the other thing. I don't know, man.
Thank you.
I hate giving Roma credit for this, but they didn't win, so that's cool, man. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah. Would anyone keep VAR? Let me go around to everyone. And no particular order. Would anyone keep it? Has it brought in any benefits that you, as a fan, individually as a fan, get more enjoyment out of football than before VAR came in?
It ruins it.
Yes, I like it.
It ruins it. Because
I'll let other people talk.
You like 5 minutes of waiting to see if an offside is like a toenail offside. That just ruins the game. It just takes so long to make this decision. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
I can speak for when I'm at the game, and it ruins it. Absolutely ruins it.
It ruins the atmosphere,
because
doesn't it, Alex?
You've got no idea. You've got no idea what's actually going on. You just see it. You know when there's a long break, you say it's VAR, isn't it? And then you see the screen, and that's it. So yeah, I think it does ruin it. Absolutely does ruin it for the fans that are in there. And I'm not having a go at people that can't watch, because I know that it's not. But the point is that they were moaning about not having any fans in the stadium. So if you're trying to ruin it for the fans that are in the stadium, that you're moaning about not having any fans in the stadium, it doesn't make no sense, doesn't it? Really, let's be honest. You know what I mean? So I just think the offsides. I just think it's just. I think it gets a bit silly, really.
Too much offsides, Alex. It's almost everything. See, I would be for VAR. If you're going to take 5 to 7 minutes to decide something, then get it right. How many times have they spent that kind of time delaying the game, stopping the game, and then after they review it later on, you hear about how they got the call wrong?
Joe,
is it really 5 minutes though?
What's the point?
I know.
You can't celebrate a goal now. You have to
wait. It's like 2 or 3 minutes. It feels like longer because there's no action. I'm trying to think of 5. When was the situation 5 minutes?
It has been, because they go.
There has been.
Joe, I feel should happen, right? The referee should get in his ear and they should say, well, maybe you should look at it. He looks at it, and if he can't decide in 2 minutes his initial decision, that should be it. It should be exactly,
I agree with that.
It should be a certain set amount of time, and if that decision can't be made, you go with your initial decision. That's how it should be run.
I agree with that. That's actually a great that's perfect. That's perfect, because then we won't have
like a shot clock in poker. Sometimes I love poker, and they have the when someone's in the tank trying to figure out what to do on a big call, you have the right after like 2 or 3 minutes to go, right, I'm calling the clock on you. You've got 30 seconds to make a decision, and if you can't make your mind up by then the hand's dead. And I think maybe what Mia's saying is a good idea.
And if it's so fractional for the offside, then it should be advantage to the attacker if you can't see it's offside in 2 minutes. Because it's ridiculous. How close and what lines are you having to look at so closely to look at it? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gone too extreme, Mia. You're right.
It's too extreme, man.
I think that's a great idea because. Sorry, Bobby, were you saying something, man?
No, just gonna say before, what was the rules? The advantage always went to the attacker. Now, all of a sudden, you've changed the rules to the point where the old rules have been completely wiped out. There's no incorporation of those old rules. Mm-hmm. Why can't you see some sort of balance come to it? Like you say, come to a timeline then. Say you got 60 seconds to make that decision. If you can't make that decision to flip what you've said, then the original call stands. Something to just progress the game at least. But the calls on the goals are just getting so ridiculous. Now, all of us have had them in our favor and against us. So when they're in our favor, of course, we're happy. But when they're against us, and you look back at the time that's been wasted, it's infuriating.
Bobby, don't you think it's getting mad though? Like I feel like every single time a ball gets crossed, we have to have a look at it. Every single time something happens in a game, the commentator goes, "VAR are taking a look," and you're thinking, for what? Like, what are we doing?
For what? Yeah.
You know, it used to be advantage to the attacker so that fans saw more goals, and now we're talking about when they're drawing those lines, and it's like, surely if that's the case, it should be a goal, because We're now talking about if a shirt is hanging over, not the body. Do you know what I mean? It's what I don't get about it from my perspective is I don't even think it should be a 2 minute that you get to look at it. For me, I think it should be
30 seconds.
The VAR either make the decision without the ref, right? There's no point them being there otherwise. VAR turn around and go, something's happened, and the ref goes, stop the game. I'll look at the monitor immediately. I'll look at 3 takes. If I can't get a conclusive answer, then it's not clear and obvious. We carry on. But what's happening is you've got 2 minutes of someone, the ref's doing this for 2 minutes, shuffling people away. Then after 2 minutes, he's going, right, I'm going to have a look at the screen.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, isn't that what those people in the studio or back in the office are meant to be doing? Aren't they meant to be looking at that screen? So then you're 3 or 4 minutes down. The fans are getting aggy. Players who celebrate now look like complete tits because they've taken the shirts off and done all this, and then it's chalked off.
Charlison.
I just don't think. I don't think that it's.
Sorry,
can I just? It's improved. Yeah, go on.
Can I just say? I don't know who Jamie Sedgley is, but is he someone you know, Sava?
I don't know him. No, why?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, mate, come on. We all know what's happened, but Sava's doing a great job here. Man, yeah, you shouldn't be putting stuff up like that, mate. Honestly.
Let me put you off that.
Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah.
It's all for good cause. And if you've been watching the show from early today, you'd know that he's been putting up evidence of where the money's been going. So,
and it's straight to the Just Giving page, not to a PayPal account.
Right before you start putting stuff
there
up, mate.
Go.
Yeah. What's that say right there?
There you go.
Yeah, so because of that, Jamie, you need to put in 100 quid because you're in the mud.
We accept apologies. We accept apologies by the way of donation. Listen, I can keep showing it. I'm not bothered. I can keep showing it.
Yeah.
But
Sava, let me come in. Sava, let me come in quickly. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, go on, bro. Go on.
I can eat my egg. Yeah. No, the guys put the comment on the stream. Sava, I'm assuming you've probably done events or raised money for charity for years. I have for about 12, 13 years for MS Society and NSPCC. So, just because I happen to be a content creator and obviously know why the comment's been put up, we're not guilty by association, mate. And that's what I'm going to say about that.
Fact, 100%. 100%. Well done, mate. Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good.
Yeah, 100%.
We're actually victims. We were victims of that fraud, not
exactly. Yeah, you know what? Thank you, Sean. 100%. Go on, Sean. Over to you, Sean. Sorry, Alex.
I got taken for like
exactly
600-700 quid from that git. So
here he comes. The Me Brigade. The Me Brigade are out again.
No, I'm sticking.
Everybody here contributed time in some form to that show.
Yeah, 100%.
I've got my violins out for you because you can't buy your
doing it right.
Anyway, I've got my violins out for you, Shawnee, because you can't buy your flip-flops.
Yeah. And big up Sava. Anyway, Sava, how you doing, mate? How are you getting on?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. I've had 4 eggs, a bit of chicken and some beef. And
I'm glad to see Alex is back after his little tantrum earlier, where he just left.
Mate, I can smell you
doesn't
from
like
here.
being interrupted.
Yeah.
No. It's just the main event.
Hey, don't interrupt me, Alex.
The main event, the Mr. Bot's office needs to be listened to because the star attraction is when he speaks, everyone listens.
You better put them beside each other.
Unfortunately, Nick, we don't listen to your opinions when you talk about Emerson being a great player. Sorry, that don't work for Mr. Bot's
Emerson
office,
debate.
That's all I need to say, and that's it. It's in the mud. Back to you, Sava. I'm done.
Back to you, Sava. Sava. Anyway, Sava. Just going to your VAR thing. There's the table without VAR actually makes very little difference. The same 3 teams that got relegated.
No, we had this conversation earlier. We've already debunked that whole thing.
Wait, that was today?
Don't interrupt me, Sean. Who do you think you
No,
are?
I did. Sorry.
Get fresh, Nick. You have to go back and watch the first 8 hours to know what conversations have already been covered. And we've already decided that when the VAR decisions are or aren't made, if they reverse, if they didn't happen, then you start whole new timelines of reality. So like the whole thing about the table doesn't make any difference.
We're still in the mud.
Yeah.
So just quickly, guys, for Hennessy. Yes, the donations from the YouTube go to the charity, but I've put the link in there. If people put the super, I can't stop that. The links in the description, I believe it's pinned. Let me know if it isn't. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm putting it in the chat all the time. You will see at the end of next month, if you go to the charity page, you will see there is a lump sum that will be put in by me once YouTube pay me. I've got no way of making it go directly from YouTube to Just Giving. I've got some power in this world. No, I haven't. I've got no power in this world. I cannot make things like that happen. Just quickly, I want to read out a few super chats before Sean, Alex, and Nick get into a mud-slinging flip-flop competition. So we've got here, big up Daniel Montandon. Said, keep donating, guys. Yes, please do. Please keep donating. It's dried up a tiny little bit. Thank you for that, Daniel. Ngoni, big supporter of the channel, said, Poch is our manager. Hold that, Spurs fans.
Ouch.
I wonder who Ngoni supports, but it doesn't matter. He's donated. That's fantastic. Dan E has said, hope you get to your total. Well done on doing this for charity. Thank you very much. And the love of my life, she is here. Oh, she is here. It is Margot. Thank you very much, Margot. Always a big supporter of the channel. The worrying thing is this is probably a 55-year-old man sitting in his pants. But hey, we take
Who is Margot?
We take it for what it is, right? We take it for what it is. Thank you very much, everyone that's donated. Please keep donating. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but so far the aim was 4,000. So far we're at 1,301 plus another 250 in the YouTube. We're about just over £1,550. So if 219 people in here, everyone went and donated £3, we can get to that target ASAP. Enough of the stuff there. Here's Hennessy, who said, I'm giving this on behalf of Jamie. Silly man. It's all for a good cause and a great discussion.
Well done, Hennessy.
Big up to the 24-hour stream. And there's a bit hidden. I'm not sure if any of you can read it at the bottom, which says, and Sean is a massive flip-flop. So I don't know what's happening there.
Facts.
No, I was on the
Facts.
beach. I was on the beach because most of the Tottenham players were on the beach, and I had my flip flops. It said Sean's a flip flop on it as well, buff. You know what I mean? That's all I need to say, and that's it. You know what I mean? You know, because you know that's how it is. That's how it is, and that's how it always will be. You know what I mean? You know,
Mr. Waffle Office. Mr. Box
The Waffle Office
has just absolutely opened a can of baked beans now. He's got me wound right up. Mr. Top Shelf is coming for you, Box Office. It's coming for you, mate.
give me your
Mr.
best shot then,
Top
Bob.
Shelf.
Give me your
Now
best
back
shot,
to
Bob.
Sabo in the studio to say something
Could you
stupid.
give me a second? Let me get some popcorn.
Bob, no, Sean, is that's all you can give me? Is that all you can give me, Bob? You know what I mean?
Your best shot, like Pat
Bob, I'm still taking notes, Bob. Look. This is me taking notes, Bob. Look, this is me taking notes. Look, this is your notepad. You know what I mean? Taking notes because of some of the rubbish that you chat, Bob. That's how it is, Bob. You know what I mean? Come on now, Bob. You can do better than that. It's your 10 minutes of fame, bruv. You know what I mean? Because you need 10 minutes to try and banter me all day long, bruv. Come on now, bruv. Here we go.
You've got about an hour, and then Alex has got to go to bed. All right. So
Over to you, Sean. Over to you.
I'll just wait for you to say something stupid, mate, or at least try and stay on topic for 5 seconds. You know, that's the usual.
No, Bob, I don't say. Bob, everything I've said has came true. We were rubbish last season. What did I say last season? We were rubbish. Look what happened. Look, I said Kane's a loser. Look what happened. Everything I've said has come true. You just need to respect
Kane a loser?
Box Office, and that's
How is
it.
Kane
And
a
that's
loser?
all
He
I
won a
need to say, and that's
trophy.
it.
Okay, Alex,
You,
Alex,
Saba, to
Alex.
say to make yourself known. You said, and that's it. I'm done.
Alex, I'll tell you something that isn't true. Erling Haaland is not an above-average John Carew. You're in the mud, and I'm done.
Just quickly, welcome Tapping Tobes, international YouTube sensation, just like Henry Wright. They're all coming in tonight. All the big guns. Tobes, let me go straight in. How are you, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I thought I'd drop in before I go to the cinema because I saw the messages buzzing. I said, you know what, let me drop in. Let me chat Spurs for 15 minutes and then I'll keep it stepping, man.
Well, let's chat Spurs before we get back to talking about waffles and flip flops. Tobes, where are you at with the whole Kane piece? This has been a massive conversation for ages. Lots of people think that he's got to go now. If he's got any ambition, he'll hand in a transfer request. Do you see it like that? Do you think he should stay, or do you think he needs to leave to actually finally win something in his career?
I think he needs to leave, to be honest. If he really is on it, if he's like serious about winning, I think he needs to leave, not because of his own sort of not just because of his own personal ambition, right? Because I get this whole rhetoric that, oh, Kane deserves to win trophies. Kane deserves to win trophies. Whilst there may be some evidence towards that based off how he's performed this season in, season out, ultimately, we can also point at the big moments where Spurs have had and Kane has been involved in, and unfortunately, he's not really delivered. So I think beyond personal ambition, he just needs to assess what type of club Spurs are under ENIC. And I think that is evidence enough that you really need to go somewhere where you can actually be put in the position to win on a more frequent basis, because he won't get that at Tottenham. Unfortunately, he signed away his life to Spurs at that 6-year contract. And rather than building on Harry Kane, we basically let the team disintegrate to a certain extent around Harry Kane. And in recent years, we've tried to sort of rebuild it back up, but we've not bought well, or we've been unlucky with injuries. But for whatever reason, Spurs just can't build a team that can keep themselves competitive. And when I say competitive, I don't just mean competitive in the sense of finishing in the top 4. I mean competitive as in trying to win some sort of silverware.
Yeah.
League Cup semi-final, get into a League Cup final every year. Not every season. We don't have a divine right to win trophies, but at least compete, right? So for his own sake, it's clear to see that the owners of the club aren't interested in doing what's necessary to actually win. They talk a mean game about their ambition and they hire ambitious managers, but really and truly, what is the biggest show of faith in terms of your willingness to win is to invest heavily into the team. The team is ultimately what's going to get Spurs silverware, right? So they haven't really shown a consistent attitude to actually building on the quality that Harry Kane possesses as a player. So now he probably has to selfishly take matters into his own hands and decide his future. If you're asking me my opinion, I would love for Harry Kane to stay. I actually would. I would love for him to stay. But if he wants to leave and a fair bid comes in for the summer, I see no reason why Spurs should keep him. And if they do keep him, then he's gone in a year's time.
Sorry, just quickly, I just want to back on from that. So, listen, obviously, I feel like it's a very different conversation, the Kane conversation, if I'm speaking with fans that are Spurs fans versus if I'm having a conversation with fans that aren't Spurs fans, right? So where are we all at in terms of, could it be as simple as like this comment says, that maybe he just loves Tottenham and he just wants to be here? Do we all think that's true? And can two things be true at once? Like, can this be true? But equally, if that is the case, that he has got a lack of ambition. I know it sounds horrible,
but how about the fact he wanted to leave for City? He was very happy to leave for City. So it just shows he isn't like that. Not that keen to stay on Tottenham, but he would have gone if City would have paid the price. So it just shows like he would have left. And if he hands in a transfer request, then I don't know why we're going to hold him hostage, because I think it's pretty bad to kind of hold a player hostage.
Isn't that the point, Mia? Like when the Man City thing happened, I was half expecting, and we've seen it from players, again, I'm going to say it, I've seen it from players with massive ambition, that's the moment you hand in your transfer request, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
I was shocked that he didn't, and now we're in the same position a couple of years later.
But Saba, I said this 2 years ago. I said, okay, if you want to go, man up, put a transfer request in. People will respect you. People will respect you, yeah, because at least you put your interest and say, this is what I want to do. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, at the moment, yeah, if you're going to stay at Tottenham and say you're going to don't moan. Do not moan. It was the whole thing with Conté as well. We were all saying it yourselves. You know what I mean? He said, if Conté signs that contract, do not moan. You know what you're getting. Because we all saw it from a long time ago. You know what I mean? You know? That's all I'm saying. You know?
Harry Kane moaned, though.
And what Toby's just said is absolutely spot on what he said. I've said it a long time. How many finals and semi-finals he's turned up in, and he's messed up every single time. Everybody was moaning about, oh, he's so upset about missing that penalty. Nothing about the penalty. He's just sitting there thinking, when's it going to happen? Yeah, when's it going to happen? Because it ain't happened at Tottenham anytime soon. I'll tell you that for a fact. Yeah, I gave up after that FA Cup this season. because we should have at least got to the final. Yeah, because I'm sorry. Yeah, we had Man City's number last season, and we had Man City's number when we were at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium when we kept banging above average.
But Alex, we've had this conversation.
You know
Alex,
what I mean?
we've had this
sorry.
conversation.
I'm sorry.
Alex,
and that was Darren Davis.
Alex,
Darren Davis.
This whole thing that we've got Man City's number. We've got Man City's number when we do, but when we lose to them, we don't. And you're not telling me that the way Man City are playing this second half of the season, if Spurs played Man City tomorrow in FA Cup final, you're not telling me they're not whacking 5 or 6 goals past us for fun. There's no chance we
only if it was at Tottenham Stadium.
Listen, Antonio Conte with Antonio Conte.
The only way we win that game is if it's at home.
With Antonio Conte, listen, listen. You know me, Stava.
I know what's coming out your mouth. I know what's about to come out your mouth.
Don't say it, Alex. Here we go.
You know what I said. You know what I said on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV. Yeah, I said that I've been banging on saying that our team's bang average. Yeah, but we've won games. We've won games. I sat at the stadium myself and I've seen it and said, okay, we should have at least got beaten. Yeah, but I've seen it and we still won. We have still won with Antonio Conte as our manager. Yeah. So I sat there and thought, when you looked at the teams that are left in that competition, I sat there and thought, at least you could get to the final.
See, I knew you were going to say this. I knew you were going to say this.
With Harry Kane, Son,
Alex,
Richarlison, all these strikers, bro.
Antonio Conte. So if Antonio Conte was still here, we could have got to an FA Cup final, right? With Antonio Conte. I hate to break it to you. This is the same Antonio Conte that got knocked out by Middlesbrough in the FA Cup last year. He got knocked out by Moura and the other 2 teams from the Conference League. He got knocked out to Forest's B team in the League Cup, and he got knocked out to Sheffield United. So why all of a sudden does it mean if Antonio Conte's here and winning a cup final, all of a sudden we can win it when he's lost all these games? He got battered 4-1 at Leicester. Yeah. He let in 3 goals at Southampton.
He wasn't there for that game, to be fair to him. I don't think he wasn't there, was he?
AC Milan in the Champions League.
Look, nor was Emerson.
He was there for all of them. He was there for all of them.
Emerson propaganda.
I just don't understand this narrative now that Conte's gone. It's, well, if he was here, we could have had he was here. He's the one that keeps losing these games.
I might be clutching at straws. I'm just saying. At the moment, when you saw the teams that are left in that competition, when you had Harry Kane, Son, Kulusevski, who everybody's going on about over the top about, by the way. Richarlison, okay, he's a flop, but everybody was, still we have to be a little bit humble with him, don't we? Still, because he could be our striker next season.
He could be R9.
Hate the fault, but anyway, you know what I mean. So we could at least got to the final. Now I'm saying this, Mr. Box Office, who's been slagging them off. You know what I mean?
So jump in here. Go on. I mean,
but he got knocked out by Sheffield United. He got knocked out by Sheffield United B team, right? He got knocked out by Sheffield United B team, and Sava knows this, right? Sava knows this. There probably isn't a bigger Antonio Conte fan than me on this panel right now, and I still am. And I can tell you verbatim, Spurs, the way Conte was playing in the last couple of months, the way Conte had Spurs playing the last couple of months, we were not winning any silverware. We were not. And if anything, it's the cup exit and the manner in which we were knocked out of these cup competitions that probably lost him his job. It was horrible. AC Milan defending. You're defending a 1-0 deficit at home. Like, we had 0 attempts in the first half.
That was the most embarrassing performance, wasn't it?
Like, the other ones,
but going into a second leg and being 1-0 down and doing 10 men behind the ball for 80 minutes, that was just horrible. Like, shameful.
And well, I agree there, but I didn't think we were going to win the Champions League anyway. But what you're saying,
even FA Cup though, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heavily rotated team. That was basically their B or C team, and they're a championship side.
Toby, I said this on my channel already. I totally agree with you. Sorry to interrupt you, but
hang on, Alex. How can you? No, I'm going to call you out here. You know I like to do this. How can you completely agree with what Tobes has just said, but in the same breath say we should have won the FA Cup if Conte was here?
No. I think you're getting me completely wrong. No. Nick. Wait your turn, bruv. Wait your turn. Nick, wait your turn. Yep. Okay. My point is, it can be two at the same time. As far as I'm concerned, we could have still with Sheffield United. We should have at least beaten them. Okay. Yes, we were terrible. We're absolutely awful. Yeah. And I said it on my channel already. It's there on my channel, by the way. So I'm not lying, by the way. I slagged them off completely. Yeah. So let's not have a go at me because I've said it already.
No one's having a go at you. I just feel like
you just said you were calling out Mr. Box Office, Sava.
But my point is, with the teams that were left in that competition, and Tottenham Hotspur were still getting results against some of the top teams, still, even though we're playing absolute rubbish. Yeah.
But if you are playing absolute rubbish and losing to teams like Sheffield United, like Leicester, who have just got relegated, like Nottingham Forest's B team, Sheffield United, by the way, their three best players couldn't play because they were all on loan from Man City. Like, if we can't beat those teams, Alex, what part of you goes, do you know what I mean? I'm going to liken it to, this is like me when I'm younger, by the way, and better looking. I know that it's hard to think I was once better looking, but I was.
It's like Sava.
Like me?
I'll just rub in my mouth a little.
This is like me walking into a nightclub, right? Going up to a girl who's average looking, getting a drink thrown in my face and told to F off, and then going, right, let me find the fittest girl in this room. She'll go out with me. It's ridiculous. If you can't beat the crap teams, how do you think you're going to go on a cup run to the final and win it, Alex? It doesn't make sense.
Listen,
doesn't have to make sense when it's coming out of box office.
But it didn't really make sense. Oh, Sean, stop being such a. Oh my gosh, Sean. honestly, bro, you don't want any of this, bro, Mr. Flip Flop here. You know what I mean? Because Mr. Main Event can banter you all day long. My point is, anyway, back to the point. Diverting my point. My point is, right, is that
no.
My point is that out the teams that are left in that competition with the how we were getting through the season, I thought we could at least got to the final. That's just what I was saying. But after that game, we were absolutely awful, right? And for me, we deserve to be knocked out, and that's it. So for me, it was an opportunity for Tottenham to get to the to do one in that competition. That FA Cup, I have to say FA Cup, by the way, because it was only the FA Cup, by the way. But we didn't take it, and that's it. And that's all I'm saying. I just can't.
I can't get my head around comments like this. Like, Sava, you're wrong as usual. Everyone knows that winning something with Conte is way more likely than with Ryan Mason.
Right,
I mean, first of all, I brought nothing about Ryan Mason into this conversation. Second of all, it was Conte who got us knocked out of all these competitions. Why are we more likely to win something with a guy that's got knocked out of all the competitions he's been in as a Spurs manager in a disgraceful manner? Like, have we gone out in any competition, guys, under Conte, where you thought, yeah, what a fight we put up there. What a cup tie.
Absolutely awful. It's not. I'm not disagreeing with you. This is the thing. I'm not disagreeing.
No, not you.
With
it's this guy. It's this guy.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I'm not disagreeing with you. But I'm just saying. And listen, this should be happy. People should be happy because I'm being positive. You know what I mean? This is something coming out of something Mr. Box Office is actually positive. You know what I mean? So I don't even know why I'm getting it all with both barrels, by the way.
Alex, why are you getting giddy?
I have no idea.
You're going on more of a tangent than Sean asking a 15-minute question. All right.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I still think the same thing.
I'm still waiting to ask the question.
That's all I'm saying.
Alex, can you do the next 15 hours? I really want to.
I have a groundbreaking analogy about Harry Kane. Harry Kane is a 27-year-old living in his parents' house, and he's got to move the hell out to actually go accomplish things in life. He's got it made at his parents' house. This is an analogy, remember? It's figurative, bro. It's like he is bumming off his parents in a mansion, and he could take out the Bugatti or the Brabus Mercedes G63 or the Porsche, or bro, he needs to move out, and he needs to get some ambition, and he needs to provide for himself. He needs to provide for himself, and that's it.
Are you talking about yourself?
Yes.
Oh, Mia.
You got a Mia?
Yes.
Mia was shots fired.
Yes, I am.
Throwing a couple of knives around.
Let me ask, Has, let me...
Anyway, so I might as well do it while I can.
Love it. Has, let me ask you, where are you with the Harry Kane situation? Because let's be honest, if this guy doesn't sign a new contract, this is going to be the most talked about subject all summer. Do you think he's going to be here next year? And equally, do you think if he turns around to Levy and says, I'm not signing a new contract, but we'll see out my last year, is Levy obliged to sell him?
I think from a financial standpoint, yes, because you're going to be missing out on an awful lot of money. But from a footballing point of view, obviously, if he stays, it's good for us. But I think without him, we're a lost cause because we've got no European football. Let's not forget. We've got hardly any budget left to buy any top players. He literally is the best asset we have at this football club at the moment. And if he's to go, it's absolutely vital that we get something for him to compensate for his loss, because we've brought in the likes of Richarlison, right? £60 million we've spent on Richarlison. It's just, the mind boggles, but we are where we are at the end of the day. Without him in the team, I think we're going to struggle a lot. And let's say the likes of Real Madrid come in, there's 95, 100 million. I think you'd be foolish.
Real Madrid are going to offer Haaland his buyout clause next season.
No, I'm hypothetically speaking.
No, I know, but I don't think they sign. Real Madrid won't sign a 30-year-old player for 100+ million. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
no, that's Bayern. Bayern have a policy about 30-year-olds.
Listen, Lewandowski went to Barcelona at his age. I think he was about 33, wasn't he? They paid something like 50, 60 million for him. So it's not out of the realms of possibility.
It could happen, that 29 years old for like 130 million. So
yeah, exactly. So look, I just think it would be a big loss for this football club. And you know, a lot of people are going to say, yeah, but the day was going to come, you know, that he's going to go. But at this precise moment, we're just not ready as a football club. We haven't even got a manager in place. We've not got a director of football in place. We've got no philosophy. We've got no plan. So him leaving at this point in time would truly, truly leave us in the mud. We'll be absolutely muddied. Now, if you're saying, you know, if the club were in a more stable position, we had a plan, we had a manager in place who's been there a few years, and we planned ahead for his departure, by all means, you know, Harry, go and win stuff, you know, do stuff. But at the moment, we are absolutely effed if he goes. Absolutely, because we're not going to do anything to compensate for him. And we're going to
Can I offer a solution? Can I offer an alternative? And this is purely for the point of playing devil's advocate. Could it be the fact that, look, my way of looking at it is this. If he turns around and says, I do not want to stay, and he's got 1 year left on this contract, for me, we're bringing in a new manager, a new director of football, and hopefully what will be the beginning of a new era. If Kane only wants to be here for 1 year of that, I feel it's completely pointless having him in the team, because you will have a year building a new team, new ethos, new philosophy, and it will all go through Harry Kane, because inevitably that happens. Then at the end of year one, when you think you've built something, you've then got to completely change it up, because Spurs won't be able to find another Harry Kane because there aren't many of them. And if they are, they go to the likes of Madrid and Munich, etc., etc. For me, if Kane goes, and I know this will sound really strange in a way, doesn't this then, Tobes, I'll bring you in here, doesn't this then force us to find a new way of playing? Force us to find, you know, like teams who don't have a 30-goal-a-season man, but have 3 players up front who interchange, all get 10 to 12 each. Just playing devil's advocate.
Absolutely. Sorry, before you kick off there, man, I just want to say bye to everybody. Everybody that's in the chat still and everything, the links are in there. Please get over. You know, make sure you're donating something. Even though the guys are talking about football, this is a charity stream. So make sure you're helping out. It's a good cause. British Heart Foundation. Big up Sava for doing this. Guys, nice to meet some of you, new faces, a handful of you. So Great being on, Savo. I'll come back and bug you later when all the English people are asleep and we Canadians
and I'm
are
still
awake.
drunk, and I'm still standing.
And Steve's still
baby.
drunk. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Okay, hammer home.
Cheers, Bobby.
Good luck, everybody. Keep up the good work. We'll speak soon.
Cheers, Bobby. Thanks,
Bobby.
mate. Go
Take care, guys. See ya.
Go on, Topes.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with what you're saying as well. I think both of you guys' points are valid. I think both things can be true. I think obviously Spurs will lose the ability. Spurs will lose a player of Harry Kane's ability to just make something out of nothing, right? We don't really have anyone who can thread some of these passes and score. Like, you look at some of the goals he scored, like the goal against Fulham, the goal against Brentford. Like, there are some goals that Spurs just won't be able to compensate for, simply because we just don't have a player on that level, right? But at the same time, I think I do hear your point, Sava, as well. I do think over the years, the problem with Spurs, right, since the decline of Eriksen, Ali, etc., the problem with Spurs is we've been too reliant on Kane. We've been too reliant on Son, right? So if Harry Kane leaves, yes, of course, Spurs are going to be worse off when you don't have a world-class player in your team. But the drop-off doesn't have to be severe if we get a manager in that can maximize the remaining attackers we have available, right? We can all... I get it. We don't really rate Richarlison. Most people don't really rate Richarlison, but I still think Richarlison is a good player. I know he had a bad season. I still think he's a good player. Who's to say that if he was starting 30 out of 38 league games, he couldn't chip in with double figures in goals? Who's to say that the new way we play won't be able to get Son further up the pitch and won't have to do a lot of the dog work that he was doing for Conte? Who's to say that Kulusevski's role in the team might not shift from being like a second sort of playmaker, facilitator for Kane and Son? So, you know what? Your mandate is to now go score some goals. You go score some goals. Like, we're going to be worse off, but it doesn't have to be complete doom and gloom if we can get a manager in that can maximize the rest of the attackers we have. Because nobody can say that these guys can't score. Son came off a 20-something goal campaign last season. Richarlison had hit double figures in the league 3 out of 4 seasons for Everton. Kulusevski hit double figures for Parma when he was on loan. There are goals in this team, right? And the way we play is to supplement a striker like Harry Kane. So, of course, if he leaves, we have to change the way we're playing.
Tobes, the key word is consistency. And I'm talking about managerial consistency. If you look at those players, when they were all playing as a unit and they were playing good football, and I'm talking about Pochettino, it was because there was consistency with the manager and the setup. These players at the moment, like, take Richarlison's been at the club for 1 season and he's already played under 3 managers. 3 managers. There's no consistency at the moment. Yeah. So we have to just start from scratch again next season. And this is why the appointment is so crucial, because if we get this appointment wrong again, those players are going to be playing under 2-3 different managers again next season, and everything's in turmoil again. So for me, it's like you said, the big word is if, like you said, Tobes. If this happens, if that happens, it's a big if. Yes. And having Kane there, in my opinion, if he stays on another year, at least gives us, because we know what he can do, right? 100. He's the one sort of person that we know that is going to score goals for us.
Isn't that kicking the can down the road, Has? Like, if he says, I only... Look, for me, if Kane wants to stay long term. But if he only wants to stay 1 year, what is the point of having 1 year with him where everything's going to go through him, and then it changes, and then it changes? I don't see the point. If you're going to start a new era, start a new era.
So
Do you know what I mean? With people that want to be here.
I think with the
Kane, in my opinion,
I think with the Kane point,
the change in 1 summer.
The argument for keeping him, even if he says he can only do 1 more year, the argument for keeping him is, yeah, there's so much that we have to do this summer, and then to think that we then have to do that on top of losing Harry Kane, you have to factor in that if he does stay, potentially, let's say if Spurs do get the manager appointment right, and Spurs do get the signings right, you say stay 1 more year, get us back into the Champions League. This is a point my friend made, by the way. This is a point my friend made. And it's a point worth considering. But I'm in your camp, Sava. If he wants to leave and Spurs get a good enough offer, I would much rather be comfortable with the fact that we've actually got value for money for our best ever player and we get to move on rather than go 1 year further down the line, lose him for free. Because in my head, we've had Harry Kane throughout his professional career, and Spurs have finished outside of the top 6 twice in the last 3 years. Right, we finished 8th this season, we finished 4th last season, and we finished 7th the season before. And what makes it even mad is the 2 seasons we finished outside of the top 4 were probably 2 of Harry Kane's best ever seasons in terms of his overarching play and his goal scoring, right? So this proves that with or without Harry Kane, if Spurs don't get the other pieces right, it doesn't matter. If Enoch don't buy the right players, it doesn't matter. If Enoch don't pick the right manager, set up the right director of football, etc., it does not matter. Harry Kane could score 50 goals and Spurs would still be muddied.
Can I just say though, Joe, I think it's unrealistic though, Tobes, is that we're going to get it all done in one summer. I think our fans expect us this summer to get rid of every single player that's Deadwood, which I think that we've got to be realistic. I think we're going to finish outside maybe 6th, 7th for a good couple of seasons until we sort this out. If we are consistent and get the manager correct, obviously get all those factors in. I think we can't expect to be in Champions League next season or top 4 or top 5 next season. I think that's unrealistic expectation, in my opinion.
The only problem is with that, though. The only problem is with that at the moment, and I go back to what I said before: chemistry. Right? We have got no chemistry in that team whatsoever, and I'm sorry. That's why I said in my spine of my team, I've only got 3. Actually 2 because Kane needs to leave. So it's only Romero and Basuma. That's the only 2 players.
Don't talk to me about that.
And that's it. Because I'm sorry, I've now noticed it's amazing what you see when you're at the stadium. Because as far as I'm concerned, you can see it from a mile off. Most of those players do not get on whatsoever. Do not get on whatsoever. I'm sorry, I have to say it. You know.
Can I just quickly, Alan? Let me bring you in here. The only thing I would say is this, right? I don't think it's about everything happening in one summer. I think most level-headed football fans realise that this is going to be a 2-3 year thing. Just to look, clearing out all the deadwood's going to take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows. It is naturally. It's going to take that long. So for me, this isn't about can we do it all in one summer. But what I'm saying is this: is if Kane only wants to be here 1 year, move him on, and whilst the club is a shit show. Yeah, start it as a shit show. Let's not have that one shining light for a year. Then they go. Let's just build from the bottom and go back up. Let's
face
do
the
that
music
for the future. Because at the moment, I feel like, yeah, don't get me wrong. And I'm not knocking Kane as a player. Of course, the guy's world class. But all the while, we're constantly going without Kane this, without Kane that. Kane's our only player. We will never build a team. We will never build a team because everyone knows all they got to do next year, get the ball to Kane. That's how we play. Other teams know, stop Kane. That's how you play. But there are teams lower than us in the league or teams higher us in the league that score goals without a goal scorer. Look at the teams like, look at Brentford without Tony the other day. Look how fluid they were. Right? Look how fluid they were. Look at Brighton. Brighton haven't. Their top goal scorer is Alexis McAllister with 12 goals, right? Look how they play. So maybe it could be a blessing in disguise moving forward. And I know people don't want to hear that because Kane is everything right now, but I think that ship has sailed. We've had him for a decade. We've not won anything with him. And but by the way, this is all hypothetical. This is if he says he wants to leave, right?
Basically, Sava, what you said is the team has to man up, step up.
But Sava, the problem is that are the people behind the scenes thinking like that? That's the problem. That is the problem, I think, at the moment. I think that
Levy likes money, right? Levy likes money.
I know, but I
see him letting Kane walk for free.
Well, no, but the point I'm making is, listen, I don't know what Daniel Levy is. That's why I don't even want to talk about him because I don't know what he wants. To be honest with you, I've got no idea now. To be honest with you, I've tried to figure out the last 22 years. So if someone can tell me, I don't know. But it's just, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what they really want to do because it's clear to me that they need to start trying to make up the team, like what Pochettino did. You see what I'm saying? You know, because there's a reason why he got rid of most of those players that were not good enough for his team. You know, and for me, if you keep it at the way it is without Harry Kane, this team can get us relegated. Okay,
I don't believe that. I don't believe
absolutely.
that.
I'm sorry,
Alex.
It's too extreme, man.
Do not be
extreme.
I don't think it's too extreme at all.
That's such a radical.
Alex, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Oh, God's sakes. It's hyperbolic,
Are you
man.
serious?
I genuinely think in the next 10 years.
Truth hurts coming from Mr. Box Office, and that's it.
It's
And
not
you
the
have to take your
truth,
medicine
it's
to
the
drink it,
truth.
and that's all they need to say.
Even
And that's all they
Stewie
need
thinks
to
you're
say.
an idiot.
That's you, Sam.
Look,
I'm
Stewie
done.
agrees.
Stewie always
I'm with
looks like
Stewie.
that.
Guys,
Stewie always looks like that.
Stuart,
let's be
Kane
honest, the reason why
stays
Spurs
and he
look-
signs a 2-year contract extension. That is what's going to happen.
Well, the reason why Spurs look so bad without Harry Kane when he does have the odd game out at the moment is because they don't actually plan for football without him. It's all going through him. Everything's a focal point for him. So when you take him out, for me, I completely agree with Sava. If he's not going to commit, get money for him and get rid of him now. There's no point having him for where he can walk on free a year later because people are saying, oh, if he can have a great season. But let's look at hypothetical in the bad sense. Supposing you don't have a manager that comes in and hits the ground running. Supposing we're exactly where we are a year later, 8 for worse, and Kane going on free. And then what? Kane could possibly walk into a Chelsea team free of charge. It could happen. People go, oh no, it won't happen because he won't play for Poch. He won't go to Chelsea. So Campbell walked himself down to Arsenal, didn't he? He done it.
I know it will happen.
So for me, in regards to that, you got to get the money for now, or he commits. Anything in between, I think we lose that massively. And when you reinvest that money back into the team, you get to fix 2 key areas for me. Centre attacking midfield for high quality, which we don't have. Richarlison is an area where you've got a striker there to fit the team around, but you need key areas in that defence and in that goalkeeper to be able to solidify that defence. I'm not saying Richarlison's the answer. I'm just saying he's a replacement in the fact that he's an attacker in the team. You don't need to go and fix the Harry Kane situation first off the bat because we know straight off the bat, keeper, at least 2 centre-backs, and then centre attacking midfield is the key areas to look at in this team. So for me, get money for Kane or him to sign, but you still have to rebuild straight off the bat. It's going to take a long time. It's not going to happen in one summer or one season. To get anywhere near where we want to be as a fan base and challenging for us, it's going to take 3, 4, 5 seasons.
I agree. Listen, just quickly, Alan, I completely agree with you. Hash, you need to jump, right?
Guys, it's been a pleasure. I'll be back on at some point. But yeah, guys, I just want to say to the chat, please do make sure you do donate for a very, very important cause. It's one that's close to my heart as well. No pun intended, but my dad's a heart patient. He has been for God knows how long now. And the NHS here have been fantastic with my dad. But it's a very important cause. I ran the marathon for the British Heart Foundation 2 years ago. Please, make sure you donate whatever you can, even if it's £1, £2. Help out Sava. Sava, you're a top bloke. Thanks for doing the stream as well. I will be back on at some point as well. So yeah, cheers, guys.
Cheers, Haz.
I love you. The shirt, it can do some upgrade.
Take care, thanks, Haz. Look, let me just quickly go for some super chats. Before we do that, just to say that we have gone very, very quiet on the Just Giving page. Can we please get some donations in for the Just Giving page? The link
I got
is in
good
the
news.
chat. Hang on, let me finish. Right, big up to Dean Yeller, who's just donated. So has Matthew Alistair. So has Nige. Anonymous Jonas has come back with another one. Another anonymous, Chris Dunn, Emil Friedrichsen, Adam Bush, Fred UDL. Another one from Santu at Godspur. Michael JH, Adrian Thomas, and another one from Santu. So let's keep that rolling. We're at 36%. We need to get to at least 50% by 4 a.m. So let's keep smashing in those donations, even if it's £2. Patrick McCorry, thank you. Yet another donation. You've been very, very kind. Thank you. Said third donation of the day, Sava. And that is it. And that's how it is. Back to you. I'm Donny. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Patrick. You've been a legend. Bobby K. Sorry, Bobby, before he jumped off, I didn't get to see this. Saying proof, Canadian dollars accepted. Donate wherever you are. Yes, please do. D-Boy, big up, has said, and Sava squares it to tap in Tobes, and Tobes, well, he taps it in the goal. I think he was talking about when we were in the 4-4-2 formation there. Thank you, D-Boy. Andrew Tate, big up. Look, we've got Margot Robbie, we've got Andrew Tate. King Charles is in here. It's all happening. Andrew Tate, thank you very much. Hope your court case goes well. Come on, you Rams. Yes, thank you for donating. I just saw that in the LinkedIn, in the Just Giving. So thank you so much for that. And Shazbel Steve has donated again. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Guys and girls, I think that this is a real divisive subject, isn't it? The Harry Kane one, because I understand what people are saying, that if Kane goes, it's going to be nowhere near as good, but I think we're assuming, right, that if Kane goes, we're literally playing with this same squad next season. And we know it's not going to be that. We know we're going to get players in with a manager, with a director of football. So to say we'd get relegated without Harry Kane, can I get a show of hands in the chat? And Mia, you can just say, who thinks we'd be relegated this season if Kane wasn't here?
Oh, look, there you go.
Tell me as well. Stats prove it as well, by the way.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Prove it. That's all I need to say.
Right,
yes.
I'll tell you how they
Sorry.
don't, because
Simple.
Right, okay. Listen, let me just disprove this point, because if we didn't have Harry Kane, we'd be playing with 10 men. So obviously that stat doesn't add up, because we'd have an extra amount where Kane was.
If he didn't have his goal, even Brian can back me on this as well.
It doesn't matter, because it's not a relevant stat.
He can back me as well.
Alex, stop. Alex, stop.
How can Brian? No, wait. Please, I'd love to hear this. I'd love to hear how Alex can justify that Brian backing you makes your point salient. Please explain
and a drunk Steve
how that works. Please explain to
me.
Me,
but I'm just saying. You know what I mean?
Alex,
as far as I'm concerned, you could come at me all day long, you lot. You can all come at me. I'll take on 9 of you all
but
day
make your
long,
point,
bro.
Alex. Make your point. Sean's asking you, what is your point?
What is my point? Because Sean's asked me the question. You're having a laugh. Anyway, moving on. My point is that if Harry Kane wasn't in the team with these goals, because most of the goals have covered him, also his assists, we would be near the relegation zone.
You just said relegated. You just said relegated.
Well, regardless whether we're not in Parliament, by the way. We're not in court, by the way. No. By the way, I'm not in court, by the way, so no one's judging me. Thank you very much. Mr. Box Officer, thank you very much. Well, you're not, because you're not judging me anyway. But my point is, okay, is that if Harry Kane wasn't in our team with the assists and the goals that he scored, we would be very near the bottom.
So we wouldn't be relegated.
Bottom of the table. That's what I'm
it's
saying.
a nonsense stat, Alex.
How does that work, though? Explain to me. So your whole argument is you take away the goals, therefore nothing else changes. Everything else is exactly the same. You're just removing
and assists. But
nothing else. So there's no replacement for Harry Kane. Nothing else. Is just everything is identical.
Exactly, Sean. Spurs season this year, Sean, is 30 goals less without Harry Kane. Because if Harry Kane didn't play, no one else across any of those games would score goals. If Harry Kane didn't play, we'd play a different. Right. Maybe Son through the middle would have scored those goals. Kulu maybe would have had to chip in. Richarlison. This stat that if you take his goals out, we lose 27 points or whatever it is so.
Could I say
entirely? It is so basically wrong. It's so
because
terrible.
Numbers, and of course, if you look at the numbers and you go, if you detract that from that, you get that. But what you understand is you'd have Richarlison would get all the games, and then he would probably have like a better. He wouldn't be as bad. But then also, if it's not working with Richarlison in January, you get a new signing, and then you go again. So just go, you take out goals, you take out assists equals we're going to be relegated. No, because you're detracting. Let's look at under Poch. when we had won that Champions League run. We were free scoring against City, and we done it without Harry Kane, without him against Ajax, because we had other people, Eriksen, Son, Moura, all stepping up. It happens. I just don't get the whole thing of, let's look at numbers, and it's going to... It's weird.
I love this.
Alan, you're spot on. Because what it is, it's what we were talking about earlier.
It's a digging hole.
Alex, no one's digging a hole.
Because it's
they're proving how stupid your point
is. A hole right there.
Could I
love that. Absolutely love what you just said, Helen.
I have 1 point. Alex, let me ask you a question. The other weekend, did you go and watch Tottenham lose to Brentford 3-1? Yes or no? Just a yes or no. That's all I want. Yes or no?
No.
You didn't? Okay. Did you watch it on the TV?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you watched Brentford beat us 3-1 at our own ground.
Yeah.
Right? But they had their 20-goal-a-season man not playing. How could they possibly have scored 3 goals without Ivan Toney?
Okay, you're comparing.
The problem is that Brian and Blame.
No.
That's my mic dropping, Alex.
No. Wait. Main event speaking now. The main event is speaking. You ain't 1-0, Sava. You ain't 1-0, because the thing is though,
Alex, I've never lost a debate to you in my life. Just to address
my boy Alan. Just to address my boy Alan, yeah. But just to my boy Alan. That was Pochettino. That was Pochettino, bro. You know what I mean? So like under Pochettino had a plan. You know what I mean? The last how many years we've been relying on Kane so long. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, this rubbish that you just said to me, saying that, we had no Kane last time. We had no Kane at all.
Alex, very quickly, the season with Nuno, 1-0 against Man City at home. We won 1-0 without Harry Kane in the team. You can all pick games where that happened, Alex.
And this, by the way,
Dave,
I
don't even know where you're going with that. Anyway, I don't even know where this is going, Bob. Honestly, this is so funny. This is so funny.
By the way, Irish Hotspur, Dave, big up. No one's arguing that it would be the same or better. No one's saying that. What we're saying is it wouldn't be so bad that we are down with Leicester, Leeds, and Southampton, right? Because there are for every action that does or doesn't happen, there's another action that would or wouldn't happen. I don't know. There's probably a more succinct way. Sean will tell me there's more succinct way of putting that. But if Harry Kane didn't play in 38 league games this season, what it means is we have to find another way to play. Also, if Harry Kane hadn't been there, the odds would have been that we would have bought somebody else in a different position, i.e. another striker or a attacking midfielder would have been there. We just wouldn't. We wouldn't just.
Different.
Yeah.
What happened with Berbatov left us, by the way?
Wouldn't have got injured.
What happened with Berbatov left us, by the way? What happened with Berbatov left us, by the way? What happened there?
When Berbatov left us.
Yeah, what happened there, bro? Let's remind ourselves. What happened when Berbatov left us and Kane left us there?
I'll tell you. When Berbatov and Keane left, this is the thing. It's all up there, Alex. When Berbatov and Keane left, we finished the next season 8th, not relegated.
Yeah, but we left and we still flopped though, bro. We still flopped though, bro.
Not relegated.
We still flopped though, didn't we? No.
Hang on, Alex. So basically, the point you've just made is. Hang on, let me get this point out. Let me get this point out. I'll dig a time. I'm about to put facts in. I know you have the inability to stay on point, but I'm about to tell you something. So this year, Spurs with Harry Kane finished 8th. Fact or not?
Fact.
Yes or no? Yeah. Fact. Okay. You've just said what happened when Berbatov and Keane left after winning the League Cup. Berbatov and Keane left. The following season, without a Harry Kane, we finished 8th.
Drum roll.
We didn't get relegated. We were in trouble for a little bit, but funnily enough, we brought in a manager that galvanised the players, brought in someone like a Wilson Palacios. I think he brought in Palacios and Defoe. And then all of a sudden, we went shooting up that table. So to say we'd go from 8th to 18th, 19th or 20th is hyperbole. It's Mr. Box Office. But if you ask quietly, if you look in the other room and speak to Alex, who you actually are, he'll probably tell you you're chatting absolute shit.
Could I?
And I'm out.
Oh, I love it. Now let's go back. Let's go back and what you just said. Yeah, by the way, yeah.
Here we go.
You said we finished 8th.
Here we go.
What were we doing halfway through the season, bro? We only had 2 points before Harry Redknapp came in. By the way,
That's not what you
make the
asked.
point. By the way,
That's
just
not
to
what
make
you
the
asked.
point. No. Just to make the point, though. By the way, Sava, because we were literally in the relegation zone. By the way, yeah,
Right.
before Harry Redknapp came in, and they saved us completely.
But what?
Here, by
That's
the way.
got nothing to do with a striker.
No, that is something. By the way, that is something because you can see right now
You can't move the goalposts, man.
we got Pavlyuchenko and we got Campbell, the reject from Manchester United, by the
Alex,
way.
what's
And we
that
were
got to
nearly
do with
bottom.
this debate?
That's all I need to say. That proves my point, and that's it. All I'm saying.
Okay,
This is
Alex.
what I'm saying.
Okay,
This is what I'm saying. This is what it called. This is what it's called. Mic drop.
No, let me
No,
rebuttal
no,
this.
what's that moving in the
I'm
background?
done.
Is that
I'm out of
the
here.
goalpost, Alex? Is that the
That is
goalpost
out of
moving
here.
in the background that you're doing? Hold on, I can see it in the background moving. The goalpost that you're moving right there, man.
Alex,
could I make...
your hang on, Steve.
Terrible.
Alex, your debate. Let's call this for what it is. Your debate was about where would Spurs finish without Harry Kane. You then asked, no one else offered up Berbatov from 2008. You did. What happened without Berbatov, bruv? What happened without Berbatov? Let me tell you. Right? I told you what happened without Berbatov, that we finished 8th. You then went, yeah, but we were bottom when Redknapp came in. But that's not what you asked. We still didn't have Berbatov when Redknapp came in. And funnily enough, he took us up the table to 8th. So if you think losing one player takes us from 8th to 18th, it is madness, Alex. It is madness. One day, I just want you to turn around and go, I chat waffle. I know I do. It's all for show. You're right. I'm wrong. And we'll all be happy.
Could I make...
No, Steve.
No.
All I'm going to say is, Alex, you're more deluded than Ty is. That's all I'm saying.
Listen,
As I said
right?
before, I proved my point already.
No,
He's
you didn't
chatting
prove
absolute
nothing.
waffle, and that's it. That's all I need to say, and that's it.
Alex.
And you lot
nothing.
can shout at me all day
Could I
long,
offer-
every single day, and that's
Could
it.
I offer some
And
balance?
that's it. And that's all I need to say. Mr. Boxoff is talking the truth again, and back
You're not
to
talking
whoever
the
needs to
truth.
make themselves known, and that's it. And bigger for themselves, and that's it. Back to flip
We're
flop,
not-
Sean, and
We're
that's
not
it. I'm
digging-
done.
No, hold on. We're not digging no holes. That isn't the truth. So we're not digging no holes, mate. It's you moving the goalposts in the background. That's not what we're doing. We're giving decent arguments.
I'm gonna dig myself a tunnel, not a hole, and I'm gonna walk straight past you, come out the other end, and pour mud on your head. It's so easy, mate. It's so easy.
I'm going to
Digging
go down the
yourself a
tunnel and go over to France. I've built that I can dig. Cool.
All right. My turn.
Here we go.
So
Oh, God.
here's
Here
the
we
thing.
go.
I don't think Spurs would be 18th without Harry Kane. But don't try telling me you'd be better. Don't try
I didn't
telling me
say that.
you
That's
would.
not what we said. That's not what we said. Don't shush me because that's rude.
I'll shush
first
anyone.
Of all.
I'll shush
Listen,
anyone.
Steve.
No, listen.
Newcastle are going to be in the mud next season when they got European.
thing
football.
is-
let's just worry about that. Yeah.
All right.
Newcastle, Brighton, Villa, they're not going to be the same team as they were this year when they got European football.
I thought we were talking Spurs and Harry Kane.
Yeah, I was just making a point to you, Steve.
All of y'all just went after Mr. Box Office for changing, for flip-flopping and changing the topic.
Because he does, yeah, he does.
I was talking about Harry Kane and Tottenham.
I'm
not trying to be fair, Barry. You did just
There was someone in the comment, Steve. There was someone in the comment that said we were no better than Leeds this season. Oh my God!
No,
Leeds
you were
are
better
the
than
worst
Leeds.
team in
You
the
were
world.
better than Leeds, Southampton, Leicester, Everton, Bournemouth. Who was
Palace.
another one in there? Palace.
West Ham.
You would finish probably 13th without Harry
Oh
Kane
my
this year.
God.
No, can I make my case? Can I make my case? Can I make my case? You'd probably finish 15th or not 15th, sorry, probably 13th, 14th. Listen.
It's conjecture.
Yes, Ellie.
Frank,
What I
really?
see what I see in your team. What I see
Ellie.
What?
Nobody
Got two
knows.
Greek
You don't chant your
women
own
in the
name,
house
Ellie. That's
now.
not how it works.
That's it.
That's right. It's conjecture
big
because
up, Ellie.
nobody knows Nobody knows what would happen because we haven't.
Alex,
played
I know.
Alex knows.
But we're just chatting. That's what football chat is. A lot of
get to the nose.
hypotheticals.
Yeah, Ellie, first of all, we're getting relegated. Then we're nearly getting relegated. By the end of this stream, we'll be fucking winning the Champions League with the way Alex is going.
We'll be in the Conference League.
I think here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing for me.
So you
guys are not moving.
There's life after Harry, aren't you?
Huh?
Yeah, life after
you're
Harry.
all more or less saying there's life after Harry.
But he ain't going anywhere.
There is
He's
life
staying-
after Harry, but your
staying
club
this
is not
season.
moving in a good direction.
Well, we haven't
Your
won
club-
anything with him
We're not
either.
saying that. No one said it's going in a good direction. We're just saying we're not getting relegated without Harry Kane. It's going to be not as
Not
good.
this year, but in 10 years, if you guys keep this
10
decline
years?
up, in the next 10 years, yes.
God.
We're not going down.
Is it not bedtime for you yet, Steve? Honestly.
Leicester City won a Premier League and an FA Cup.
So it's gone. Hold on. It's gone from this year we would have been relegated to in 10 years.
I never said. No.
10 years time. I'll be dead.
I never said that. I never said that. I said without Harry Kane, you would not have finished 8th with Harry Kane.
In 10 years,
I think
Harry
you
Kane
might
will
have.
be 40.
Yes. And is Levy going? Is Richarlison going to be banging in goals for you? Do you trust Levy to find? Do you trust Levy to find good players? Do you trust Levy
Hold
to
on a
find
sec.
good
Can I
centre
just
backs?
make a point? Can I just make a point of in the past we have actually bought Bale, we've bought Modric, we have actually bought some good players, man. Let's not disrespect the players that we have got. We've had at our club, man.
Can I just say something?
Van der Vaart, Lineker.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something?
But you're not moving in a good direction.
But Bill
Moving backwards.
only started working out
You
because
don't
Harry
know that.
Redknapp found the potion and got him going again. You know what I mean?
Exactly, the
So
right
let's
manager
not
with the
go
right
there
players,
about Bill.
Alex.
And secondly,
No,
Modric
the
was a
right
flop.
players.
Modric was a flop before he went to
No,
Tottenham.
no,
he was not.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't doing nothing. And then Harry Redknapp got him going again. So
Alex,
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Sorry, Alex.
So the
And
right
narrative
players,
that we are
the
keeping
right
on saying that we're going to
managers.
find players and that's it.
Alex,
It is
No,
absolutely
just like-
rubbish and that's it. And that's
Alex,
what
this
I'm
is
saying. That's
ridiculous.
it.
Right,
You've
listen.
just
From
said,
the box office.
Alex,
Back to you, Sarah, to dig a hole for yourself. I'm done.
you just said, think about how silly you are. You've just said that Luka Modric was a flop before Luka Modric, big up Soren. Luka Modric was a flop before Redknapp came in. Alex, how many games, and again, I feel like you don't know your facts, how many games had Luka Modric played for Tottenham before Harry Redknapp came in?
I don't know.
Oh, 6.
There you
So
go.
how can you be a massive flop in 6 games? So no, Luka Modric wasn't a flop. He'd hardly played for the club. And I'm about to show you something, right? I'm about to show you something because I know you don't like to. Right, yeah, damn right I am. Ready?
It's
Ready?
loaded up. It's loaded and ready to go.
Can you all see this?
Yeah.
This is the
2008,
answer to where did Spurs finish when Berbatov was sold? One place outside Europe.
Yeah.
Not relegation, Alex. Not relegation.
No.
So your Berbatov point, retract it or acknowledge you were wrong. One of the two. Because this is a
Apologise,
court of law. This is the Football Heritage Court of Law.
Yeah.
And you are talking waffle, bruv.
Kangaroo court.
What?
On the count,
What
on
my
one count,
point
talking
is-
absolute waffle.
Also,
you are
I'd like
guilty
to-
as charged.
I'd like to add that Dynamo Zagreb, where Modric was before, he was a shining light. That's why we bought him. He was fabulous. You watch the goals that he scored for Dynamo Zagreb; they were fantastic. And
He
that's
played in
why
the
we
UEFA
bought
Cup
him.
for Dinamo Zagreb. He played in Champions League. He was
Brilliant.
And
He was
also,
playing for Croatia.
Can I just say the point of that just proves as
Yeah.
well, if you get the right manager with the right players, it can work, right? So
No.
if we get the right players and the right manager to get some players, then it can
Look
work.
at Aston
surely.
Villa. Look at
Yes,
Aston Villa.
right.
In February of this year, Aston Villa were 14th. They had their feet up. They had nowhere to go. They weren't getting relegated, and they weren't qualifying for Europe. Nothing else changed apart from the manager came in and reshaped them, reorganized them, and they went on the best run or anyone in the second half of the season. I think
there's more than meets the eye with that situation.
And only one player added.
That's just the manager coming in and galvanising. There might be a little bit more to it. Of course, it's oversimplification, but generally speaking, the manager came in with the same group of players and transformed them. If Tottenham can get a new manager to come in and transform Tottenham,
hold on a second. Eddie Howe, he only got a few players in, and look how much he's transformed Newcastle.
We got taken over.
Yeah,
we got taken over from Mike Ashley.
But it doesn't matter. You still spend less money. Didn't spend that much money to do so. It's Eddie Howe that made you gel. It's the fact you had Eddie Howe as well.
Mia, I've got another stat to make Alex look stupid because we like making him look stupid. When Harry Kane has not been in the Tottenham team, we have won 44% of the games. 44% of games in a 38-game season means we finish on 48 points, which means we would have finished 11th this season.
Boom!
Wow. and okay. Is that better or worse than 8th place?
It's not better.
You said
answer the question. Answer the question.
Plus, there'd be some draws thrown in there. So we probably get a few more points as well, right?
Richarlison is scoring new goals.
Embellish it.
This just shows you why the Tottenham fans.
Sorry, guys. Can we just okay? But Alex, I know this word I'm about to say is a word that doesn't apply to your logic and a lot of Spurs fans' logic. Context. What we're talking about is if we lost Kane, we're going to get relegated. That's what you're saying. We are not going to start next season with the exact same group of players. We're going to start the new season with new players. A lot of players are going to go. We're going to have a new manager, a new director of football. So to sit here now on the 2nd of June, when all the competitions haven't even finished yet this season, to say without Kane we're relegated is absolutely mental. Why haven't loads of other teams that don't have Harry Kane, why are they not relegated? Why are Palace not relegated? Why didn't Wolves get relegated? These guys don't have goal scorers. Why are they not relegated? But
because they play like a team. They play like teams.
Wolves?
They play like teams.
Hang on. What Wolves who had to go and get Lopetegui in to save them from relegation?
Yeah, because they play like a team, bro. That's the thing. They're more like a team.
We will with a new manager, Alex. We will with a new manager and new players. We will play like a team.
Oh, so you bet that then, yeah? You know that then, yeah? After how many years, Bob? Yeah. You think that's going to happen?
There we go. We're going to get.
Yeah? You think that's going to happen, Saba? Yeah. After what you've been saying this season, you're telling me this is going to happen this season. You having a laugh?
Alex, do you truly believe that the chairman who loves nothing more than money and Champions League football, right? When does Daniel Levy act? Tell me when Daniel Levy acts as a chairman historically. Daniel Levy acts. And we buy our best players when we are not in the Champions League and when we need to get back to a place of relevance.
Yes, well said.
When we finish top 4 and we all go, right, kick on, he has no interest. But when we finish 8th, 7th, 10th, whatever, you'll find that those are the windows we have where we actually go out and buy the better players that are more team-based rather than going out and having an absolute shocker like we did last summer. So when you're saying, you're making it out like, listen, I hate Levy and this will make it sound like I'm sticking up for him. You're making it sound like, and to Ellie's point and Mia's point they made just now, you're making it sound like we've never bought a good player under Daniel Levy's
I never said
tenure.
that. I never said that.
Hang on, but you're making it out like we'll get relegated without one player. I don't get
we
what
ain't got a plan about him. Look, sorry, Sabbath. No, I'm sorry. I'm not having that one. I'm sorry. The point is, if we had a plan without Harry Kane, why has it not happened already, bro?
Because we've got no manager and director of football at the moment.
That's the point I'm making, though, Sabbath. So what are you talking about? Are we doing that cuckoo lad or something like that? What are you talking about?
Alex,
was that more yesterday or something? What are you talking about? Because I'm not talking waffles, bruv. Come on now.
That's this picture tells you.
I'm sorry to the ladies that are in the building, by the way, because I shouldn't be shouting while they're present. You know what I mean? Because my mum will be shouting at me right now, Bob. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Mr. Alex is gonna be shouting at me right now. Yeah, because Mr. Boxer shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Yeah. But the point I'm making is, Saba, that you do not understand is why have we not done that already, bruv? You know what I mean?
we've got Harry
Because I
Kane,
wasn't
that's what
born
we
yesterday,
haven't.
bruv.
Oh
You know what I
my
mean?
God.
I'm
Because
35
we've
years
got-
old. I still not see the
Alex,
championship at my club, bruv. So what are you
Because
saying?
we've got
That's
Harry
what I'm
Kane.
saying.
Alex,
That's
you're
That's all I
saying
need to say. Back
we've
to
got-
you to start waffling on
Alex,
like you're doing again now, bruv. And I'm done,
Alex,
bruv.
we've got
bruv.
Harry Kane.
Now
We've
I
got
want to see some cowbell can be
Alex,
using right now, bruv.
Alex, we've got Harry Kane. So at the moment, that has papered over every crack. When we do not have Harry Kane, the club will actively have to do something. Do you truly believe this window that Daniel Levy, as much as many of us might hate him, do we truly believe this window that Daniel Levy is going to go into next season with the exact same squad?
No.
Prove it then. Prove it then. Because at the moment, I've seen it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I've seen Nuno at my club. I've seen Peretti at my club. I've seen loads of rubbish at my club already for the last 4 years since Pochettino's been here, bruv. So I ain't seen no proof yet, bruv. Yeah? So don't chat that crap to me, bruv. Sorry to swear in front of the ladies, by the way. No, sorry, I ain't made my point yet. Mr. Botsoff is making himself known to Mr. Waffle House down here right now, yeah? Host here. My point is, yeah, until he makes himself known, and we stop talking about Daniel Levy because it's making Sean famous, by the way, yeah. We've got Daniel Levy, by the way, yeah, right. Until we get that guy and stop talking about him and start talking about the football, then they'll start believing you, bruv, and that's it. You know what I mean? And that's all I need to say.
You've
Mr.
got
Botsoff is
proof.
talking the truth again.
You've seen, Alex, you've got proof and evidence. You're just so, listen, the difference between me and you, right? You want to know the difference between me and you? We both hate Levy. We both hate Enoch. The difference between me and you is I can put things into context. The seasons when we have not done well, we have put something in place. So when you're saying, show me, prove it, he's done it. He's done it. Why did we then go from 7th to 4th? Because they want to make it work. They want to make it work, but they don't want to push on from that. Do you truly believe we're going to make 0 transfers this summer? Do you
We'll make transfers, but you can't come with any proof at the moment because the managers that we have got in, the managers that we have got in, right, that have done well, he's got lucky with. He got lucky with Martignol. We know why. We got lucky with Harry Redknapp. We know why. We've got lucky with
why can't he get lucky again? Why can't we get lucky?
Because eventually luck runs out.
You can't be 4 times, can you? You can't be 4 times, can you?
Luck
you can't
runs
be
out.
4 times, can you?
Could it be that actually...
Because you have to have a plan. And you've been saying this yourself, bro. Yeah?
Alex,
I'm sorry.
what
I am
have
not
I been
going to
saying?
change the energy for
Alex,
this club when I've seen
said,
Dross for the last 22 years. I'm sorry.
It hasn't all been Dross, though.
Well, yeah, it
that
hasn't
is
been
nonsense.
Dross, but we have been lucky, though.
Alex, okay. So if we've been lucky signing players like Modric and Bale and Lennon and Dawson and all of the Van der Vaarts and all of these players where we were lucky, Toby, Alderweireld, if we've been lucky, where is the rule written in football that you can only be lucky 3 times? Why can't you be lucky a 4th time? Why can't the new director of football come in and actually have a plan where it means buying younger players and building something? Because the problem is, no, hang on, Steve, hang on, Steve. I'm not talking to you. You stay on your Newcastle side for a second, my friend. I'm getting real with Alex here. Alex, if a director of football comes in that has a philosophy and a way of playing and likes buying young players, say, for example, what's to say we can't go and build like we did with the team for Poch? Why can't we do that?
Because he's had the last 4 years to make that statement and he hasn't done it, bruv. Yeah,
okay.
We all know who was our best director of football. Who was our best director of football
You're
today?
not answering my question. You're not answering my question. You've gone off into a tangent like you always do. Answer my question. What's to say the new director of football can't come in this summer, be on the same page as the manager, and they start putting the building blocks in to just get us competent again? Because what will happen is fans like you next season will expect the earth. Fans like you next season, if we're 8th to 10th, yes, you are.
Wrong.
You're saying it now.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Alex, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, because you're misquoting me, though. No, you're misquoting me. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're misquoting me. The point I'm making is, I'm saying to you, they need to prove it to me. Because at the moment, I haven't got any proof. Prove to me that they're going to have a plan. Because at the moment, I don't see a plan.
Of course, because there's no manager or director of football yet.
Alex, you're going on about a plan, so you're not really going on about the Harry Kane situation. You're going about them and the plan. But let me hear this. So Spurs will get relegated or would be relegated for whether Harry Kane. So what about the seasons when we've not had a Harry Kane, but we've had a Helder Postiga, a Gregor Raziak, a Louis Saha, a Bobby Zamora, a Fraser Campbell, all these other players, we never had a Harry Kane. Did we get relegated in them seasons?
No.
And
No,
also, can I just say about something about luck? Can you also then say that some of the stuff that has gone wrong is bad luck? If you're going to equate some of it to good luck, then you have to equate some of it to bad luck, surely. That we've been unlucky in some cases when we haven't won because of a kick of football, say a penalty kick. So you've got to equate some of it to bad luck too. You can't just say it's all good luck that we've done okay with certain managers.
Do you know
then you
what
have to equate some of it to bad luck.
Do you know what I want to point out as well, which a lot of people haven't pointed out yet? Right, so when we got to the Champions League final, was Harry Kane missing?
What Champions League final? But we had Pochettino in charge. Yeah, Pochettino in charge.
That doesn't matter, Alex.
The point.
Yeah, Pochettino in charge. Sorry, I don't agree with you.
Other managers. Harry Kane wasn't playing. He got injured against Manchester City, if you remember rightly. So we got through to that Manchester City. We got through Ajax, and we made it to the final. Harry wasn't playing, was he? So we can do well without Harry.
He missed half
We've
that
made
season,
the Champions League final without him.
Yeah, I mean, look at last season. Who was our top scorer?
And Alex has just said to everyone, right?
Those goals.
Ellie, Alex has just said to everyone, yeah, but we had Poch then. Okay, so if we had Poch then and Poch was so great and the only reason why that happened, why were his last 26 games for Spurs, he only got 25 points?
Because we had Wembley.
I see. Right. You see how you can't have it both ways, Alex?
Yeah.
You see how you can't have it both ways?
I know I can't have it both ways, but the thing is, I'm only just explaining. I'm making the point. You see what I'm saying?
You can't have it both ways, mate. You can't have it both ways. Yeah. If it's because of Poch, it's because of Poch we got to the Champions League final. He was brilliant. He was mesmeric, but he couldn't do it in the league because of Wembley. When we were on the Champions League run, were we at Wembley for some of it?
Yep.
So how did he manage to do it then? If you've just used that as an excuse as to why the league points were...
we can make excuses. I'm not making just all the excuses in the world for him. He was, he wasn't very good as well. Yes, he wasn't, but there were also some things around it as well. For me, anyway, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, but as far as I'm concerned as well. It was a bit of a mess. Yes, it was. It was a bit of a mess. Yes, it was. But I'm sorry. I'm still going to stick to the whole thing. And I was right last season about us not being very good last season. Look what's happened this season.
I think we all said
right
that,
about
Alex.
Prasiji last season. Look what happened this season. I was right that Kane's a loser, and now everybody's saying the same thing. That I'm a loser. So again,
keep saying this.
Mr. Box
when is Kane? How is Kane a loser?
So that's all I need to say. And we could talk facts all day long, but as far as I'm concerned,
right. I'm going to end this right now. If everybody else just heard this, right? Alex, ready? Everybody, this is Alex. This is Mr. Box Office, the same person. Alex, without Kane, Spurs will get relegated for a fact. Also, Alex, Kane's a loser. What are you talking about, mate? What are you talking about?
Either he's a loser or he's a winner.
So the biggest question anyway is, how do you rate the transfer window? Thus far. How do we rate it?
Open, is it? It's not open yet, sorry. It's not open yet.
Thanks, Alex, for taking part in that debate. I do always need sparring partners to prepare me for proper debates, but that was good. Thank you. Really enjoyed that. Soren, how are you, mate? You all right?
Debate, by the way, but I don't even know what you're talking about there. Anyway, moving on. Moving on.
You'd like to move on, wouldn't you? You'd love to move on. You'd absolutely.
Sure. Don't even go there with me, Bob, because I ain't even got started yet, Bob. That was for breakfast time, Bob. That was for breakfast. You're the main course.
Yeah, we're for breakfast, Alex. We're having waffle for breakfast, mate. That's what you're having.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Could you just go and pick Alex up? Yeah, taxi for Alex. Yeah. All right.
Alex, I'll make a bet with you. I'll make a bet with you, Alex. I'll make a bet with you. And this is obviously, if Kane does go this summer, I'll have a grand with you that Spurs do not get relegated.
No, I'm not doing that.
Why not, Alex? Not confident. Mr. Box Office told you, but Mr. Box Office can't back it up because he's got no minerals.
He hasn't got £1,000. That's
Hang
what
on.
it is.
Alex,
Hang on.
we'll make it 100 quid, Alex. 100
No.
quid.
Right, Ellie.
Why, Alex?
Spot on, Ellie.
Alex,
No.
why?
How about
I don't do
£100 for
things like that.
charity? Oh no,
£100
how
for
about
charity.
I'll do a bet. Maybe put like a T-shirt or something like that. Maybe put an Arsenal shirt on, or maybe like that. Maybe
Why
I'll
would
do
you
that.
do a bet like that? Why?
Well, because that's no money. Because I've not got that much money. Come on now, bruv. I don't earn that much money. You know what I mean?
And here's your negative brother. Look, I mean, the most negative person in the world. Scott M is in the chat. Look, Alex bringing truth. So Scott, you reckon we get relegated if Kane leaves in the summer?
He does. He's just been messaging me.
Scott, all right, I'll have a bet with you, Scott. I'll have £1,000 that if Kane goes, Spurs do not get relegated. Because all of you make these sweeping statements that you're so sure of, and then none of you can back it up. Everyone just watched how Alex wilted.
If he wants to have a bet, he could go and get like 8, 9, 20.
I don't even know where you're saying I'm backing it up, bro, because I'm not on the pitch. It's the players on the pitch, bro.
I see.
They get the money, so I don't even know where you're going with that, bro. It's the players that need to back themselves up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Here you go. You know what I mean?
I'm getting a bit seasick from your moving off the post there, Alex.
Yeah.
Mia. I know everybody has a guy at Mr. Bot's office, but they all love it because they need to just get to know me, and that's it. That's all I need to say, and that's it. You know what I mean? So so you can all have a go, but I know I'm talking the truth, and that's it. You know what I mean? Sean knows it. Sava knows it. Danny knows it because he's deluded, even though he's my boy.
I've just pulled out about 15 facts to show that you have no idea what you're talking about. It's what happened without Berbatov? Not a lot. We just finished 8th. It's absolutely fine. I think we finished. Didn't we finish? Hang on. Do you know what? I just want to check.
Yeah, we'll
I just want to check, right,
Alex? Because
by the way, just so you know, guys and girls. I should have looked at this before. It's my fault. You know the whole what happened with Berbatov left? I just want to let you know that the season that we had Berbatov, we actually finished 11th. The year without him afterwards, we finished 8th.
Yeah.
But after 9 games, we were bottom.
Right, but a game isn't 9. A season isn't 9 games long, is it, Alex?
No, but my point was making. Yeah, no. Just so we can make so I can finish the point. So I can just finish off the point. When Ramos was left Tottenham, we were bottom 2. Yeah, and struggling. Yeah,
Alex, we didn't just lose Berbatov that year, did we? We lost
Kane. We lost Kane as well, didn't we?
We lost Berbatov. We lost Kane. I'm sure we lost a couple of others as well.
But the two major ones, were Berbatov and Keane.
Yeah. And then we finished high the season
under Ramos. Yeah, and then we got bottom 2. We were bottom 2. Then Harry Redknapp came in and completely revolutionised us and got us mid-table at least. Right. Yeah, so I do recognise that. Yeah, maybe my generalisation, what I said, was wrong. But my point is, at that time, right, when Berbatov and Keane left.
Yeah, we finished higher.
When they left, for some of that season we were bottom before Harry Redknapp came in.
A season isn't 8 games, Alex.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
No,
your point was about Berbatov. Your point was about Berbatov, not where we were after 8 games of the season. You cannot debate if you move the goalposts. If you had said, Sava, after 8 games when Berbatov left, where were we? I would say, okay, we were 8th. We were bottom. But you said, what happened when Berbatov left?
Yeah, after 8 games. That's what I should have said then. That's what I should have said. So no, because I'm okay to say that, because as far as I'm concerned, that is still making my good point as far as I'm concerned, and that's it. So
but your argument wasn't about Redknapp. It was about the players.
After 8 games, and I'm still going to stick by it because I think that's absolutely spot on, though. Yeah, because we got lucky, right? And then
we're always lucky. It's always lucky when we do well.
We did a miracle to keep us that, and then the rest is history, and that's it. See, I was right, and that's it. Thank you, Sava. Thank you for making my point, and that's it. Thank you. Back to you, and I'm done.
I don't think you understand. Can you hold him, Alex? Can you go look at the dictionary what right means? I love it. Because I don't think you understand what actually being right is. I think you need to go look it up and actually find that definition.
I'll go back to bed.
And by the way, let's just quickly interject there. Not about football. Everybody, as much as this is entertaining, watching Alex embarrass him. Guys, 1 second. As much as this is entertaining, watching Alex embarrass himself live on the internet and on YouTube, and we will embarrass him some more after I've said this. Please don't forget this is a charity stream. The Just Giving donations, whilst the numbers of people watching has grown, the numbers of donations has dropped rapidly. We haven't had a donation for 45 minutes now. Please keep the donations coming in. Otherwise, it's just us people sitting around doing a really, really long Spurs chat. This is to raise money. Please, the link is in the chat. We've raised some good money so far, but it's really slowing down. Please, if everyone could just donate £2, that'll be an extra £600 within a couple of minutes. So please, please, please do that. Other than that, over to anybody else who wants to talk about anything other than Alex being in the mud.
Guess what I've got, Sava?
Oh God, here we go.
I've got 20 players. If you want to,
yay! Come on, bring it on.
Let's do it.
We've got 20 players. What is the number at? Because we're doing a new mute target. So the next mute target for 20 minutes is Mr. Box Office.
Yay.
So where's the target at?
Sorry,
We've got
Alex.
to hit the target before the end of the 20 players, and then Mr. Box Office gets muted for 20 minutes. You've got to hit that target, everyone in the chat.
The target's what?
I don't think Alex will adhere to it.
Right. So at the moment, Perch, we are on in the Just Giving account. We are on 1,382.
So we need to get to 1,500 before the end of the 20 players that everyone here will be in the chat can get involved. So get donating, because if you do, Mr. Box Office has to sit there for 20 minutes and not say a word. Amazing. Trust me, that will be amazing just to see what he has to react to without being able to speak. So there you go. That's the next target. We have 20 players. If everyone that hasn't understood the game, we've played it twice already.
Why do I have to be muted for? Why do I have to be muted?
It was Steve last time, but I've just picked you this time, mate. Sorry, no offense.
Alex,
It was Steve last time. But it's just, Alex, it's about raising money.
Yeah, no,
it's all for the culture, my good man. But
I know.
Does anyone understand the game? We
No,
played it
I
earlier.
don't understand the game, Perchy.
So I'll give you two teams. One will be where they played their first game, and one where they played their last game.
Okay.
You've got to guess the player.
Okay.
Just before you do that, Perchy, Alex, in the 30 years of the Premier League season, just to prove your point, the point again that you're absolutely in the mud, 48 points, which is what we said is the win ratio that Tottenham are without Harry Kane. You would have finished in the 30 years in the relegation zone once. You would have finished in the top 10 9 times.
Sorry.
And that was the first year as well. 49 points would have got you relegated, Alex, in the first year.
Can you put that
Other
picture
than
up
that,
again?
9 times.
There you go, Ellie.
And that was back. That was when there was 22. That was when there was 22 teams in the Premier League back in the first couple of years.
Exactly. So, Alex, I'm sorry, mate. You talk absolute waffle.
We love you, Alex. We love you, of course.
But we love you.
Welcome to Waffle House.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm going to jump off for a little while, guys. I'm going to take the dog out for last week before bedtime. So I'll speak to you in a little while, okay?
Oh, mate. Cheers.
Bye, Stormy.
Question is Rayman Steve going to be back ready for it again? Here we go. Yeah. Is everyone ready?
Oh, no.
The first team is Sporting Gijón, and the final team is Vissel Kobe. Can you guess the player?
Iniesta.
It's not Iniesta. That's a good guess.
David Villa.
It is David Villa. Well done. Good start.
Jesus.
Now,
yeah, by the way, none of us will get many of these, just so you know. Perchy makes them impossible.
Hey, I made him easy and everyone guessed them. And I'll
we all just leave Stephen Perchy here?
I've tried to put a bit of balance here, but because I did make him. But here's the next one.
Okay.
I'm gonna started at Liverpool, but ended at Man City.
Milner.
No. Not James Milner. Now you can't answer. That makes it fair for everyone else.
Yeah.
We'll be here all night now.
Ended at Man City.
Is he still
Daniel
playing?
Sturridge? No, not Daniel
Not
Sturridge.
Sturridge.
Still playing?
I know who it is.
He's not playing. No, he's retired now.
Liverpool ended at Man City. Oh no, Steve McManaman.
It is Steve McManaman. Well done.
Oh.
Salah in the middle.
Yeah.
Well done.
Nice one.
In the middle of that, he went to Real Madrid. Next one. I started at Man City, but I ended at Nice.
Oh,
Ross Barkley.
Joey Barton.
Ross
Not
Barkley.
It's not Ross Barkley. You're both out.
What do you mean I'm out? That wasn't the rules earlier. What's going on
No,
here?
it was.
It's just for me.
It's more
It's just
for
for
Steve
me.
because he just sits there and just shouts about 5,000 names out and until he gets it right.
Yeah, but he generally is the only one who does get it right.
Yeah.
Man City.
And City finishing at
Man
Nice.
City, Nice.
Is he still playing?
He is still playing, yes.
Oh no, at Nice. He's playing at Nice. Kasper Schmeichel.
It is Kasper Schmeichel. Well done. Next one. I started at Real Sociedad, but I finished at Bayern Munich.
Javi Martinez.
It's not Javi Martinez. But actually, no, that isn't wrong. I think Javi Martinez came from Athletic Bilbao.
Oh, this is started at, was it Sociedad?
Ended at Bayern Munich.
Still playing?
He's not still playing. He's retired now. I'll let you get a couple guesses, and then if you don't, I'll give you another clue.
Xabi Alonso.
Well done, Xabi Alonso.
Yeah.
Next one. I started at Barcelona, but I ended at Arsenal.
Alexis Sanchez.
It's not. How could it be Sanchez? He's not playing there anymore.
Is that Marseille?
Hector Bellerin?
Bellerin's a Sporting.
Bellerin. They sold him. That would have been it, but yeah, they sold him.
Started Barcelona, Arsenal.
Henry?
It's not Omri. You did the other way round, but didn't finish either. Let me know if you want a clue.
It wouldn't be Song. It wouldn't be Song, would it?
Nope.
Fabregas?
No, he went
Not
to Chelsea.
Fabregas.
He went to Chelsea after
You
Arsenal.
went to Chelsea after Arsenal.
Cedric?
It's not Cedric. Nope. He's at Southampton, I believe it. No.
Barcelona's
Romeo.
Is he
Not
playing
Romeo.
now?
Do you want a clue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not. He's not. Sorry, he's not playing anymore. He's retired.
Is it Mikel Arteta?
It is Mikel Arteta.
Oh, nice.
Well done. Next one. I started at RB Leipzig, and my last game was at Bayern Munich.
Upamecano.
It's not Upamecano.
Oh, not Sabitzer.
Not Sabitzer.
No.
Oh, Perchy.
Kimmich.
It is Kimmich. Well done. Joshua Kimmich. Next one. I started at West Ham and I finished at Stoke City.
Oh, I know this. I just
Go on.
can't think of his name. Jack
Matthew
Collison.
Etheridge.
No.
What's his name?
No?
Nope.
Not Jack Collison.
Nope.
Okay.
Started at West Ham.
No, it's not Matthew Etheridge.
Stoke City.
Finished at Stoke City.
Is he still playing?
It's not Crouchy. We did Crouchy earlier. It's not Crouchy.
Oh, what's his name? Did he play at Liverpool?
He did play at Liverpool. I'll give you that as a
Oh,
clue.
I can't remember his
Oh,
name.
has he got it? You've got it. He's got it. The rest of us. Oh no, not Paul Konchesky.
No.
No.
Oh, what was his fucking name, man?
Julian. No, it wouldn't be Julian Dix.
I'll give you
would
one
it?
more clue. It might only probably benefit half of it. We mentioned him earlier in a different segment.
Glenn Johnson.
Glenn Johnson.
I would have never got that.
No.
He started at West Ham, finished at Stoke. Next one. I started at Ajax and I finished at Anderlecht.
Toby. No.
It's not Toby.
Arneson?
Nope.
Started at Ajax, ended at Anderlecht. Via the Premier League?
I'll give you a clue. He has played in the Premier League.
I mean, it's a wonderful clue, that. Good. Ajax and to Anderlecht. Oh, no.
Tongan?
It is Jan Vertonghen. Well done, Barry.
Nice.
Next one. I started at Racing Club and I finished at Inter Milan.
Zanetti.
It's not Zanetti.
Racing Club. Oh, God knows. No idea.
Lautaro Martinez.
Well done, Martinez. Next one. I started at Aston Villa and I finished at West Brom.
Oh, God, that could be anyone.
John Carew.
And we did John Carew earlier for the culture.
Gareth Barry?
Well done, Gareth Barry.
Wow.
Good guess. Well done. Next one. I started at Portsmouth and I finished at Bournemouth.
Gary O'Neill.
No.
No. Portsmouth to Bournemouth.
He started at Portsmouth, ended at Bournemouth.
He played for us. Darren Anston.
Well done. Good guess. Oh, it is Darren Anderton. Next one. I started at Toulon in France and I finished at Everton.
Ducore.
Nope.
Ducore.
No.
Gay? Adrissa
Nope.
Gay?
Nope.
Unana?
Nope.
Playing now, Perchy or not?
He's not. He's retired now.
These clues are shit.
Olivier Decour?
Nope.
Oh, what's his name? The centre back? Distan?
No.
Jesus Christ, I'm out.
No.
I've got no idea.
Did he play for us, Perchy?
He did.
And where did he finish?
At Everton.
Saha.
Stephen
Nope.
Pienaar.
Nope.
He played for us
He did.
via Nice. Was it Nice?
No. He's not. I don't think he played at Nice. No.
Toulon, you said.
Oh, sorry, Toulon.
He started at a club called Toulon.
Toulon Spurs.
I never said that. That was the route.
No, I didn't say he
Okay.
did, but
Yeah, okay.
logically he would have had to have come to us at some point in the middle.
You should get this one. Surely.
Saha?
No, not Saha.
David Ginola.
There you go, David Ginola. I was waiting for the picture.
He went from. Did he go from Toulon to Newcastle?
No, he went. I think it was.
Look at him. Look at this guy.
Man.
This
What
is
a
just.
man.
Look at him.
Gorgeous.
And people tell me son's as good as this bloke. You must be mental. Absolutely mental.
Okay, let's keep going. I started at Metz and I finished at Bayern Munich.
Is he still playing?
Mane.
He's the best football player in the world. Yes,
Sadio Mane.
Sadio Mane. Well
Sadio
done.
Mane went from Metz to Salzburg to Southampton to Liverpool.
You are an absolute nerd, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you another one. I started at Torino and I finished at Atalanta.
Fucking hell.
Let me know if you want a clue immediately.
Yeah.
Zappacosta.
It's not
Both.
Zappacosta.
Unai Emery, both.
He played at Atalanta 3 times.
Arguably, Drew Zilla, they played in different positions on the pitch.
Son of a bitch. 3 times for Atalanta.
Who was it? What we doing? Who was it?
He started at Torino, finished at Atalanta, but he also played for Atalanta 3 times in his career.
Good God.
Rafael Toloi.
No.
I've got no idea, mate. We need a better clue than Atalanta 3 times and Torino.
I believe he also played at Juventus.
Harry Redknapp's dog.
No, I know
He's known as the Italian journeyman, I believe.
Look at it, Romero in between international breaks.
Well done, Bill. Well done.
Bill.
Okay,
when he's not injured at Spurs.
Yeah.
He doesn't play football anymore.
Huh?
He's retired from football.
Is he managing?
Just for you, Lisa. Just for you.
I'll have to fact check that one. I'm not 100% sure.
Where's Phil P?
Yeah, where is he?
Was that Phil P?
No, that's Ric Flair, isn't it? Woo!
Oh my god.
He's not managing, no.
Yeah. By the way, Drusilla, Ginola was a left winger, but in a 4-4-2, completely different formation.
This is gonna bug me. Oh my god.
I've got no idea.
He made 13 moves in his career.
Huh?
Oh, God.
That doesn't narrow it down.
It's not going to help.
That's not a
Perchy,
clue.
we need a proper clue. Like,
Give us his initials.
yeah.
No, because you'll get it on that though. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, but at some point we've got to get it.
His surname begins with a V.
Christian Vieri.
Christian Vieri.
Oh. There you go.
Okay. I started at Man United and finished at Barcelona.
Gerard. Oh no, he didn't. No. No, PK started.
Well done. It is
No.
PK made an appearance for
Manchester
United.
Professional career at Man United, and he finished. He's still playing. His last
retired.
game was at Barcelona.
Yeah.
I was trying a bit of a trick on them. Okay, next one.
Hang on, I'm querying.
I started at Lyon and finished at Betis.
Nabil Fekir.
Yeah.
Fekir.
I mean, he's beating everyone there. I'm trying to think.
It's like a football encyclopedia.
Yeah, it's madness.
Madness.
Even when I'm not on. I started at River Plate and finished at Sevilla.
Acuna.
Saviola.
It's not Saviola.
Montiel.
I'll fact check that one. You could have that one. That could be right, but I'm not sure. There's a few.
By the way, yes, Yellow donate £2, people. That's all it is. That's all it is. £2.
Are we back to it? Could be right, even though it's kind of wrong.
It could be Montiel, but I haven't. That was on my. I've got on mine 2 answers, but that could be right as well.
Oh, okay.
You can have Montiel, by the way. You can have that one as well. So that means there is 2 more.
There's another player.
Or Campos is another one.
And one more.
Lamella.
And it is Lamella is the third one.
Lamella.
I read that in the chat. I try not to look at the chat, but
You're such
I have my laptop at full screen, so
yeah, I've got it on full screen. I started at Sao Paulo, and I finished at Shanghai Port.
Oh my God,
Oscar.
God.
Oh, now you're an absolute geek.
Oscar.
What is wrong with you?
Everything.
And the final one, so you have your
Go
misery.
outside and touch grass for you, Steve, for fuck's sake.
And the final one, I started at Real Madrid, finished at Levante. And there is a few clues I can give you for this one. So just let you think about that one.
Iker Casillas.
It's not Casillas, no.
God knows. God knows. You don't give a lot of chance to people, do you, Perchy?
I tried to make him a bit harder than earlier, because earlier it was like,
He had 2 arms and 2 legs, and he played football. That's
yeah.
He
spoke Spanish.
He played in the Premier League.
Real Madrid and ended up at Levante.
He's played in the Premier League.
Yep.
Can you give us a position?
He was a striker.
Morientes.
It wasn't Morientes.
Oh my God.
A striker who played for Real Madrid.
Yep. I'll give you another clue.
Soldado.
It was Soldado.
Yeah. It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Soldado.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, my next clue. My next one. He scored 7 goals in the Premier League. Was the next one.
It's not a clue, Perchy. That's not a clue.
What was Real Madrid thinking when they signed him?
You know. I mean, I didn't realise he played at Fenerbahce. I don't know when that happened.
He wasn't a bad footballer.
Yes, he played at Fenerbahce
in the Premier League.
I thought he was horrendous for Soldado.
He was a good footballer, but
we played him all wrong. I think we played him all wrong. When he was in Valencia, he played in a front two with a big man that knocked the ball down and he finished. When he came to Spurs, we kind of played him on his own up front, expected him to run the channels, hold the ball up. It's not his game.
I mean, his goal score, by the way, his goal scoring at Valencia is incredible. 101 appearances, 59 goals. That is very good.
But if you watched him, he made loads of runs. Nobody ever passed to him.
Yeah.
Nobody was on his level to actually give him the ball.
Yeah, I agree.
True.
Give me some more, Perch.
If he'd have been given the right sort of partner, he'd have been brilliant.
Yeah.
If he had a big man up front.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine him with somebody like Berbatov, maybe?
Yeah.
Don't you start talking about Berbatov again.
Hey,
if you say Berbatov 3 times, Alex will appear again.
No, but what happened when we lost Berbatov? We went down. We would have been relegated without Berbatov.
That's right. Every time a big player's lost, we've got relegated. Like,
Where is our mate, Alex? Where is he going?
But just imagine if we lose Kane now.
We'll get relegated if we lose Højbjerg.
We won't get relegated.
I've got one.
I'm just joking.
I've got one player if y'all want to guess it. Corinthians, Zenit. Still playing.
Malcolm.
What?
Nice. That you've been hiding.
Nice one, man. Hey,
only because I knew that he was at Zenit, and I couldn't have told you what Brazilian.
Fair play.
Is that it? Actually, you
Barcelona.
Yeah, I will come back with 20 more a bit later on in the evening.
Barcelona.
We'll make it a bit easier the next time, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone's up to date with Brazilian, Argentinian, and Ecuadorian football. You know what I mean?
Listen,
Lisa Davis loves you.
To be fair, I think the next time we do it, I have to do it without Steve playing.
Ellie, she only loves me because I put up the naked photo of David Ginola.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why. Ginola appeals to men and women. He's what a player. What a player. What would you guys give to see a David Ginola type player in our team again?
That's what I'd give.
I don't think there's many like him anymore.
Just amazing. You know, someone that makes I would go back to watch the games even and pay under Daniel Levy's regime if it meant watching a footballer like David Ginola. Is
Ginola your favorite? Oh, sorry.
But he wasn't as good as Glenn Hoddle. No way.
Well, completely different footballers, and but Hoddle was Hoddle, wasn't he? Hoddle was God. Yeah.
God.
Sava, is Ginola your favorite ever player?
David Ginola, fabulous.
Sorry, someone said the pinned link is broken. Why is the pinned link broken? Let's try and pin this one then.
Bob Spur hacked it, mate.
Oh God, Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
Jesus! All right, guys, let's have a little chat about Spurs.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
People don't talk about them enough, you know.
Let's talk about life.
Mate. Give me a rest. Don't talk about Spurs.
You don't know what I'm going to say. You don't know what I'm going to say.
We should talk about if a pie hasn't got a lid, is it a pie? That's what we should talk about.
I mean,
because a pizza's a pie. A pizza's a pie.
But is it a pie?
Yeah, because pizza means pie in Italian.
But is it really is a pumpkin pie a pie then?
No, it's horrible.
Perchy, I want you to find players so bad.
It's something you throw in the bin and don't eat
Steve, we'll have to do it on my channel.
It's so much fun.
I know.
Oh wow!
We'll do it on mine. We'll do a big list and make it a nerd stream.
We've got. Wait, whoa. Okay, so
I've just added a new pinned message, by the way, people. I've just added a new pinned message. Someone said Sava pinned link fixed. Okay, fair enough. Please keep donating. Just a quick update. So since we last spoke, I think we were on 1,380 or something. We've now gone up to 1,454.
Yes.
There's been donations from George Raffis, from Dean Yeller, from Daniel Monterdon, from Emil Fredrickson, James Joris, Santu again, Kasha, Jamie Allen, Joe. Thank you to absolutely everyone, but let's keep pushing people. There are over 230 people in this chat. If everyone hasn't, please, even just £1.
I've got one for people in the chat. Here's one. We want to donate money here, it's all about money, right? I'm on 621 subscribers. For every subscriber from now until the end of the stream, till the end of the 24-hour, I will donate £1 for every new subscriber I get by the end of it.
Shamelessly plugging.
That's so shameless. None of us have plugged our channels today. Hold on. None of us have
charity though.
It's for.
We haven't plugged our channels, Perchy. That's a Mickey take, man.
No, it's not.
No. Shameless plug and all, but I'll do anything. I'll do it for charity.
Hang on. It's for Sidolf. How much goes to me and not YouTube? You've got the Just Giving link, which bypasses me and YouTube. You've got the Just Giving link. I can't do more than that. And if anyone doesn't know Just Giving, it's the official account for the British Heart Foundation. So I don't know what more I can do. But do we all agree that Perchy should chuck in like 20 quid or something for that shameless?
Shame.
You've got to pay for it, boy.
Shame.
Where's the pin comment? Go on,
I'm going to unsubscribe now, Perch. That's it. I'm unsubscribing.
Shame.
Mia, this is like the in-betweeners, isn't it? Spurs in-betweeners.
Absolutely is. So,
I love that one. Someone did a good one. Let me unsubscribe first. That was good. I like that one. Yeah, I'll put 20 quid. I don't mind. I'm not like you lot in the chat. Come on, put some money in.
I'm not right. So, Percy, don't insult people in the chat.
I love you guys. I'm only one. I love it.
Here he is. Old king of the fields. Here he is.
Brown nosing Perchy. Oh, friend, Perchy.
I love you, Perchy.
I love you, Phil. Listen, don't ignore all these lot. We're here to raise money in every way possible.
Absolutely is.
For your own benefit, though, Perch. That's not very charitable now, is it?
Yeah,
of course it is. No, it's not.
I've already thrown. I've thrown 70 euros into the pot. I'm very charitable.
I've thrown 320, but listen, we're not keeping score, are we? Can I be shameless? Can I be really silly and say I have no idea what a Kahoot is?
Oh, I would do a Spurs Kahoot, but no one said
I don't know what it is.
It's basically like a quiz game where you put it up and then everyone in the chat can play.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, they had one of them when I went on holiday recently. Oh, yeah. I don't.
There we go. Holiday recently with your chicken legs.
Nick, you know,
chicken legs.
Nick, you know how often I am not in this country. Because look, the moment I go pale like this, I'm the same colour as my blinds. Yeah. I go on holiday and then I start turning into this colour and I get happy in my life. And by the way, if anyone wants to know, I'll be away twice in the next month. So just saying. And I'm going to Butlins for a stag do, and we're going to dress as Baywatch lifeguards. So that's going to be good fun. And here's Mr. Box Office. He's gone away. He's gone away. He's read a Spurs book about history and facts, and he's come back. How are you, Alex?
Not really. I'm still sticking by whatever I said, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. You can shout and scream how much you want, and that's it. I'm sorry, and I'll stick by what I say, and I'm not going to move on from that, and that's it. Simple. Don't need to say anymore.
Oh, Alex, you are brilliant.
People can say whatever they want in the chat and everything else. You know what I mean? By the way, it's Mr. Box Office TV if you really want to subscribe and like, and that's it, bruv. You know what I mean? If you want to get big, if you want to see some big time and big things, you know where to find me, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. Mr. Box Office talking the truth again.
Shameless
to you,
Alex,
to you, Sava. I'm done.
Alex,
there you go.
This is not a bad me trying to badmouth Mia. But I think Mia's got more subscribers than you, mate. So.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Here we go. No. Nick. I didn't get into that point. I don't even know where you got that from. Going into that energy. You know what I mean? As I said before, I was just making everybody know where to find me, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. I don't even know where Nick was going with this. Anyway, back to you, Sava. I'm done.
I'll tell you what, back to me. And here it is, somebody donating, and I can't believe it. Somebody in the world, other than a drunk American who supports Newcastle, thinks Alex had a good point. This is groundbreaking stuff. Thank you very much, Jamie Allen. Faz Radfar, my arch nemesis, Faz. For all the banter we have, Faz, for all the times we called each other an idiot, big up. People's hearts are more important than idiots like me and you chatting about football. So big up. He's put great job, except for your football knowledge. I think you spelt box office wrong. You spelled it SAVVA. Just think. Big up to you. And Tahir Khan, very welcome from a friendly Chelsea fan. Great job, guys. Thank you so much, Tahir. It really means a lot. People, keep subscribing. Keep subscribing. Let's get to, let's say, what's the time now? It's 10:30. By midnight, we're currently on 1454 plus about another 250 in the YouTube account if I convert to pounds. So we're probably on about 1,700 right now. In the next hour and a half, can we get that to 2K at least? Can we get that to 2K? That will be 2K by the halfway point, which will be 12 hours. So please, even if it's £1, even if it's £2, even if it's just because you want to see me and Alex row about completely pointless things that will never happen, even though he's wrong, just please donate. Go on, Steve. Go on.
I had a good trivia question. All right. And it's like one where you pick them up. What are the 19 nations to have only played in exactly one World Cup?
19.
There are 19 nations that have made exactly one appearance in the World Cup.
19.
Nigeria.
Nigeria been to more than one World Cup.
South Africa.
So wait. Qatar's one.
Qatar is one.
South Africa.
Oh, that's a shout.
South Africa, no, they've been to more than one.
Really?
There was one else. There was Panama.
Panama's two.
I'm just thinking teams like
Archie, you're catching fire. Go on.
I mean, most quiz questions are like, can you name the three? I mean, can you name 19?
That's a lot.
It's something. Hey, we are strapped for time. We are strapped.
Was North Korea a third one? Or
no, they've actually been more than one.
Okay.
Jamaica.
Ooh.
Yes.
That's a good shout.
3.
Costa Rica's been more than one.
Japan and South Korea.
No one know.
No, they've definitely been in more than one.
They were in that one, and Sonny was in the other one.
Iceland.
Oh, that's a great shout.
Yes. 4.
I was on a stag do. That's why I remember that.
I've got one. Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago, number 5, Shaka Hislop.
Jesus
How
Christ.
about
This
Finland?
Sava, we've already got 5 out the way.
Wait, New Zealand's a shout.
New Zealand have been more more than one, or it's not on the list now.
Right, let's go through them. Qatar.
India. We already got that.
India.
Peru.
India.
Austria.
Austria have been definitely to more than one World Cup.
China.
6.
Good shout.
Wow.
No.
Scotland. No,
Scotland have been more than one.
Oh wait, Wales.
Yeah, Wales have only been one.
I just said that.
Nope, because they went to the World Cup all those 50s.
Ukraine.
Right.
Ukraine.
Oh yeah, they
Only
hosted,
one
didn't
World
they?
Cup.
Yes. They hosted it, right?
New Zealand.
No,
New Zealand.
Done New Zealand.
Australia.
No, they've been to more than one.
They've been more.
Ireland. Come on, let's just go through.
No.
Northern Ireland.
Scotland.
Nope.
Scotland done more than
No to
one.
Scotland and no to Northern Ireland.
Iraq.
Iraq.
Iran.
Good shout that is.
Slovakia.
Have Cyprus ever got to
No.
the World Cup?
Saudi Arabia.
No.
No, they've done it more than once, definitely.
Mongolia.
No.
Savage will still to live.
It's just not a quiz question when there's 19 answers.
Yes, it is. We have 8. We have
Israel.
11 left, Sava. Keep hacking
Israel.
away.
Israel.
Especially with bro,
Are
we're gonna get fucked.
there any trick questions in there, i.e. countries that were countries before they were broken up?
So like Yugoslavia, Serbia,
Yeah, that kind of
Montenegro,
stuff.
Montenegro, Serbia. No, these are all just straight. These are nations today.
Someone's Lapland.
Slovakia. Slovenia.
Slovakia, no.
Slovenia.
Slovenia, yes.
Yeah.
That's 10. 9 to go.
Gibraltar.
Gibraltar
No.
haven't. No.
Malta.
This is a great
Malta, no.
answer. England, let's be honest. 1966 was the only time we turned up.
Cuba.
Oh,
Cuba.
Jeffrey
Cuba,
Epstein's
11.
Island.
That's a great guess.
Cuba,
For God's
11.
sake.
Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Iceland.
Shit, man.
Iceland, we already said that.
We've got Iceland.
Sainsbury's.
Tesco's.
Romania.
Oh, someone put one in the
Romania,
chat.
no.
Maybe more.
Honduras.
Bulgaria.
Honduras, no.
Bolivia.
Honda.
Bolivia.
Panama.
Venezuela.
No.
Belize.
This is
No.
Panama.
We've done
Already
Panama.
said Panama.
South American.
I said Cyprus, but I don't think Cyprus has ever been in the
Cyprus,
World Cup.
no.
No, they haven't.
Tonga.
Bless us.
Oh no, we're only 700,000 people.
Togo.
Togo, 12.
Yeah, that's what Barry said.
Togo, 12. Tonga?
No, it's
No,
not.
because they're not around today.
Okay.
It's going to be something obscure like
Albania.
It's going to be something
No.
obscure like fucking what's
Greece.
it called?
I don't
Like
care.
Greece,
Congo
no.
or something.
Congo, yeah.
Kill me now. I thought this was a good idea at first. This is, I didn't
You're
realise
close
I was
with Congo, but there's
Sierra Leone.
I reckon I'm going to go to bed and you're still going to answer this question.
Democratic Republic of Congo.
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Oh, fuck off.
Senegal.
Senegal, no.
More than
Senegal,
one.
we're in the quarterfinals.
Sam has done giving up.
Indonesia.
Indonesia, 14.
You're going to still be here answering these in
Iran.
fucking 2 hours,
Kenya?
man.
Wait, there's 5
Iran.
left.
The
Iran.
UAE.
UAE, 15.
Fuck off,
Okay.
Sava's Googling it. I can see it. What fucking cheat?
Oh, God.
Pakistan.
Hang on.
Pakistan, no.
Angola.
You Googled that.
You
You
I
did?
didn't. I had a second-
Okay, 16.
I had a second wind, and I just got all the
Yes.
knowledge.
Second
in
win.
me.
Isn't that
Your
Morocco.
fingers got
Nah, they've
moved.
done
Morocco? No.
Just reading the chat.
Um,
Sudden knowledge of all that is amazing.
Egypt.
Egypt? No.
Egypt,
Ah. Sudan.
Sudan? No.
I've
The
got
Dem-
a question after this.
the Democratic
that
Republic of Congo.
We've said that, Sava. Stop
Already said
fucking
that.
cheating.
Cuba.
I already said Cuba.
Oh
Burkina
my God,
Faso.
Sava, you're such a melt.
Oh, God.
This is amazing.
What's left? What's left, Steve? Because I've got a question. I've got a question for everyone.
There
actually.
is
What's the initials
one.
of the next
The
countries?
Philippines.
Philippines, no.
Just tell us who it
Rwanda.
is, Steve, and we'll move on.
Do you know what my list has
Bosnia.
got?
Bosnia
was the one
Bosnia
missing.
Herzegovina.
And
Have a look at this. My list, right? This list where it shows the number they played, right? I don't think it's right because I don't know if you can see there. Germany. Can you see?
Yeah, no.
I can't see anything.
Germany.
No, but are you sure that's not East Germany?
Dude, I'm not sure. I didn't create the wiki page, did I? I just Googled it.
No, I'm just thinking because West Germany did well. East Germany were not so well.
Here's a quick one.
No, Steve. I'm going now. I've got a question, right?
Oh, Steve just said a quick one after.
No, I love trivia. I'm sorry.
Steve, shush, please. Right. There have been 21 World Cups with 8 different winners, but how many teams have actually gone undefeated at the tournament?
Oh God!
How many?
That's a great question.
Teams?
Or I know of one.
France.
Is it? Yes, France in 1990.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Did England go unbeaten in '66?
Nope.
Yes,
they lost.
Oh, yeah.
That's 2.
I don't think anyone beat them, did they?
No, England were undefeated in '66. Yes.
Yeah, because when Spain won it, they lost their first game. When France, when Argentina just lost to, what was it, Qatar or Saudi Arabia. Brazil
England also went undefeated in 2 other World Cups. It's not them winning it.
1971.
It's going undefeated.
Yeah. So wait,
is Italy another?
Yes.
I was going to say New Zealand's one. They went undefeated.
3 draws.
Correct. In 2010, Perchy. 2010. They didn't make it out of. They didn't make it out of the group, but New Zealand were the only undefeated team at the World Cup after draws against Slovakia, Italy, and Paraguay.
Yeah.
So wait, that was the 4?
Yeah. No, that was New Zealand. That's who they drew. There's more than that.
I was going to say.
Oh, there's 4 left, right?
No, there's more.
Did Spain go undefeated when they won it? Because I thought they battered everybody in that tour.
Spain went undefeated in 2018.
Yeah, I was going to say. I remember Spain were just these.
France won the trophy, but they didn't register a defeat. But Spain,
Switzerland,
Denmark. Oh, I just gave one of the answers away. Spain and Denmark were also unbeaten.
Oh yeah, Denmark.
Because Højbjerg was playing.
Brazil.
Of course, his name comes into it, doesn't it? The Viking.
And it is pronounced.
Steve, you're right. 2016.
Switzerland.
2006. Sorry, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in 2006, and Switzerland were one of them.
Proud to be a Geordie. I believe the answer to this question is that you can. I think it's about being beaten without penalties. Is that what we're talking about?
No, in the 90s. New Zealand did 3 group games and got knocked out of the group, but they didn't lose the game.
They drew all 3. I see.
Yeah, they drew all 3.
So they came home undefeated.
They came home undefeated. They didn't win a game, but didn't lose a game.
Unbeaten.
How many more is left? Blimmin' heck. I feel there's loads more.
There's loads.
Brazil.
Sweden.
Brazil, obviously. Brazil in 58, 62, 70, 78, 86, 94, 2002. Yeah, Brazil loads. Italy,
you know what?
loads as well.
South Korea. Is it they would have had to won it as well, Barry?
No.
All right. How about Switzerland then?
Yeah, we said that. 2006.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Was South Korea?
No. Everyone's saying England 82. Is that right?
Well, we already got
England 82, yeah.
A great year for the world, that, Barry. 82.
I know.
Definitely.
I was born.
Me too.
Yeah, we're born 82. Best year ever.
Young man.
Gosh.
What month were you born in?
I'm 92.
October.
What are you, Mia?
October, my birthday.
The what?
17th.
Oh, we're very close. I'm the 1st of November.
Pretty sure the USA has had an unbeaten World Cup.
October. How weird is that? Within the space of 14 days, 3 absolute legends were born in 1980.
USA, another one with an unbeaten World Cup.
And then also, all those 26 years later, my son was born on my birthday as well.
Mexico.
Adam Phillips' comment, Sava, that's killed me.
You are?
Adam Phillips is 10:45.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! Right, let's move back to some form of football, rather, shall we? Let's. What I want to talk about, guys, and thank you for all being here. It really does help. Otherwise, can you imagine? Like Nick said, if I had to do this whole thing by myself for 24 hours. What I want to talk about is we've all grown up in different eras. We've seen different players. And what I wanted to do was try and create a best Spurs 11 that we've ever seen. But I would like us, if possible, to see if we can agree on the players.
We're not going to agree, are we?
I know we're not, but it's all good fun. We're not going to agree because Ellie's going to want Højbjerg as captain and centre mid.
No, I don't. He's not in my best 11. No way.
Is he on the bench?
He's in no one's best 11. He's only in Eddie's best 11. That's it. No one else's best 11.
I reckon he could get into Wrexham's best 11. I think he's all right. Him and Skip.
Him and Skip.
I'm not deluded like Alex.
I'm not deluded, Ellie. And I need to hear that again from you, Ellie. Can I hear that again from you about Højbjerg? Can I hear that again about Højbjerg?
Yeah, he won't make my best 11.
Really?
Or Wrexham's.
I can't believe it. What's changed your mind, Lily?
Maybe
What's
you're
changed your
down
mind?
in the sixth tier.
I'm real. I think he's a good player, but he won't make the best 11. Come on. No way.
Just before we do this, we're going to find a best Spurs 11 of all time. By all time, I mean, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to say, like, I'm 40. So if I started saying, oh, Danny Blanchflower, it doesn't really hold a lot of water for me. But please keep smashing the donations in. We are now up to, we are just under 1,800 all told. So that's 1,489 in the Just Giving page. And just because people do not trust Richard Charles Sava, I've just given away my complete full name there. Here it is.
Stephen Julius Mahala, if anyone wants.
Sava, you've also told us what year you were born and your date of birth.
What are people going to do with it?
Well, I don't know, but Bob Spur might be able to do something.
So as you can see, guys, this is 1,489 in the Just Giving. There's also another. It's hard for me to work out because there's dollars in the YouTube account. So by the time it's converted, I think it works out to roughly 260 at the moment that I'd have to transfer over. Trust me, I will do. Right, let's get going, guys and girls. I'll tell you what, let's make this. Should we make this from how old? Alex, how old are you?
He's young.
35.
You're 35. So you were born in what, 1987?
Yeah, 1987. But I only got into football around the time when Jerry Francis got sacked.
He had a tough paper round, old Alex, didn't he?
No, because you had your flip flops, mate. You know what I mean? You had your flip flops. Not that you know anything about flip flops, mate. Because honestly, you got so delusional. Because you said that Emerson's a very good player, which I actually know a good player, but you know what I mean. But anyway, let's move on.
Hang on.
Here he is. Sorry, I was really interrupted.
Here he is, the guy that runs Christian Romero's YouTube account, his Instagram account, his Twitter account. Here he is. How are you, Jacob?
I'm good. I just got done 2-footing my son to take a nap. He's down for the count.
So.
America!
Hell yeah, Steve.
Steve, do you smash cans on your head, Steve? You're the kind of
Steve, have you been drinking still, by the way?
Yes.
Joe, Steve reminds me of one of those people that smash the cans on their head. You know what I'm saying?
Do not smash the glass on your head, please don't.
No, please don't.
Right, so we are going to welcome to the stream, Jacob. You've joined at a very crazy time, and everyone's just absolutely ripping each other. So I hope everyone can take jokes. Otherwise, they're going to go to bed crying and sobbing, and
That's for you, Alex.
And they'll go and find Bob Spur and start an allegiance, and no one needs that. Right, what we're going to do, we'll go from let's call it, we'll go from 1980, let's go from 1990. Is that fair?
Yeah,
we
that's
go
fair.
from 1990, so
That's the year I was born.
I know. I'm
so many good players.
I know, Ellie, but the problem is some of the younger ones won't be able to put them in their team, will they? Because they've not seen it. So unfortunately, we do lose Waddle. We do lose Hoddle for a start.
Oh my God, this is going to be a shit team.
No, it won't. It won't. Let's go from 1990 onwards. We're going to pick a best Spurs 11, and we're going to see if we can get 8 people all at once to agree on 11 players for positions.
Okay.
Romero for captain.
Romero is captain. Of course, Romero's captain.
Fuck off. Back to
right, and I will write down this team afterwards. Okay.
Come on, Mia.
Guys and girls. Okay, we'll start where we probably should start. And Mark, thank you. If Gary Mabbott isn't in this, I'm unsubscribing. We'll see. We'll do some votes. We'll tally it all up. Everybody gets a vote. This is the way a democracy works, right? We all get a vote. Yeah. And what it will be, unless it's something I disagree with, then I'll change the rules completely and do an Alex and change goalposts. So, who is... I'll go round. So, since 1990, let me start with you, Ellie.
Yeah?
The best goalkeeper you've seen at White Hart Lane, and I don't care what the stadium's called now, it will always be White Hart Lane, since 1990. The best goalkeeper you've seen at Spurs?
I would say since 1990.
Since 1990.
So hard.
So if we chuck some options, you'll have the likes of Torjvet, Lloris, Friedel, Howard, Paul Robinson, Gomez.
USA. I would say
Joe Hart.
I would actually say Paul Robinson.
Paul Robinson, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One vote for Paul Robinson. I don't know what happened to him. I thought he was excellent for years, and then he just kind of he just sort of his career just stopped, didn't it?
He went to Leeds, I think.
By the way, guys, when I said what would anyone do with my date of birth, my full name, of course, someone created a YouTube account with my full name.
Sava, your birthday's November 1st?
November the 1st, yes.
Mine is as well. We share a birthday.
Are you November 1st?
My birthday's November 1st, 1990.
Oh, man.
I told you all the best people are born in November.
That's what they say.
No, October, sorry.
My mum held on to 2 hours after Halloween. Of that, I'm sincerely grateful. But
try 10 days like me.
What I hate about having my birthday on the 1st of November is for years, whenever you go out for your birthday, that weekend of your birthday is always fancy bloody dress, Halloween of some sort. Mm-hmm. You know, everyone's out acting like a complete moron. Anyway, back to the football. Thank you very much.
But at midnight on Halloween, when it hits midnight, then it becomes a party for your birthday. And that's the way I like to spend it. Everyone's here dressed up like clowns for my birthday.
Absolutely. Thank you, Richard Charles Sava, 1st November 1982, for the donation. That is much appreciated. Also, is there any other donations I've not seen? No, I think I've seen them all now. Please keep giving. Please be generous. Right, Ellie's gone with Paul Robinson. Perchy, best goalkeeper since 1990.
I mean, the decline has been quite incredible this season, but I'm going to go Hugo Lloris.
Okay. Hugo Lloris. All right. We'll do
Hugo
this by...
Quitter.
all right.
Hugo La fake injury.
He never scored the goal like Paul Robinson.
I've defended this man for years, and what he did at Newcastle is atrocious. I played goalkeeper. I always defend goalkeepers. Hugo's dead to me.
Jacob, you can defend Hugo, no injury, Lloris, but you can't defend Romero. I don't give a shit about my football team.
Well, at least go out there and get a second yellow. At least go out there and get a second yellow and get sent off rather than be like, oh, Daniel Levy, get me out of here, sir. And then Daniel Levy's trotting down there at halftime. I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Group chat FC. Him, Eric Dyer, Harry Winkster all got a little group chat going. Barry's trying to get in on it. Yeah. Barry trying to get on group chat FC. I understand.
Fight.
Round one.
Excellent. Okay. Perchy, you went with Lloris. Alex, best goalkeeper since 1990.
Lloris.
And two
Are we saying the best quitter or the best keeper? What did we say?
All right, Jacob.
All right, Jacob. All right, relax. Mia, best goalkeeper since 1990.
I'm going to have to go with my girl Ellie on this and say Robinson.
Yes. Big old Paul Robinson with 2. Steve, I appreciate you're not a Spurs fan.
Don't let me down, Steve.
But you're in the game. You've got some skin in this game.
Don't let me down, Steve.
Friedel.
Yeah.
Brad Friedel.
Come on.
Okay, Brad Friedel.
Brad Friedel.
I'm hoping Barry picks the same one as me. Barry.
Eric the Viking.
Yes! Of course it's Eric the Viking, the real Viking. Yes. Just so everyone knows, I'm going for Eric Torsvet as well, if you couldn't guess. So we've got 1 for Friedel. Jacob, are you going with Brad Friedel by any chance?
I'm just gonna say it this way: you can't spell freedom without Friedel. So,
oh, wow.
Put it in there for my man. USA.
Guys, hang on. We do have a bit of an issue here. We have got 4 goalkeepers. No, we have a 4-way tie.
Oh.
So the only way to settle this would be that it's my YouTube channel, right? And I get to. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, that is the
right. I'm joking.
In the chat.
I'm joking.
I'm the most drunk, and that means I'm the most godlike.
Everyone in the chat, just quickly.
Put a poll up, Sam.
Do a quick poll.
Oh, all right. Let's do a poll. You guys keep yourself entertained.
Jacob loves a poll.
Okay.
I do love.
Jacob, have you got a Christian Romero pillow? Yes or no?
No, not yet. No.
I might have one though.
Have you got one of those Spurs ones? You know, with the big weird face.
If you haven't got one, Mia, I'll buy you one for Christmas. There you go.
Oh, thanks. Can I have the real Romero, please?
Ellie, were you talking about a pillow or were you talking about Christian Romero blow-up doll?
Yeah, probably that.
No, I want the real thing. I don't want a blow-up doll.
Mia wants the real thing. Ellie wants a Christian Romero blow-up doll.
By the way, people, make sure you're donating.
No, I
make
don't.
Sure
Yeah,
you're donating.
There you go, James Joris. James Joris, I know you better be voting right.
I know who you like, Ellie. We know who you like.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I don't fancy him. I just like him as a footballer.
Everybody, there is a poll. There is a poll in up there for the 4 goalkeepers that we were tied on. Please vote, and I will keep the vote open until we'll do this until 5 past. So we'll come back to a goalkeeper. Right. Same rules apply. The best for ease. Can we play a 4-4-2 for ease?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can get 2 forwards in there rather than All right.
Yeah.
None of this wing back nonsense. I don't want none of this Conté dinosaur outdated stuff going on. Absolutely.
Right. We're doing right back, aren't we?
We'll do it right. Ellie, go on. Give me a right back since 1990.
Carl Walker.
Okay. Carl Walker said the lady. Okay. Perchy on your shame step. Who are you picking?
Come on, the shame. Okay. I'm going Carl Walker 2.
Okay. Carl Walker 2. Is that Carl Walker Peters? Is that what you meant?
I like that. Well done.
Poor Sod's got relegated.
Poor Sod's got relegated. At least he doesn't have to play for Spurs. He's all right.
He'll probably go and sign him. Watch us.
Mr. Box Office, the best right back we've had since 1990. So you've got. Let me just chuck some options out there for people. You've got people like Stephen Carr, my lord. If you know, you know. Vedran Chorluka, Carl Walker, Trippier, Pascal Chimbonda, Dean Austin, Aurier.
Amaro in the chat.
Who remembers Stephen Carr, my lord? Stephen Carr. Oh, Lord, Stephen Carr. I loved Stephen Carr. Loved Carr.
Yeah, I was going to say Stephen Carr, but it has to be Carl Walker, I think.
Carl Walker?
Yeah.
Okay, Carl Walker for the 3rd. Mia?
I'm going to have to go Walker as well.
Okay, Steve.
USA.
This is going to be a whole American team if it was up to Steve.
Right,
who
are we going with? Who are you going with, Steve?
Yedlin.
Oh, you're not going with DeAndre.
It's going to lose anyways.
He played about 8 minutes for Spurs. I mean, really?
All right, fine. Trippier.
Isn't it 8 seconds?
Okay,
Trippier.
Kieran Trippier. Barry.
Carl Walker is holding this space warm for Emerson Royale when we do this in 10 years' time. So it's fine. Yeah, Carl Walker.
Is it me? No. Sorry, Jacob.
I'm gonna go with Kyle Walker as well, even though my heart says DeAndre Yedlin.
Yeah, I was about to say,
You guys,
man.
you guys are so patriotic, aren't you? You're like
USA.
I can just hear. Is it called the Star Spangled Banner or whatever it's called? I can just hear it.
Fergie's rendition is my favorite.
Let's just check and see if there wasn't anybody else that the chat have mentioned. All right, Steve. All right. Steve, all right, mate. All right. Jed Spence being chucked out there. Amazing goal. That was Tom. I was there that day. What a fantastic goal. I'm going to go with Carl Walker as well, with a close affiliation with Stephen Carr, my lord.
Yeah.
So we've got the right back sorted. We've got Carl Walker. Right. Okay. Left back. Let me mix it up this time. Jacob, a left back. Who's the best left back Spurs have had since 1990? People in the chat, join in.
I feel like I'm biased, but I want to say Danny Rose. I liked watching Danny Rose personally. I mean, longevity-wise, maybe not, but for that little while, it was a good time.
Okay. Danny Rose, I'll just chuck some names out there just so we can all, if anyone's forgotten players.
Are we saying Bale's the left back since that's what he primarily played for us?
Nah, I'm saying Gareth Bale so we can squeeze someone else in on that left wing.
If we're doing that, then I'm going with Bale.
Do you know what, Barry? I was just going to put who you're talking about on the left wing. So I was going to put Bale there and then put the other one you're thinking about on the right. I don't care as long as they're both in.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can have you could have Pat Van Den Hal, you could have Gareth Bale, you could have Asu Akoto, the porn star.
Bale.
You could have Rose, Christian Ziga.
Bale.
You're going with Bale.
I want to change my answer to Bale.
Okay, you're changing your answer to. Okay, Gareth Bale is your left back. Let's go. Let's keep it patriotic for you guys. Steve, best left back of Spurs since 1990.
From what I've seen, is Danny Rose.
Danny Rose. Don't forget, people, as well, that Justin Edinburgh, rest in peace, also played left back for a number of years for Spurs. And I'm just going to put it out there, he's the most decorated Spurs player in the last 35 years. Hashtag just saying.
He won 2 trophies, right, in the 90s?
He did.
Boom.
He did. He won the FA Cup and he won the League Cup. Yeah, he did. So one for Bale, one for Rose. Ellie?
Danny Rose, 100%.
Danny Rose. Okay.
Over Gareth Bale, Ellie?
Yes, because I'm going to put Bale somewhere else.
No, but you need Gareth Bale at left back, Ellie, to get some players into that midfield, Ellie.
Not in my bed, though, because I'm
not thinking ahead. Not thinking ahead.
Ellie, if you find a way to freeze out Ginola from this team, we are going to absolutely fall out.
No.
I'm promising
He's
you.
going to get in, don't you worry.
Yeah, I'll find a place for him. Listen. A picture of Ellie's bedroom.
Yeah.
Ellie's bedroom.
I gotta say that's worse than the one I show of Youngman's son.
After the show finishes. Oh, look at that.
No way, the Saul one was so cringy. When I saw it on my Insta, I was just like, ugh.
I need more alcohol, man.
Right, okay. Who hasn't gone? Barry, left back.
Gareth Bale.
Gareth Bale, he's thinking ahead, the boy. Well done. Well done, that man. Perchy.
So, I'm going to say Danny Rose.
Danny Rose.
Go on, Perchy.
Okay. Who hasn't gone? Alex?
Justin Edinburgh.
Justin Edinburgh, love it. Great player. I loved it, Justin Edinburgh. Justin Edinburgh won there. Mia, have you gone?
No, I'll go with Gareth Bale as well. Has to
Gareth
get in the
Bale.
team.
And
Get him in.
I've got the 8th vote. I'm going to swing the vote to Gareth Bale away from Danny Rose, because we all know who we're going to squeeze in on the left hand. I say squeeze in. He's squeezing in as though he's like a crap player. All right. So we have got Gareth Bale at left. I mean, Bale and Walker flying down the wings. That's not a bad start.
That's terrifying. Yeah.
Okay. Just quickly, it is 5 past, so I am going to check the votes.
It's
the
unbelievable.
Votes are...
All those people that hit this fucking name are outrageous.
Freedom.
Right.
Please, freedom.
He got last place.
93. There are 93 votes. Friedel with 12%.
Oh, God damn it.
Robinson
USA.
with 20%.
Fuck, we lost.
Torsvet with 30. Torsvet with 31 and Lloris with 37. I can only assume so many people never saw Eric Torsvet play. But it is by rule. It is Hugo Lloris.
Who was in goal for you guys when you won in 2008, the League Cup? Was it Torsvet?
It was Gomez, wasn't it?
No, Gomez.
Was it Gomez?
The bald guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one who played for Watford?
By the way,
Yeah, we sold him to Watford.
By the way, people, please, just because we're doing this, please don't forget to keep voting, to keep donating. Please keep voting. We are, where are we with the
camera?
We're stuck on 1499. Come on, let's get that up as quickly as possible. The link is in the chat. Come on, just £1 or £2. There's 260 of you in here, and I guess, and there's only 70 people that have donated, so 260. Come on, guys and girls.
Everyone throw a quid in. Come on.
Who did we lose?
We've lost. We lost Steve.
Oh, Steve's dropped.
Can I just say, for all those people that didn't see Eric the Viking in goal, I'm sure he was the only goalkeeper that's ever been on the front cover of a FIFA game.
Really?
Yeah.
I loved Big Eric. I just thought he was solid. I thought he was a proper goalkeeper, you know.
Yeah.
But,
his son's a decent footballer as well.
Yeah, doesn't he play for Ajax? Not Ajax.
No.
Torsvet.
He plays for I think he plays for a Norwegian team.
Molde. Valerenga.
Let's find out. What's his name? Oh God, if I can spell this.
SK Brand, maybe.
Put it in. Look at your poll. It's on your poll.
Christian Torsvet is a Norwegian footballer who
Glim.
plays as an attacking midfielder for Serie A club Sassuolo.
Yes.
Oh, in Italy.
Moved to Sassuolo.
He does. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm so hammered. I literally watched Sassuolo today play Fiorentina. Bro, wow. Life comes at you fast, don't it? Small world, man. Small world. Life is crazy.
I think it was probably more the liter of Malibu that you've done today that's coming at you fast.
I was going to say it's more than the liter, isn't it? There's like 3 bottles there.
Oh, let's look at the 1.75.
Yeah, you consume the whole thing, my friend. And you started at 8 in the morning.
Right, okay, so we've got Lloris in goal. We've got Walker at right back, Bale at left back. Okay, let's just put out a selection of centre backs before we go round. I'm guessing it's going to be between these guys. You've got Jan Vertonghen, Toby Alderweireld, Gary Mabbott. You've got Ledley King. You've got Sol Campbell. I know people don't want to hear it, but he was a bloody good centre back, wasn't he? He was a bloody good centre back.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter if he was good. It does not matter.
Okay. Can I start this? Can I start?
I already
this right
know
now?
who I'm voting
Can I
for.
start this right now? Can I start this right now?
Hang on. I'm just trying to think since 1990 if there was any more. You've got Mabbott,
Vertonghen,
Alderweireld, Ledley King.
Argentinian man.
If you vote for him, I'm just.
You're right, Federico Fazio. Federico Fazio was Argentinian.
Can I just be sharp and short? Can I be sharp and short? Can I be
Federico
sharp and short to the
Fazio,
point?
baby?
Come on.
Can I just make my point straight away with this one? This is the defender I want. Sol Campbell. Simple as that. Simple as my best defender when I was young, and that's it.
Right,
I
Alex.
don't care what.
Alex, you get to pick 2 centre backs because
you're a wrong un, Alex. You're an absolute wrong un.
All right, Mia, you calm down up there. All right, all
Wrong
right.
un.
Okay.
This isn't even a debate.
Drink
Gary
Malibu.
Mabbutt
It brings
and
world
Ledley King.
peace.
That is the end of the
World peace will be achieved.
Hang on, everyone. Hang on. Whoa. Okay, listen. Alex is entitled. Whatever we think of Sol Campbell, listen, I don't know if he's going to make this team, but he is one of the best 2 centre backs, if not the best centre back we've had since 1990.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be so pissed that he left.
People don't want to admit it, but he is a sublime centre back. So, it's going to get a lot of hate, that isn't it? A lot of hate. I'm going to get clipped up. Probably a YouTube channel called Sava Loves Judas or something. I don't know.
No. I'm the one that's
I'm
going
going
to
to make it. I'm going to make it, Sava. Don't worry, your date of birth.
Why? Wait. Why is everyone so? Why would let's say that Sol Campbell was crap. Why would you even care if he went to Arsenal then? It's almost like the fact a very good player left.
No.
Guys
It's the scummy thing to do. It's the way he
So
did
if he was
it.
crap, you would be
devastated. No, it's the way he done it. It was an absolute see you next Tuesday for what he done.
This is what we do. This is what we do for Tottenham fans that are keeping on going on about Sol Campbell. We do this. The violin. The violin. Here we go. The violin's playing. Sweet music.
Paddy's got a point. Gary Doherty should be in that list as well. By the way, somebody. Hang on. Somebody here has mentioned Richard Goff. Listen, Richard Goff for me would walk into my team, but he was late 80s. Ellie, I'm right with that. It was late 80s, wasn't it? Yeah. Goff. He didn't creep into the 90s, but Jesus, what a centre half Richard Goff was. Wow. Right, Alex has gone with Campbell and who else? I need one more.
Sol Campbell and that's a difficult one.
Is it?
Gary Mabbutt then. Did he win a trophy though? Gary Mabbutt?
Yeah, of course he did. Gary Mabbutt was the captain of the 1991 FA Cup winning team.
Okay, Gary Mabbutt then. It's close between Gary Mabbutt and Ledley King.
Oh, I love it. I love controversy. I love it. Oh.
By the way, someone in the chat made a really good point, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you. Made a very good point. If Eric Dyer went to Arsenal, would you be saying the same thing?
Nope. Steve said that, didn't he?
That's all I have to say, and that's it.
Thank you, Perchie.
I love you. To use that to make your point.
In fairness, no one here has actually said he's a crap defender, Sol Campbell.
No.
Can't stand the bloke, but no one said he's a bad defender.
I didn't say that. I just said he's an absolute see you next Tuesday.
Kiriaku's in the mud as well. Mabbutt and Judas. Piss off, mate.
No, the Barry and Danny thing's personal at this point. It's gone beyond.
No way.
Hang on. Just quickly, just before we go on too much further, let me just quickly do this. Somebody has just sent me this, so bear with me 1 second. Sent me 2 things that I wanted to bring up that are quite funny, actually. So there's that. Hang on, there we are. StreamYard.
What year is it?
Here we go. Right. Yeah, it's my tune when I'm thinking. Right, there we go. Okay.
Kind of Jurassic Park-esque.
So this is what Barry was talking about. Look, there he is. Super Eric Torsvet in skin-tight shorts. Look, I loved Eric. I loved Eric Torsvet. And I also thought this was pretty funny. Philip Schofield, I'm broken and ashamed, but I'm not a gooner. I thought that was pretty funny. Well, that was pretty good. Anyway, and always remember that Alex keeps waffle.
What is that? Does that say next?
No. I don't eat waffles, bro. I chat the truth, and that's it. Get it right.
Bro, check the chat.
Yeah, because Mr. Box Office has arrived.
Alex,
He's arrived.
Is Alex, and this is
and that's all they need to say, and that's it, man. Alex, everybody can shout and scream, and that's it. But I was talking the truth earlier, and that's it. I
asked Eric Dyer when I met him, who talks waffle, and he pointed directly at you. Like he's pointing directly.
No. He's directing it right in the middle, bruv. So it's you that's talking waffle, bruv. That's all I need to say, bruv. Yeah.
I love you, Alex.
Go away, Eric Dyer. Go and play some golf, you horrible little git. Right, okay. I can't believe. Hopefully, everyone in the chat is enjoying this complete nonsense of a conversation. Right, okay. So at the moment, I love it. I love this suggestion, Jason Conté.
Hey, why not? Why not?
Who remembers? And I think some of the older lot will remember this. Jason Conté's goal from about 50 yards.
Oh God!
Does anyone remember that? I think it was
Cundy.
away
He
at
sits there and
Ipswich.
mugs us off all the time.
No, I know. I'm just
Sod
saying. It was
Cundy.
just funny. Okay. Sava is a Sol Campbell hype man. Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
bro.
Joe Roden. Right. Okay. So far, Alex has picked Sol Campbell game, man. But Jacob, give me your two best centre halves since 1990 for Tottenham Hotspur.
You're lucky you didn't say since 2020.
No, I know. Even then, I would have found a way to leave your guy out. But go on.
You're so
I'm gonna put the
negative.
king. The king's got to go there.
King?
The king. Even though he's an ambassador sellout, you can't
So
question.
LeBron-
I think if he was not hampered with injuries, he would have been something special. And then I guess I'm gonna put selfishly. I really like Super Yan. I really like Super Yan.
Okay,
So I'm gonna put Yan in there for the sake of diversity. Because
Do you know what I thought was coming?
what?
I thought it was
Cameron
this
Carter.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Kick that.
I've got a
You know
picture
how he
for
just
all
got that ball?
occasions, by the way.
He just took it. He just took that ball off of someone, no doubt. No one.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
he probably
What a
tried to
man.
just
What a
two-foot
man.
somebody. Like the dick wasn't
Whew,
going in the
what a
ball.
man. It's getting warm in this room.
Just quickly before I move on to the next person, talk amongst yourselves because if I don't go for a wee, I'm going to wet myself.
Your dick's gonna explode. Anyway, stop spamming the
Wow.
effing chat.
Yo, Dustin Henderson, you
Yeah,
need to
Dustin
get a grip and
Henderson.
start donating.
Yeah.
Donate
You
$1
know
for
me
every
to the
chat you just
toilet.
put in there, Dustin.
Yeah, come
Let's
on,
have it real.
Dustin.
Donate. Come on.
Asshole.
Yeah, everyone was there. The chat guys in the chat guys. Come on, help the cause.
I
Genuinely,
feel-
we're all joking and laughing, but literally
Yeah.
the cause is amazing. Come on, we're up to
Let's-
1,540. Let's try and get that up to nearly 1,600 before Sava gets back.
No, Perchy. Let's get this up to 50 million, mother effers. Like, come on, man. Let's
50
aim.
million.
Let's aim for. Yeah,
now
50 million
Steve
dollars.
Harrington's on there. Stop with the spamming, you melt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
you
good planning.
freaking,
Yeah,
you freaking prick, man. Come on, bro. Stop spamming, man.
Anyway, Jacob Romero's a prick, so he can fuck off.
Okay,
Romero,
yeah, you think
hey,
that.
Romero,
Yeah, you-
hey, no, Romero
Don't
is
say
sick.
it.
Romero's pretty sick when it comes to Argentina.
Yeah.
You can't take that away.
No. He's pretty sick for making stupid decisions. Yeah,
Honestly.
pretty sick.
I said for Argentina.
Liability.
For Argentina.
I don't
He
care.
hasn't made. Do you know
I don't
what?
care about
You guys
Argentina.
are exaggerating. He hasn't made that many
I
liabilities.
know.
Ellie.
They just love feeding into it, Ellie. You know how it is. You know how the
Jacob.
agendas be.
Nah, that's
42
wrong.
fouls.
No,
I mean,
that's
he's a
absolutely
crazy. He is
wrong.
crazy. I'm not
He's
saying
playing
that.
I don't,
Every
Perchy, that
dyer.
stat is irrelevant because
It's not relevant.
it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant in a historically bad defensive back. Like you're talking about some stat you just pulling out
We're
to
talking
bolster
about
your argument. I can
It's not,
understand
it's
why
true.
you're doing it, but
You're
it's
gonna
just
give
as
away
cheap
42
as when you're like
fouls,
sub
you
to
know
my
what I mean?
shit.
You can't be
Yeah.
considered a good defender, a great
Right.
defender.
He is a
42
good defender.
fouls.
Frank is allowed a vote, by the way. So any swing votes, Frank is a look at him. Hasn't he got the face of a Tottenham fan? Look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's literally
Sour.
sat there going,
Have you
He's
fed
literally
him?
sat there going,
Yeah.
Sava, I don't want to sit with you and talk on a stream about Tottenham.
Excuse me,
I've had enough
excuse
of
me.
those useless wankers.
He doesn't call me
Welcome
Sava.
to my
He
world.
calls me Daddy.
All right.
I suppose someone's got
Oh, he's my best mate. This is his
Someone's
face.
got to.
That's
Yeah,
his face.
someone's got to.
Sava, you don't say.
Love you, mate.
He's like, I was listening to Ronan Keating with Mum, so let me go back.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Centre halves. So we have had Alex's. We have had. Sorry. Who did you say? Who did you say? Jacob, your second one was King and Vertonghen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mia, 2 centre halves from you.
It'd be King and Mabbott for me.
King and Mabbott. Okay. Ellie.
Yeah, I'll go with that. King and Mabbott. Brilliant.
King and Mabbott.
Fantastic.
No Toby Alderweireld yet. Just saying. Who we got? Barry.
The only answer is King and Mabbott.
Oh. Well, they're running away.
Yeah,
with this,
fuck
aren't
the
they?
Judas. Fuck the fucking Judas.
What about not one vote for Toby Alderweireld? No.
It's so hard though because yeah.
I just think when that guy came into Spurs, he completely changed our defence to being the best in Europe. But hey, listen,
passer of the ball as well.
It is what it is.
Well, he wasn't that great after Poch left though, wasn't it? Let's
Well, no,
be
he was
honest.
old.
He was old.
Back to the Poch. Back to the Poch loving.
Oh,
Back to the
good
Poch
God.
loving, Alex.
I'm sorry, but it's true though, Sam. What you said? Oh, I don't know. Did we win any trophies with him? No, we didn't. So it's like, come on.
With Poch? No, we didn't with Poch. Is that what you meant?
Oh yeah. We're going about this now. Oh, I knew this is going this way. Oh yeah, you had to try and did this now. You did that now again. Yeah, here we go. Back to time again. I love this.
Oh, good God. Okay. Who hasn't been? Steve. Steve, go on. Give me 2 centre halves. Go on.
Do you want the serious answer or do you want
Yes,
something
please.
funny?
I'd like the serious answer.
Okay. I've been watching this. Yeah, it's gonna be Toby and Alderweireld.
Toby and Alderweireld.
and the 2 Belgian dudes that aren't company.
Okay, so Toby and Jan.
And Fazio is a Roma scum. So
okay,
Fazio, you can burn in hell.
Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know that Newcastle and Roma were sworn enemies. But okay.
Bro, I love Lazio.
I was going to say, Savary Sports about
Who
half
don't
the
you
world
love?
team.
Who don't you love?
Roma.
Sunderland.
He's like, I've been telling y'all, I
Sunderland.
fucking hate Roma.
Middlesbrough, Leeds, Everton.
Steve, you're wild.
I'm surprised there's teams you don't support, Steve. Flipping hell.
Perchy.
Should have one
Well,
team.
I'm gonna go Ledley King and Jan Vertonghen only because unfortunately I'm just not old enough just to have appreciated Mabbott. That's the only reason I have to go probably King and
Perchy, Perchy. No, man.
I was 6 years old when he left Tottenham.
I don't care if you were 6 days old, Perchy. This is unbelievable from you.
Right. Has anyone else got to go other than me?
I think it's you now, mate.
Right. So we've got Mabbott on 4, King on 5, Vertonghen on 3. So I can either swing it to Vertonghen and away from Mabbott.
You'll be in the mud, Sava, forever.
I'm going to go with Ledley King for obvious reasons. And I think for me, growing up, Gary Mabbott was Mr. Spurs at the back, captain, just always gave his all, top defender, top player, Gary Mabbott.
Yeah.
So that means our centre-backs are Mabbott and King.
Yeah.
Correct answer.
Correct
Also
answer.
with diabetes as well.
And that means that the only person who voted for Sol Campbell was Mr. Box Office.
Welcome to the mud.
Surprise.
Alex, I would back you if I was like,
Shame.
older.
Now you
I would
get the
back you if I
shame.
was older.
You get the shame.
I think the truth hurts, like I said before, and unfortunately, it hurts a lot of Tottenham fans, and that's
He
it.
said it before, Sava.
As I said before,
on his channel.
by the way, Nick, back in your box, Mr. Box Office is talking.
In the box office. In the cardboard box.
As I said before,
box.
if Dyer
Living in a box.
was going to
Living in a
Arsenal, if Dyer went to Arsenal, you wouldn't be to say the same thing. So I'm sorry, you're
What
all
do you mean I wouldn't
hypocrites
be
if you're
saying
going
the same thing?
to say
I
Sol
wouldn't include
Campbell
Dyer in the
going
best
to Arsenal
centre-backs
hurts you that much.
anyway.
The fact is, he went over and won trophies. The only thing he would have won at Tottenham would have been a Carabao Cup, and that's it. That hurts you, and that's it. Truth hurts. That's it. No, that's all I need to say. And that's it.
Truth hurts you, like Dr. Phil.
You need to know.
I can't wait for Mr. Box Office to put Brian Hill over
say
him
something
in
now,
film.
Bob. Say something truthful now, Bob.
I can't wait to hear Alex's midfield. Fucking
yeah, you can have Brian Hill in, and because he had an Eric Lamella is going in there.
Yeah, right. Just quickly, thank you to the following people who have donated. Paul said, Arsenal fan doing his bit for the cause. Thank you very much, Paul. The Winter Surfer said,
nice.
Great cause, Sava. Melvin said, supporting Sava in a good cause. Marcus Brody has said, go guys. By the way, you can't see this. This is on Just Giving. Inia has said, keep up the good work. Fran, who'll be joining us a lot later on. She's an Arsenal fan. It says it's great work that you're doing, mate. Truly well done for the effort. Thank you on behalf of all of us. And Shah also has said, well done to all of us. We're currently on, let me just do some quick maths. We're on £1,850 across YouTube and Just Giving. Can we get a few more donations in? I've put the link in the chat. And big welcome to another Romero fan.
We're getting in. Yeah, you say his name enough. Hey, the army gonna be in. Come on, Phil. Come on, Phil.
Assemble.
The Phil Army. I reckon they've got their own little WhatsApp group. Do you reckon?
They 100% do, don't they?
Haven't they?
That would be cool to be in on it, though. You know.
But can you imagine every time a message come through and say Phil? It would be Phil to ring, wouldn't it? No, is that bad? Sorry, that's bad. All right. I've been going 12 hours. Come on. Right. Okay. We're playing a 4-4-2. So let's start, which I think is going to probably be the most. I reckon the other five pick themselves. I reckon. I think the only controversy we're going to have from now on, unless there's any left field answers, is the right side. So the right wing, right mid, whatever you want to call it. I mean, Heung-min Son is not a right winger at all.
He can play anywhere up front.
Yes, but this is a 4-4-2. This guy does not play on the right wing. Right. So, Barry, let me come to you first. Look at how I did that. Oh, Barry. Right midfield since 1990. I suppose you could have Darren Anston. You could have... There's not a great selection. Aaron Lennon.
Could we go inverted, though?
You can put DeAndre Yedlin.
Do what you've got to do. If you want Emerson Royal there, then we can put him there.
No, I was thinking of putting Ginola there.
And who on the left?
Sonny.
What, on the left wing in a 4?
Yeah.
I don't think he'd do anything.
He'd only break the record for most goal combinations in Spurs.
No. See, but this is where we're talking differently. See, Son scores goals because he plays in a forward 3. If he played on the left wing and his job was getting up and back and beating his fullback all the time and whipping in crosses, that's not his game. So,
do you know Son? He's done the most assists in the whole of our team.
For when?
He's got 53 assists since he arrived. He's got the best assist record.
That's crazy.
Really good.
I thought it was Paris.
Yeah. But no, Ellie's talking about since he joined. So back in 2000.
Is Perisic your assist leader for last year?
Isn't. Barry, it's up to you. Right wing. Who are you putting there?
I'm putting Ginola on the right wing. Yeah.
I'm absolutely appalled that we're going to move Ginola out of left wing for Heung-min Son. This makes me feel absolutely sick to my core. Honestly, that makes me feel so sick. Oh, God. We're putting Ginola on the right wing. Oh, unbelievable.
The world is ending.
The chat agrees with me as well, Sava. So
who watched David Ginola? He was the best left winger in the world at the time and won double player of the year. Why would we not have him there?
Because I don't want fucking Darren Anderton in the team. That's why.
What? Sorry, what? Sorry, we must have watched a very different Darren Anderton. He was brilliant for us, no?
Watched a different sport.
No? Am I going mad here?
I think you are. I was going. Darren Anderton was going to be my pick.
He's brilliant.
Darren Anderton was going to be my pick.
He's cream.
Yeah.
Cream.
I've got to get Sonny in. I've got to get Sonny in on the left. So
I'm sorry. If we have moved Bale and Ginola, two out and out left wingers, away from the left to fit Son in, who's not a left winger, this is I'm absolutely devastated with this. Anyway, I'm just shocked at the recency bias for. Oh, okay, Perchy, who's going on your right side, mate?
I was following too. Darren Anderson.
You going Anderson?
I was going Anderson.
Ellie.
What, on the right wing? I put Ginola.
Oh, this is just.
Oh no!
I cannot believe what is happening here. Did he ever play right wing for
everyone?
Spurs?
Everyone else says Ginola just to piss Sava off.
Gareth Bale on the left. That's why.
We can't pick Gareth Bale on the left.
He can play anywhere, Ginola. He was a genius.
Yeah, he was. You can't pick Bale on the left. He's already at left back.
No, not for me. Oh right, you've put. Oh right.
He's left back.
All right.
Can I just say,
I'll have Darren Anderson
told me that David Ginola never played on the right. By the way, I'm just reading on what transfer market.
He does in my team. He does in my team.
Sorry. Darren Anderson was horrible. What?
No, he wasn't.
What?
He did get injured though. He did get injured a lot of the time though.
He was sick note, but when he was playing, he was bloody good.
I'll tell you what's funny. For a player that was called sick note, only one player in the Premier League era has made more appearances than Darren Anderson. Do you know who it is?
Gareth Barry.
No, for Spurs. Do you know who it is?
Oh, who's
Harry
played
Kane.
more?
Huh?
Harry Kane.
No, I'm not sure actually.
It's a name that's going to make me mad.
It's a player who's at the club now.
Eric Dyer.
It's Lloris.
Good point.
Benjamin, I hate it when kids like you do this. Just because I remember how good footballers were doesn't make me a nostalgia merchant. It means that I've got a memory and remember top footballers. You absolute twat.
And we haven't.
This guy.
We haven't got many right now, by the way.
This guy cracks me up. Like, he comes in, everything he says is just like so stupid. Like, I think he just said Sava's hate of Son. Sava doesn't hate Son. Sava's just seen a lot better footballers than Heung-min Son at this club.
Sava's
huge difference.
Someone's all right, but I'm not. I'm looking at. Listen, I can see what you're saying about Darren Anderson because on his day he was good, but he just got injured. I mean, I only got into football when he was always getting injured most of the time. You know what I mean? So, but he was a good footballer, but the injuries did ruin him. You know what I mean? But I mean, I'm looking at the right wingers at the moment that we had.
There wasn't many.
There wasn't many. No. So, I mean, the only one that I could really come close to would be Aaron Lennon. But to be honest with you, he was in the era that really he looked good, but he didn't really achieve what he really needed to achieve at Tottenham. You see what I'm saying? So, if I really have to put a point on it, maybe Darren Anderson would the only player could fit in at the moment. Because no one really...
We haven't had many, have we? We haven't had many out-and-out right wingers. Do you know what I mean? That were that good. We had... Everyone remembers little Jose Dominguez, who used to come on as a sort of super sub. You've had Anderton, Lennon...
I didn't think he was that great, to be honest, Dominguez, to be honest.
Well, he was just a trickster.
Yeah.
Lucas Moura.
Yeah.
I liked Lennon before Yoko, personally.
Yeah. Anyone else? So who are you going with, Alex?
I'll say by default, I'll say Darren Anderson at the moment because I didn't really see him. I wasn't really into football when he was really good, to be honest with you. So I didn't really see it. I only saw him in the World Cup and I thought he looked really good, but he got injured afterwards, didn't he? So I'll say Darren Anderson if I had to put a point.
You can watch him on YouTube, Alex.
Yeah, I know.
Bro, I'm watching Ginola highlights. I forgot how disgusting this guy was.
Oh, mate, he's ridiculous. This is why when all the Sun merchants tell me, "Oh, he's so much better than Ginola," I'm like, "Oh, please go and watch Ginola play."
Sava, I just saw a few highlights of Ginola. He would have one foot in front and then one in back, and he would just kind of rabona it to the side and then just shuffle past people.
He was just absolutely. He was just phenomenal. He was phenomenal.
Was he better for?
But the
Quick
thing is,
question.
are we talking great footballers or are we talking about their stats? Because if you look at Son's stats, he would get in over Ginola, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but hang on,
That's what I'm just saying.
Didn't play.
We're going on pure footballer, aren't we?
Yeah, but even then, Ellie, the problem is when people measure their stats, Son is a forward. Son is a forward whose game is scoring goals. Ginola played in the old school 4-4-2 system.
Yeah.
The game wasn't. How many wingers then scored loads of goals?
Footballer, definitely.
Oh, for sure. For
100%.
sure.
Did Ginola win a World Cup?
Did what?
Yes, did Ginola win a World Cup in '98?
No, he didn't.
And yes, Adam Phillip in the chat. I know he was a Newcastle player.
Yeah.
And
I was going to ask.
And also, when we say that Son scored more goals, like I'm just looking at it, he's played nearly 3 times as many games, like as Ginola. So you've got to represent.
I don't even care. I don't even think.
Scoring anyway.
I don't think it's about that. Ginola's game. In those days, wingers weren't. I think we get confused with proper wingers in a 4-4-2 and wide forwards in a front three. Sonny's game is being on the last man of the shoulder in on goal. Ginola was the midfield maestro. His game wasn't to be through on goal and scoring goals.
Yeah, agreed.
Sava.
Again, the number of people that don't like, who said Ginola better footballer, some more efficient in his role, but more efficient in what way?
They did completely different players though.
Brilliant goals though, Sonny. He scored brilliant goals.
He
the
does,
one against Burnley was amazing.
I'm fed up with this debate with Son. I really am.
Mate, honestly, that's what I mean.
For that goal. How many?
I can tell how old people are by silly comments like that. I can really tell how old they are. Ginola might be good on the eye. Yeah. I hate to school you, Benjamin. If he's only good on the eye, why did the whole of the Premier League vote him the double footballer of the year playing for a team like Tottenham?
He was a
and we weren't that great, by the way. We were like fighting relegation, you know. We were fighting relegation that time as well. I remember that time as well. We literally just got saved. We got saved.
Yeah, Sav's right though. By the way, like you can tell the age of people in the chat, like if they don't rate.
Ginola was a brilliant player. Sorry to interrupt you, Percy, but I just think that because you weren't into football that era. I don't think you actually understand. We weren't that great, and David Ginola was the guy that was just done all that magic. That goal against Bert Barnsley, in the FA Cup was a magical goal, and it was all pure skill. Skill.
Alex, was that goal against Barnsley the one I just saw where there was red kits and he just dribbled?
Dribbled it round it. And this is the thing. Because you think about stats and all this stuff and everything else, because it's all pace now.
I'm literally rewatching
all tactical now. You don't see the fact that the players in that era were skill, proper skill.
Look at this
quality.
Look at
that's
whoever
what I'm saying.
PQR. Hang on. In a bad era. Oh my good God! This is.
You must be about 15, lad.
I just can't.
No, he's not 15. He eats battery acid for breakfast and dinner. That's why.
Honestly, I wish Spurs fans, I wish younger Spurs fans would honestly do some research.
Yeah.
Like it's when I hear things like nostalgia merchant, it really winds me up because I think, does that mean then, like when Ellie said about when we were talking about Waddle and Hoddle, are we nostalgia merchants because Hoddle and Waddle were better than anything we've got now? No. They were just class footballers.
Also, that debunks any of the footballers that when we talk about the best, like the GOATs of all time. So we can't ever use players in the past. We can only use present players. Ridiculous.
I know.
Yeah.
Literally, that Ginola goal against that Ginola goal against Barnsley. Someone tried to freaking take him out, and he just went.
Honestly,
by the way, this guy really winds me up. When people are saying play Son right wing, I think people are getting confused. This isn't right wing like Mo Salah plays now. This isn't wide and a free. This is right midfield of a 4. If I put, sorry, not saying if in my humble opinion, if Sonny plays on the right of a 4, where the midfielder's job is to get back and defend and go forward, beat your man, whipping crosses, I just don't think that is Sonny. That's not his strength.
No.
For me, if you want Son in the team, he's got to be one of your 2 forwards. But he doesn't make one of my 2 forwards. But that's where I think he would have to play. I just don't think he could play in a 4-4-2. I don't think he's got the physicality for it. I don't think he's got the skill for it, if I'm honest. If I judge him up against Ginola would beat people with a standing still start, dribble, it's...
right foot. When Sonny dribbles, he's fantastic, right? But when he's got when he's got his back to the goal and he has to hold the ball up, he's not as good, is he? And he's not as strong. He loses the ball quite often.
Sava.
Sorry. Do you not know? That's a troll, isn't it? Yes, it's a troll. If you're a Spurs fan and you don't know Chris Waddle, you're not a Spurs fan. Sorry, I'm calling it. Do you know the difference for me, guys? Is every time I watch Ginola, the man's ability on the ball never faltered. Whether he had a good game or not, his technique, his touch, his control, everything was spot on. When I watch Son, there are too many games where I think you've been really poor today. Your touch was poor today. He's a very good player, Sonny, but I truly believe that he's anyway, who's pick on the right wing? Mia?
Yeah, I'll go with sick note as well. Anderton.
Yeah, well done.
We've lost Barry.
Yeah, so that's a job out.
We've lost Barry. Is he sitting in the private chat?
He did say it in the chat, yeah.
He said he'll be back in the morning.
Okay. Oh, that's going to skew. Okay. Who hasn't picked?
Me.
I haven't. Yeah. Two Yanks, baby. USA.
Go on, guys.
USA. I'm going to keep Barry's spirit alive in this, and I'm putting Ginola out there on the right.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Barry. I'm keeping Barry's spirit alive. Don't worry.
I'm just so disappointed. Yes, because do you know what? He's one of the few players in the last 25 years that has got me off my seat and made me want to go to White Hart Lane. Him, Bale, Van der Vaart for a period of time. No one now.
Modric.
Who?
Modric.
Oh, Modric.
Now you're talking now, Sava. Now you're talking my language now. Van der Vaart, brother, yeah? Now you're talking my language now, Van der Vaart. You're talking my language now, bro.
I love what he did at Arsenal when he told them all to shush.
No, because like Van der Vaart was my favourite player. And when we got him, I was in dreamland. I was literally in dreamland. That was one that I would give Daniel Levy some credit for, yeah. When he was really good. That's the only one. Only one.
Wow. Clip it up, someone.
Mauler, absolutely. Chris Waddle was one of the best wingers in the world with Marseille, and his last season with us was very comparable to Bale's and Ginola, and Waddle incredibly entertaining. Waddle, I've never seen a bloke, even when he was old at Sheffield Wednesday, his ability to drop his shoulder and then go the other way was just off the charts. Just off the charts.
I just had Harry Scarf follow me on TikTok, just putting it out there.
Who?
Harry Scarf. Scarfy.
Who's that?
Yeah,
I love Harry Scarf. Harry Scarf. Good. Nice guy.
Yeah, it's quite good. It just flashed up on my phone. Thought I'd get that out there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely brilliant. What I would say as well is, I feel like, listen, I'm not knocking when people in the chat are going, "Oh, we're young, we don't know these players." I'm not gonna lie. Look, I'm younger than the Glenn Hoddle era. I saw the end of it. I'm younger than the Dave Mackay, the Danny Blanchflower, the Jimmy Greaves, the John Whites. But I made it my business as a Spurs fan to kind of know who the legends of my club are, who's won what did Spurs win. So when fans are going, "I'm too young to know Waddle," well, that's not an excuse for me, I'm afraid.
Go on YouTube, man.
I was going to say,
and our most decorated player, Steve Perriman.
Oh, Stevie Perriman.
But
lovely
you've
guy.
touched on a great point, Sava. Nowadays, fans of like this sort of era of football now don't care about history, which is so horrible. We've got look at the history we've had at this club, and people just completely and it's a term recency bias. People think the likes of Son are amazing now.
Look
at the history. He's a good player. He's a great player. But
and Joe, what else
let's
is funny,
look at the
Perch?
history, man.
If you go along, I was talking when I was on holiday last year, there's these boys that supported Chelsea. It must have only been about 15, 16. And they didn't know nothing about the history of their club. When I told them, like, how do you know? I was like, because I know about history of football. Like, you don't know the history of your own club. Like, you didn't win. I was like, we won more trophies until you got money. We won more trophies than you. You were irrelevant back then. And they're like, oh, how do you know all that? Because, I know about football. Like, honestly, these kids, I educate them, don't worry.
Well, listen, all I would say, Benjamin, is type in Waddle, Waddle, watch him drop his shoulder time after time and leave fullbacks on the floor.
Benjamin.
Lanky players, man. He had that really arched run, didn't he? He was quite lanky, but he always used to lean forward. Right? He's fantastic style he had.
Yeah, just amazing. Laurie Booster said, was Ginola world class? For me, all day, every day. People have got to remember as well that the story behind David Ginola, that when David Ginola was at PSG were phenomenal. They were a great team.
95,
really great team. And when he was at Newcastle, Barcelona came in for Ginola. And if anyone remembers the reason why he didn't go to Barca, anyone?
Manager.
If anyone remembers, it was just after Andy Cole had been sold to Man United. If anyone reads
Sir John Hall said nah.
Hang on. And if anyone reads Ginola's autobiography, Kevin Keegan turned around and said, I've just lost Andy Cole. I can't lose another player. The fans will kill me. So he never got the move to Barcelona in the end. And then he came to us, won double player of the year, excited Spurs fans. Anyway, who's got to pick on the right?
I do.
Go on, Steve.
I'm trying to. I've been watching since 14, 15. Off the right. Who do I have to pick from?
While Steve's choosing, I know he got blocked, but just to clarify, my children are 13 and 14, so they were playing with 15. I was giving them shit about Spurs, so I stuck up for my team. I wasn't just chatting randomly to 15-year-olds. So my children were playing football.
People like that, just absolute idiots.
Oh my God, the idiots, man.
Yeah, that was a PSG team when they had Weir, Rye. I
like Weir's son.
So who do I have to pick? The only one I can think of is Laura.
Can I tell you that whatever you pick, Anderton's going to win because he's got 4, Ginola's got 2, and I'm going to pick Darren Anderton.
I will. Since it doesn't matter, I'm going to flex DeAndre Yedlin because at least he's fast.
Okay, DeAndre Yedlin. Okay, and I'm going to go Darren Anderton. So Darren Anderton goes to the right wing. Right, guys, should we get this out of the way? The 2 centre mids, you can pick 2 each since 1990. Ellie, you want to go first?
2 centre mids, right.
Yeah, by the way, yes. Jean-Pierre Papin was in that team.
I'd have to choose Dembele.
Yeah?
Fantastic. And the other one, I'll choose Ericsson.
Really? Over Luka Modric?
Yeah. Because the ball
That's wild.
Because the reason why I'm putting him in over Luka Modric, because he played for longer, he had a lot of assists, and he scored goals as well. Brilliant.
In a 4-4-2, though, you've got to remember we're playing in a 4-4-2.
Ellie, can I just give you one chance to quickly, before we move on, for you to make an amendment if you would like to? I feel like we might be forgetting Paul Gascoigne.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going Dembele and Gaza.
Dembele and Gaza. Okay.
I've got to put Gaza in front of Ericsson.
No, it's got to be. I'll take the next vote. It's got to be Modric and Gaza for me.
Modric. Okay, so Dembele's got 1. Gaza's got 2. Modric has got 1. Alex?
Dembele was better than Modric.
Yeah, I had to agree with Modric. But then you have to have a defensive midfielder though next to him, don't you?
Oh my God.
Well, you do have to. You do have to, don't you?
Yeah, go for it. Which defensive midfielder are you putting in above Paul Gascoigne?
Vieira.
No, I think you got a good point though, because you want an attacking midfielder, don't you? Just go for Gas. Oh, it's a difficult one because I like Van der Vaart as well,
mate,
man.
You've got Dembele, Van der Vaart, Eriksson, Carrick.
The only reason why I'm saying Gascoigne because he's won stuff.
Tim Sherwood.
Yeah. So Gascoigne and Modric. Gascoigne and Modric, but that's a very difficult one.
Gaza and Modric. Okay.
Yeah.
Jacob.
I'm a little partial. I'm gonna go Dembele, and I guess just so Gaza is in the. I thought he was. I thought he was like the end of the 90s, end of the 80s.
88, 92, weren't he?
88.
92.
He played in the 91 Cup final.
He got us there, didn't he?
He got us there. Yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed just. I didn't watch him live. I can't claim that, but I did watch a few documentaries and highlight reels of Gaza, and he was a lot of fun to watch.
Lazio bought Gascoigne off you guys, right?
Anyone want to explain to Danny why no one's picking Glenn Hoddle?
Was it Newcastle?
Before.
Yeah, we're doing it from the start of the 90s.
1990, Danny. 1990.
He left 86, 87, I think. Hoddle left, if I'm right. Yeah, after the FA Cup final.
So who you going with, Jacob? So far you've got Dembele.
I'm gonna go with Gaza as well. Gascoigne.
Gaza.
No Modric. How can you not have Modric?
I thought this was going to be a slam dunk.
I thought it was a slam dunk.
Perchie, who you going with?
I'm obviously going to go Luka Modric. I'm going to go Gascoigne, obviously, as well. I mean, as I said, he left Spurs when I was born, but obviously I have watched it. So one man though that isn't getting a shout out and deserves them, Michael Carrick. I'm not putting him in,
quality
but what a player, Michael Carrick. No one said it, but like what a football player. We were just what a player.
He's no
Steve.
So what? I'm picking two center mids.
Two centre mids that have played for Spurs in the last 33 years.
I thought it was based off who I've seen, or is it?
Oh man, just like,
obvious.
I'm not gonna judge you on it because you're not a Spurs fan.
Gaza, baby. Gaza's got to get in there, and
Wanyama.
Wanyama. All right. Okay.
I love you, Jacob. You're so.
I love Wanyama, bro.
Even Modric.
Bro, he plays for my. Bro, I love.
It's because he plays for your Canadian team. Because
I'm
Have they got a new logo again?
I think I'm the last vote, so it doesn't make a difference. I'm going to go Modric and Gaza. For me, I thought everyone was just going to go Modric, Gaza.
Am I dumb for picking Wanyama? Wasn't he?
A little bit.
Not if that's what you've seen.
Oh yeah, if you're doing it you're doing it on what you've seen. To be fair.
If that's what you've seen, that's what you've seen.
I had to pick Gascoigne for obvious reasons, but Wanyama was very good for you. Right?
He did a good job.
I thought Wanyama was very good actually.
I mean, guys, am I paying this person too much attention? I'm sorry. Gaza over Dembele.
Nah, you've got
Paul Gascoigne's one of the greatest footballers to ever play the game. Oh my god.
Dembele was brilliant.
Benjamin, no disrespect. Like, if you've not seen Paul Gascoigne play, you've got to be on the wind up now.
Wait. I think everybody's just getting rattled because I think he's just saying it just for any sake. You know what I mean?
Sava, you bite.
I know,
leave him.
I want Spurs fans to know their history.
I know.
Yeah, but Sava, you're not going to get. Sava, I was like that a little bit as well because I didn't even know about my history. But then I realised now, after doing my research, for certain reasons, which is a spoiler alert because you know what's coming on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV.
Listen now. I've just seen his last one.
Yeah, I've seen his last comment. He's trolling me.
He's trolling.
He's trolling me. I don't know much about him. Anyway, right, guys. Left wing. Jacob, let me start with you. Left wing.
Well, I guess since we're shifting things around, I guess put David Ginola out there then, right? Because he didn't get on the right.
Order has prevailed.
Can I just put my?
Well, no, because we said we got 2 strikers, so I'm going with Son as one of my other strikers. That's just a little taste for later. Perch, you really get your juices flowing.
Should we not go with the vote and just say David Ginola? Who's going to go get
Sava, can I just put my 2 pence in just straight away because I could just put short to the point. David Ginola, that's it.
Exactly.
Done.
That's what
I am as well. Perch, are you?
Please don't flash that naked photo of him, though.
Yep, absolutely, 100%.
Please don't do the naked photo. I've seen it a lot today.
I won't. I promise I won't do it.
Oh, David.
There he is. How could anyone vote against that sex god?
He's got some interesting nipples. I don't know why. But I don't know.
If you liked his nipples, you should have seen his footwork. Oh.
I just watched it.
Right. Guys and girls. Okay, right. This is the fun part. Centre forward. Now, Spurs have had a lot of very, very good to world-class centre forwards at the club in the last 33 years.
Soldado.
So let me go.
So we have 2, right? We have 2?
You get 2.
I'll kick it off. Sonny and Kane, let's go.
Oh, it's just so disappointing.
Oh my
Let's go.
It's baffling, isn't it, Mia? Baffling. Son 1, Kane 1. Right, Ellie, go on.
Right, I'm going Kane.
Yep.
And Berbatov.
Oh,
brilliant.
Okay. What a player, Berbatov. Oh,
what a player.
Great player.
Great.
Mia.
Oh, I don't know. My second one wants to be. I want obviously Kane, but I'm undecided. Come back to me because I'm thinking about my second one.
Son and Kane, really easy, Mia. Don't think too hard about it.
No. It's really Son shouldn't even get in the top 5 here for me. He's not even. Yeah. Anyway, that's just me. Perchy, we'll come back to Mia for a second one.
Oh, it's such a tough. It's actually. I mean, Harry Kane has to go in. I mean, there's no question there. Is Berbatov, like, honestly,
Sheringham, Klinsmann.
Klinsmann.
Decide.
Robin Keane, Jermaine Defoe.
So hard.
Oh, do you know what?
I agree with this comment. I agree with this comment.
Do you know what? I'm gonna follow and go Berbatov because I just love to see Berbatov and Kane on top.
Berbatov was huge in your 2008.
Oh, he's so good.
Right?
I can't believe so far no one has picked Jurgen Klinsmann.
Oh, it was so close. It was literally the only difference was with I never saw Klinsmann play when I saw Berbatov.
Right, Danny. Hang on. Right, who we got left? Alex, who are you going for?
It's not going to be Kane. It will be.
We will get relegated.
Mia. I understand that you want to get your point across, but Mr. Box Office is speaking. Mr. Box Office is speaking.
I didn't realise I needed an invitation to speak, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Box Office is speaking and making himself known.
You always make yourself way too known. That's the problem.
By the way, as well, yeah. Look, somebody that no one's mentioned. Somebody that's no. Welcome back, Alan. I mean, you've got. Let's be fair, right?
Say my 2, Sav.
Big up, Danny.
Hang on. Yeah. Hang on. Let's be fair, people. Right? I know everyone wants to just talk about Son because they love Son.
Yeah, Son.
I'm looking at Dimitar Berbatov, superior. Teddy Sheringham, superior. Harry Kane, superior.
Jimmy Greaves.
Klinsmann. Hang on. No, not Jimmy Greaves.
Oh, yeah,
Klinsmann, superior. I mean, even Robbie Keane, Jermaine Defoe. We have had some top centre forwards.
But I put Berbatov in front of him.
The only reason why I say these two, because when they were a partnership, they were absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I know we got the great.
I know who you're going
with
with.
Son and Kane.
I know who's going
But
for.
You're going Sheringham and Klinsmann, right? No? Oh no!
Because I didn't really know. I didn't really know Tottenham. I didn't really know Tottenham out then, unfortunately. But I have to go with Berbatov and Kane.
Yeah,
I have to
biased
go
and
with them
rigged.
Oh, but honestly, Berbatov and Keane was something. I love watching them.
Biased and rigged.
But you made a very good point because Klinsmann saved us from relegation. He saved us from relegation 1998, didn't he? You know, when he came back.
But his first season with Sheringham was the best partnership I've ever seen play up front together.
Statistically, is it though?
No. But
is it statistically?
Don't start with that
Jacob,
again,
Is it statistically?
No.
Talk to me.
Okay, Jacob.
No.
Hang on, Jacob. How can you? You're about to tell me Kane and Son.
Oh yeah.
Kane and Son statistically have played 8 years together.
Yeah.
Sheringham and Klinsmann had one season together.
Consistency.
Well, no, that's not consistency.
But you've got to judge it on metrics.
Consistently here, they're consistently playing games together. That's
because they've
consistency.
played it, but you can't rule out the if Berbatov had played for Tottenham for 8 years, do you know what I mean? If
we're doing Tottenham all 11, right? This is like the people who've contributed the most to Tottenham, right?
Listen,
What is 1 year of contribution?
That's not how it works.
That's not what we said.
Those players, I can't believe you can put Sonny over any of those players. Joe.
I know. This is what.
Madness.
Sorry. He's the GOAT. He's goated. It's not my fault. Don't be mad at me that he's the GOAT. Don't be mad at me.
Jacob, do me a favour. Listen, you've made your pick. It's fine.
Yeah.
But tell me what Son can do better than Berbatov, than Klinsmann, than Sheringham. What can he do better than those players?
Top bends, baby. Bend it with the left, bend it with the right, bend it with
serious.
the middle.
Give me a serious answer.
Shots from outside the box.
Sorry, did you never see Teddy Sheringham and Jurgen Klinsmann play and Berbatov play and Keane play? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Their World Cup.
Do they got more than Sonny?
The World Cup.
Do they got more?
By the way, you're talking about a Sheringham that won the treble with Manchester United. By the way, when he left Tottenham. By the way.
But was that with Tottenham? I thought we were talking about I thought Perchie. The whole thing against Ramirez. We're not talking about when he's not with Tottenham, right? But we're not talking about when he's not with Tottenham, right? We're only talking about when he's with Tottenham, right? We're not talking about that. I mean, or else things would be a little bit different, right?
So Jacob, by your merit, then what we're doing is picking people with longevity. So that means.
I'm valuing it.
That
how
means
long
Modric,
and how much have you
Modric, who was here
contributed
for
to
2
us?
years or 3 years, can't.
I didn't pick
can't be in the
Modric.
team.
I didn't pick Modric.
No, I know, but I know which is baffling in itself. But just you know what I mean? I don't understand.
Modric was one of honestly watching him play football was absolutely incredible.
But even now, Perch is still sexy watching him football.
Oh,
He's
he's
still just
37
phenomenal.
and he dominates games of football.
Listen, by the way, HJD, no one's saying that, but what we can't just sit here and go is statistically Son's better than all those players. No, he's just played more games than them.
I mean, if I'm looking at the stats and I'm looking at what I've seen, Youngman's Son has I haven't seen
what stats. What stats has he got better than the 3 players I just mentioned?
Yeah,
Jacob, what stats has he got better?
Well, I don't not claiming to have the stats on my hand, but who has more goals? Who has more goals?
Because he's played about 350 games for the club.
I'm just saying that sounds like more contribution to the club than playing 2 years and having 2 great.
Hang on. Well, one at a time. Sorry, there's like 8 people. Sorry, go on, Mia. Go on.
Yeah, you're going by one stat purely and not knowing facts about any of the other stats. You can't go by, if you're going to do statistics, you can't just pick one and cherry pick it and say, that's it, he's better.
It's not cherry picking when I'm just pointing out a fact, Mia. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I picked Sonny. It's okay.
Yeah, you can
never ever pick Sonny.
From that logic, though, that's like saying, I don't know the exact fact, that's like saying something like Sean Gota is a better player than Erling Haaland because he scored more than 36 goals because Erling Haaland's played 1 season. So we've got to be really sensible here. You've got to look at it from collectively.
I'm looking at what they've contributed to Tottenham Hotspur, and who has more goals? Youngman's Son. Sorry.
He's played longer.
Okay, that sounds like more of a contribution. If
that wasn't the game. It was picking the best
though.
players that have played for Tottenham. It wasn't about who's played the most games for Tottenham.
I didn't say they played. I'm talking about contribution, contributing
because he's played more games.
I'm gonna make
Yeah,
a
that's more.
hypothetical. I'm gonna make a real hypothetical
More jelly beans.
here. Let's just say, for argument's sake, Spurs signed Lionel Messi in the summer. Let's just say hypothetically, it's obviously not going to happen. We already know here collectively that Messi is better than Son. But because Son scored more goals because he's been here longer, doesn't make him a better player. That's what we've got to look at it like, no?
Can I ask a good question? I've come into this all like right at the end here, but look at it.
Welcome, Alan, mate. How you doing?
No, thanks. In regards to I take it to Tottenham's best 11 team. So obviously, I take it we're just looking for strike force because surely you'd have Son left wing. What I'm saying is that has Gareth Barrow been mentioned in the same because they would be in a similar position.
He's already on left. Yeah, we moved him to left back.
We put Bale at left back, Ginola at left wing, but people are so desperate to squeeze in Son. It's
so for me, like I'm going to be absolutely honest here. Son, statistically wise, yes, but like great and like stuff like that. But he's had a phenom in Kane, providing him with all that thing without like.
Oh, so now we're saying that the only reason he's good is because of Kane.
He's got somebody there. He's got somebody there of that ilk.
But Alan, even statistically, he's not better. There's a difference between statistically and length of time.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Do you know what I mean?
I would have, in my honest opinion, if you're looking for two up front, you can make a shout for me, one of the best strikers watching him play, and I got to see him live, and I was just like, he was absolutely brilliant. Dimitar Berbatov, literally, what a player!
Magic.
I remember watching a game with him, and a diagonal ball got pinged to him 6 yards away. He cushioned it on his foot, like literally, he stopped it on his foot in midair.
Stops it dead, yeah.
He's
unbelievable.
I was like,
he had the best deft touch, didn't he?
Yeah,
he had one of the best touches.
What he done for Robbie Keane as well to elevate his game. Berbatov is absolutely sensational.
This is exactly why. This is exactly why I absolutely despise HG. I can't stand it. It's annoying. And I don't even know why they even create it. I've got people on the football terrace, they come on, and the first thing they say is, oh, this HG wasn't that great. I'm sitting there thinking, really? Really? Mr. Box Office is looking at you and saying, you're telling me that you got more football knowledge, your middle finger, bruv. And you couldn't tell me about HG. Bruv, you need to get some bottle, bruv, and start watching some real football, bruv, and then get back to me, bruv. And that's it, bruv. And you know what I mean? Yeah? And do your homework, and that's it. Back to you, Sava. I'm done.
Can I have my second one? I've decided I'm going to have Kane and Teddy.
Teddy. Okay, Teddy we'll put in there. What a class act. I literally watch players like Teddy Sheringham and Berbatov and Klinsmann, and I can't mention Son's name in the same breath as these geniuses. I just can't.
Sheringham, it was his.
You just did though. Technically,
Teddy Sheringham, his brain was second to none.
Brilliant.
Whereas Berbatov had all the silk and skills. Sheringham, literally, he's footballing.
No, Alan, you're mistaken, mate. You're mistaken because Berbatov had it all up here, mate. That's why he was so good, right? He could see everything before anything happened. The reason why Berbatov was so, you talked about his touch, right? He was like that because he knew what he was doing in his brain. He knew how to do it. That's the difference. Yeah. He was a pure footballing genius.
He was class.
Yeah. He was
a pure football. You know what? Berbatov is one of the players for me who, out of the many players over the last 20, 30 years, have come to Tottenham and he just stuck by you. I've had a few of them, like Ginola, like Bale, Berbatov, and Modric, those type of players, right? Berbatov for me, I was so gutted when he went, and I knew when you first saw Berbatov, you knew straight away this guy knows football. This guy is a pure genius.
And how much pace did he have, Danny?
And he had no pace whatsoever, but he made the game. He slowed the game down, right, for him, right, so that the ball he would manipulate the ball and manipulate what was around him. Because of his genius. That's why. And that's why he could do what he did. That's why he went to Man United and won all the trophies he won at United as well. Because he was so good. And even in that United team, the players that they had, he was still one of their best players. Shows you and same for Teddy Sheringham. I know Teddy Sheringham again, but I just think you have to speak about Berbatov in the same light as Teddy Sheringham because they were both just
yeah,
footballing geniuses, man.
You know,
100%.
the one game I remember is when we beat Arsenal 5-1, and he done that brilliant deft touch to cut it back through the middle. It was absolutely sublime.
For me, it's
Bro,
Berbatov and Kane.
I just saw Berbatov. I'm watching Berbatov highlights. His first touch looks fake.
Sublime.
It looks fake because it could literally be from anywhere. It's just
mad line.
He had skills as well. Berbatov has skill as well, man. He had some skills.
His first touch on video, if you literally weren't at the ground, bro, it looks fake. It looks like video edited because it would just drop.
Who remember that goal he did for Man United? He did like when he just
this is what I was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, it was honestly one of the best goals I've seen in a league.
Just quickly, so Laurie is saying if we're not talking about contribution to Spurs, how is Edgar Davids not in? I think when Edgar Davids came to Tottenham, it wasn't the Edgar Davids of AC Milan, Barca. It wasn't that Edgar Davids. Whereas the other players we're mentioning were all brilliant in a Spurs shirt. Listen, by the way, people in the chat saying I hate Son. I haven't.
Just get over it, bro.
Oh, let me finish. I don't hate Son. I don't hate Son at all. I just don't think. I think this recency bias for Heung-min Son is clouding over some top footballers I've seen that he's not fit to lace their boots. If you're put, like at school when you're all lining up and you get picked for the team. If I've got Sheringham, Klinsmann, Kane, Berbatov, Son, all lined up, I'm sorry, I'm going for every single one of them before Son because Son's quick and can finish. The others are all much better, well-rounded footballers. Klinsmann was just out of this world. Berbatov had the best first touch I think I'd ever seen in the Premier League at the time. Hang on. Teddy Sheringham, who had Shearer and Klinsmann both say that he was the best striker they'd ever played with. And Harry Kane, who's the club's all-time top goal scorer and carries us. I'm not having a go at him. I just don't know why so many Spurs fans think he's a great player.
I think Son is a great finisher, right? He's very
agreed.
He's a great finisher, right? And he has don't get me wrong. Son has had periods where he's looked unbelievably world class in terms of his skill, his all-round football, his passing, his crossing. But the difference between a fully proper world-class player like a Berbatov, like a Klinsmann, like a Sheringham, is that those people can do it, and it makes they do it effortlessly. They do it in a way where it's like it's second nature to them. They don't even have to think about it. Whereas Son, he goes through lots of bad patches over his Tottenham career where he's played really poorly or he just doesn't look like a world-class player. Like
I want to know what Red Hill's obsession with me is. He's been dropping my name. Hang on, Alex. Red Hill's been dropping my name in this chat over and over, bro. You can go ahead and donate for all the times you brought up my name. I don't even know who the hell you are. Yeah. But carry on, Alex. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. I think we just leave because the thing is, though, regardless whether you say anything about. Because I think Sav has kind of explained it so many times now that he doesn't hate Son. I think regardless whether you say whatever you say, they're still going to say he hates Son regardless. You know what I mean? You've got an agenda against Son. I think at the end of the day, we just have to just leave it like that. You know what I mean? People are just gonna...
all it is, Alex, is like I just said, right? The difference is Son is he's a top finisher, right? He just doesn't have the same football IQ as the players that we just mentioned, like the Berbatov,
finesse.
He doesn't have that kind of. Like those players, right? They see everything before it happens. They see it all before it happens. Son is like an impact finisher. He's like he'll just get the ball, he'll drop the shoulder and curl it into the top corner, right? Whereas Klinsmann, they know exactly what they're doing. Like sometimes it comes off for Son, sometimes it doesn't. But
I mean, he won a Puskas Award doing not what you're saying, Danny.
But it's one-offs. That's the thing, Jacob. These are one-offs.
I'm just saying he won a damn award for being very great at scoring a goal. So
and all those other strikers, Jacob,
Germany,
and all those other strikers that we're naming, other than Harry Kane, have won trophies by playing for massive clubs because they got big moves. So my point is this: if you think Klinsmann was already a world class, for me, the last world class player we signed, Jurgen Klinsmann.
I mean,
I agree.
Klinsmann was already world class. Berbatov we bought, and within 2 months, within 2 years, Man United went, yeah, you're brilliant, we'll have you. He goes to Man United, the rest is history.
Yeah.
Teddy Sheringham comes to Spurs, Man United go, yeah, we'll have you. Goes to Man United, wins the treble. Right?
Is this a United 11 or a Spurs 11? What are we doing here?
The player.
But my point is this. My point is this, right? At no point has any of those big clubs in the world gone, we must have Heung-min Son.
Yeah.
We must
Real
have
Madrid, Barca, Bayern, etc.
At what point have any of them put in a bid? A bid. Like, at least Harry Kane was bid for by Man City. No one, as far as we're aware, because it would be all over the news, has put in a solid bid for Son. Because I think that, again, a great finisher when on form. When not on form, doesn't contribute a lot.
Wait, doesn't that go? Oh, okay.
So the the Puskas goal on that, absolutely brilliant. Great goal.
Eric Lamella's won a Puskas award. It's not. You can't sit there and go.
He does actually create a lot of chances. Sonny. He's created 53 assists.
You're right.
Yeah, so does Perez.
But Sava's point is bang on though, Ellie. It's a sense of if Son is the level that everyone. Think about it. Dimitar Berbatov, here's a great example.
Yeah.
Man United went out of their way. He went out of their way to get Dimitar Berbatov. They basically made it their whole window to get Dimitar Berbatov out of Tottenham. And look what he did for him. And that's the point.
I know.
Does anyone? Here's a question: if you put Son in Man City, Arsenal, Man United, and Liverpool, let's just say those four for now. I don't think Son makes them win the league, does he? Let's be honest. If you put Son in any of the top 14, he doesn't make them win the league.
Alex, I don't think he's got the technical ability, Alex.
Yeah, I think the problem is there's always going to be agenda because everybody likes Son at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Everybody likes Son. I'm literally the only one on here who's giving him any credit right now.
No,
not credit. Let me take that back. Giving him any.
He's a very good player.
Yeah. I'm the only one sticking up for him to be in this. So you're saying everyone likes Son. And I would argue that a lot of people quickly turn their back on Son, given this season, what he's done for us this season, and the vitriol he got for us as fans.
By the way, I asked my buddy, who's a Newcastle fan, about 42 years old, and I asked him, Ginola or Son, if you're playing him as a left midfielder in a 4-4-2, guess what he said? Ginola.
Of course. But this is the point. This is the point, Jake, what I was trying to make, though. It's like no one's sitting there going, we hate on Son. But here's the argument, and you used a great point. People are, as you term, shitting on Son. I don't think anyone's doing that, but people are criticizing him because they're putting him in the bracket that you are. You're putting him in this bracket of one of Spurs'
so you're
best
not,
ever
but
players.
you're not putting him in that bracket, and you're still criticizing him. So clearly, what you're saying, there's some kind of
No. What it is, I think what it is, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I think what it is everyone else is saying that there's a bracket up here, Klinsmann, Sheringham, Berbatov, like elite, great touch, great control, great vision, got bought by top clubs to play that role.
Yeah.
Son, for me, look, I like Son.
But what did they do for Tottenham? What did they do for us?
What did Teddy Sheringham do for Tottenham?
What did they do? That's a genuine question I'm asking you right now. It's okay to ask a question.
Berbatov was in the team that won our last trophy, and Teddy Sheringham just need to look up Teddy Sheringham, what he did for Spurs. That strike partnership, him and Klinsmann, was sensational.
Yeah,
that was with a dreadful
Teddy Sheringham, our top goal scorer for like 6. I don't know, however many years. Like, literally at one point it was if Sheringham didn't score, no one scored. Like, I don't understand. If we're saying what did he do, like if we're saying what did Sheringham do, what did Klinsmann do, what did Berbatov do, what's Son done?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah,
what's Son done in a longer period of time? What has Son done? If that's the route you wanted, I'm not taking that route. You wanted to take that route. What's he done? See, but this is where people get confused. They're statistically the best in the league ever because can you name me another partnership that have played together for as long as they have in the Premier League era?
Drogba, Lampard?
Not for 8 years, they haven't.
No, not for 8 years. It wasn't 8 years.
I don't know. I was just.
They have statistically got the best record ever in Premier League.
Because they played together the longest.
Listen,
they played together longest.
Yeah, but
you could have an average striker.
That's really good though to be consistent, isn't it?
Yeah,
Can I be honest here? If we were winning games, if we won trophies, if we actually won big trophies, this conversation would be completely and utterly different right now. That's the point. Because at the end of the day, we are just waiting on. We're hanging on to memories of players that, let's be honest here, have not achieved anything. Yeah, let's be honest here. Sheringham and Janila were different class. Yeah, because they went to other teams and done it and knocked it out the park, and that's it. The only reason why we're holding on to players like Son, Kane, because they gave us memories that really, let's be honest, they didn't really end up to nothing anyway, because we didn't win nothing, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. That's what's making the point, and that's why people really respect Mr. Box Office, and that's it. Back to you, Sava, to show what you need to know, and that's it.
What do you guys think? I still don't think, Alex, that even if we'd won a League Cup with Son, that I'd put him above someone like.
No, I think he's talking about like Premier League. I think he's talking about.
What are you talking about? You've got to judge it on ability. Let's be honest.
Judging it on ability.
Judge it on ability. I think Son is a very good player. By the way, this is not me shitting on him. But
it's just unbelievable.
When
I have a big question. Whenever I can ask it.
One second. No, but what I'm just trying to say, when we're judging players, we've got to judge it on their ability. As I said, I used the narrative earlier. If Spurs signed Lionel Messi in the summer, we wouldn't be going, Son's a better player than him, because you'd look like an idiot. Do you know what I mean? Do you see my point? We would all know collectively, Lionel Messi's a better player than Heung-min Son. Just because. So we have to be sensible here.
Just
by the way, Mark.
So they make. So let me ask a question, just so we're clear on the stipulations of picking an 11 here. We're going based off of what they've done outside of Spurs too.
No.
Because that's what you're saying. If Messi came here right now and had a shit season and then he left, does he still make a Spurs starting 11? That's what I'm asking. That's I'm genuinely asking the question here.
But Jacob, what we're trying to do here, you're
no, but you're using the Messi. You're saying Messi, this Messi, that. Okay, so Messi comes here, he has a shit year, and then he goes somewhere else. Then does he still make Spurs all-time 11?
Well, we're making an elaborate. I think you're completely missing the point of what we're trying to say here.
Yeah, I agree.
The point's not about who scored the most goals. That's not the conversation. The conversation is who's the better football player. And listen, I think people in the panel have made their point here.
We're saying who's the best players that have played for Spurs in the last 33 years. Yeah. I don't think it was that difficult. And then everyone's going, statistically, they're the best partnership. No one said it was, okay, let's pick the players with the best statistic partnerships.
Can I add something to this argument, right? Just to play devil's advocate. We've all been, us lot have been saying about how players like Berbatov are so good and this and that, and they've won things before, they've won things after Tottenham. If Harry Kane and Son had won a Champions League and Premier League at Tottenham, we would be debating the ability, because then you'd be saying, well, we've done it. And say, for example, if they influence us winning in a hypothetical situation, we won the Champions League, we won the Premier League. If they help to do that in those finals, then I think you can't disagree, because
Danny, I firmly can disagree, because the question isn't about who was the most successful. It was about who the best players are that have played. Yeah. If Heung-min Son,
I know, but
hang on. If Heung-min Son wins a World Cup, if Heung-min Son had won the Champions League with Tottenham in that final, would that suddenly make me think he's a better footballer than Sheringham, Berbatov, and Dimitar? Sheringham, Berbatov, and Klinsmann.
Not necessarily, but it would change your opinion, because
no, it wouldn't.
I'll give you a good.
Now, like, we're talking in hindsight, right? In hindsight, if we'd won those tournaments, right,
is Phil Jones a better defender because he won the league?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Very quickly, the one that bucks the narrative. The thing that bucks the narrative is when people use trophies as a platform as how good somebody is. They go, you're only a good player if you've won so many trophies. Then you go, okay, so by your logic, Darren Fletcher won 5 Premier Leagues for Man United, so he's one of the best midfielders in Premier League history. And they all go, no.
No.
The whole trophy thing doesn't wash. You can separate people from ability, what they do on the pitch, how they use their footballing brain, like their quality, what they can do and bring other people in without linking it to trophies. Trophies is just blinds people. If you've won a trophy, that means you're one of the best players in the world football. It's not always the case. People can be an average player in a great team and win trophies. It doesn't mean they're instantly one of the best players ever.
Does anybody here remember Matthew Letitia?
Oh,
didn't win one trophy.
What a player!
He was a brilliant footballer.
Didn't win anything, but what a player! Exactly.
Like Berbatov, he had a fantastic touch.
But I think just to sort of go back onto the last point here, just to make the point again, if Son was as good as you're making him out to be, Jacob, why hasn't Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Juventus?
How am I supposed to tell you why these other clubs haven't come in from? That's not an indication that a player is this or that.
But my point is we never hear rumors every summer. For example, use Kane as your prime example. Every season for the last 3 years, Kane has been linked to the big clubs, the Man Cities, the Man Uniteds, Bayern Munich.
Sorry, where was he linked last summer?
Sorry, just quickly, are people timing out people in the chat? Because I'm getting blamed for putting lots of people in a timeout that I haven't. I'm really not sure. I've just been accused 3 times of putting someone in a timeout, and I haven't. So I don't know.
I stop timing out people, everyone.
I don't know what is going on. Everyone's. By the way, I would just like to say, right, this is the problem with football debates these days. If you have a debate about who's better, it means that you're disrespecting the other person. No, it was like when we talked about Messi and Ronaldo earlier. I think Messi is clear of Ronaldo. Doesn't mean I don't. No, hang on. It doesn't mean that I think Ronaldo is this dreadful player. I just think one is better. I like Son, but Danny, if we're going to use your logic, that means
I'm playing devil's advocate here. It's not my logic.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I know, but that then means that in that Champions League final, Winks and Sissoko played centre midfield. So are we saying Winks and Sissoko go in above Moussa Dembele?
No, it's all about Jermaine Jesus, man.
It doesn't. I don't know why. I just don't get it. Like, surely the best players are the best players.
I agree.
2 questions.
And no one's trying to get Jacob to change that. By the way, I think this debate just kind of
it's just an opinion, isn't it?
It's just a debate. I think people are getting well too upset in the chat.
Can I ask a question? I came in right at the end with all this kicking off. What was the actual team so far?
I have no
clue.
Have you written it down, Sava?
I know it. It's Lloris in goal, Kyle Walker at right back, and then we have Ledley and Mabbitt, I believe, at center back, and then left back was Gareth Bale, and then at the right, I think Anderton won.
Darren Anderton.
And then our 2 mids were Gascoigne and
then up front is Berbatov and Kane.
So now we're figuring out the
Tom, I don't think everyone's finished even been.
By
the way,
I made my picks and everyone got picked.
just want to say, right, Martin Udvalaki, Real Madrid, Liverpool, and PSG all wanted Son. How many of them bid for him?
Yeah,
I can hear rumours all transfer window. If somebody doesn't come in and go, and this isn't about Son, this is about any player.
Exactly.
If somebody doesn't come in and go, there's 100 million, there's 120, there's 130 million, it's just paper talk, isn't it? And as far as I know, I've never seen anything concrete flash up on any sport network to say Bayern Munich table £100 million bid for Heung-min Son, ever.
Yeah.
I've just never seen.
Look at Dara Clark.
Touch, it would be a different conversation, wouldn't it?
It's like I was saying earlier. The difference with Son is he's just he's a top finisher, right? But he hasn't been consistent over the period we've had him. He's always had quite some spells where he's been patchy or not good, or he looks average, or he doesn't contribute like, say, some other players might have done in the past. When you look at raw ability, players who've got the football IQ, there's not many that have that kind of just that, or you could say that flair, that swagger about them. Like Son is kind of like your type of your modern day kind of like sort of wing forward kind of player who's very quick. He can score long range goals. And yeah, he's just a nice, lovely man, and he's a good hard worker and all that kind of stuff. But he's never got me like excited like the way Ginola used to get me excited, or someone like that. Like Ginola was my idol growing up. He was my hero. Like he was unbelievable player. Or like say when Berbatov came, it's just a different kind of level of quality. I don't know how to explain it. It's so hard to explain.
I mean, for me, like if I'm like from watching all these players over time at Spurs, if I'm asking who brought more to my team when I watched them, I would say Berbatov brought more than Son. I'd say Keane brought more than Son. Sheringham brought more than Son to the team in regards to everything about them as an attacker of football in regards to team play and everything like that. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, Son, fantastic for what he's done for Spurs over the years.
Quality player.
Like obviously his goals and everything like that.
Quality.
Yeah, he is a quality player, but I just think the others edge him. I honestly do. I would say he edges Defoe, in my opinion, but I think the other three I just named are better than him. And obviously Klinsmann, by the time he was here, although they weren't here as long as Son, just what they done in the time they were here is just brilliant.
Do you think he edges Keane?
No, I think Keane's over him. I think he edges Defoe.
Yeah, definitely. Robbie Keane's brilliant.
Let me just say, everybody, just quickly, guys, this debate has gone on for so long that I feel like people have forgotten the point of why we're here. This is a charity stream. First of all, mods, please. I don't know. People are saying I'm timing them out. I haven't timed anyone out, so I don't know what is going on there. If any mods are, please don't, unless anyone's really rude. Equally, please keep donating. We have now got 1,677 in the Just Giving page and another 250 probably in YouTube. So we're probably, by my maths, just shy of the £2,000 mark. So please keep donating. The link is in the chat. I think we should respectfully probably move away from the Son, Berbatov, Klinsmann, Sheringham.
Can I pick my front two?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Steve. Why not? Go for it. Welcome, Stell. Welcome, Stell. Welcome.
Clint Dempsey, I give up.
Clint Dempsey, Berbatov. That would be sick. Wait, hold on. Was Clint Dempsey good for y'all, right? Good.
It's all right.
Are you just picking anybody that's played for Tottenham that's American?
Is that what he literally has?
No,
I'm shocked he didn't pick Carter Vickers at centre half.
We've had Yedlin, we've had Friedel, we've had Dempsey.
I actually want to see who Stell would pick if he's front two.
If I'm seriously picking a front two, it would be Berbatov
and Kane for me.
Klinsmann. Oof.
Okay.
Well, that, yeah.
Let's go. Stell, welcome to the show. Hope you're well.
Yeah, good man.
Stell, I'm drunk.
I don't think you can do a worse 11.
We're in hour 13 for some of us, so hour 13. Still going strong. Stell and Chris, I'm going to come to you guys on this. If you could pick since 1990 is the question, which two strikers in a 4-4-2 are you picking for Tottenham Hotspur? In a 4-4-2, we're keeping it simple. We're going old school.
Stell, you go first, mate.
Jason Dezelle.
Fraser Campbell. It's all day long. Berbatov and Kane. Kane is just the most prolific striker. Last 9 years, consistent in the league. Berbatov for me was the most technical striker I've seen play in Premier League football. Probably, I think he was as technically as good as Henry. I know Henry won a lot more, but Berbatov technically.
I want to ask you this question.
Fantastic.
Do you think he's as technically as good as Bergkamp? Dennis Bergkamp.
Yeah, I do. Because Berbatov's first touch was, I think Bergkamp was better at taking on players, but Berbatov's first touch was sublime.
I think you're right.
Absolutely sublime.
I think you're right. Because I think those two players have got the best touch I've ever seen in
Bergkamp was
Premier League
different class.
Bergkamp and Berbatov.
Yeah.
I always compare the two because they had the best touch I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certain players, aren't there, in the history of football that, like, I'll tell you who's someone like that now is Riyad Mahrez. You watch Riyad Mahrez, you watch him control the football, and it is. But there's not many like that. But I agree.
Bernardo Silva, I like him as well.
Oh, he's class.
Yeah, he's
no, Bernardo Silva's what football player.
Could we do?
Hang on, Steve. Right. I need to get to Chris to get his two. So, Stel, you went for Berbatov and Kane.
Yeah, for me.
Chris, big up. Welcome back. Hope you're still not working, my man. Hope you finished working.
I slightly was, but at least I'm not technically being paid to work now, so that's a different thing.
Come on, it's Saturday morning now. Your two best strikers since 1990.
Which almost perfectly linked in with the time I've watched Spurs a couple of years earlier. I started watching them, but I don't think with the numbers he's posted, you can really argue with Kane. The one that I'd go, I fully understand what Stel just said. Can't really disagree with it. But Klinsmann, for me, just got me more excited. I mean, Berbatov, superb player, technical, lovely. Klinsmann was like explosive, and the impact he had, one player had on us as a team then was just, if you guys, anyone who wasn't around to see that, I feel for you, man. Probably the most excited I've ever been when I read that we'd signed a player when we signed Klinsmann. So that'd be for me, Kane and Klinsmann.
Do you know what? The funny thing is, the best partnership I've ever seen is Sheringham and Klinsmann. So I'm so inclined to pick that. But I'm also aware that I can't leave out Harry Kane from this conversation. So, and then I'm also aware that Berbatov is class, and I kind of want to pick all four of them.
Let's go 4-2-4 then.
4-2-4 would really help us here, wouldn't it? We could get them all in.
Whenever I play FIFA, I go 4-2-4, bro.
I haven't played FIFA for about a decade, my
Balls
man.
to the wall, baby.
I'm gonna go. Listen, I'll go Berbatov and Kane with Sheringham and Klinsmann as my substitute. Oh God, that sounds mental. So that means guys and girls, that through all the fun and games, we've got an 11. But have we got a manager?
Right.
Oh God! Everyone gets a vote. This is since 1990, so please, no one chirp up with
it's got to be Santini, isn't it? It's got to be.
Absolutely.
Christian
Adam Phillip, you're not far off the truth here, Adam. Yeah, the last time I played FIFA, Torsvet probably was on the cover. And just to remind people, here it is, big old Eric Torsvet. And in case anyone's feeling a little bit frisky tonight, there he is. Good old David Chanel.
By the way, FIFA 95 was a classic game, by the way. FIFA 95 was a classic game, by the way, on Mega Drive, by the way. That was a classic.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I need a wee again. I'm getting old, my bladder. I'll let Mr. Box Office, you can start with the managers. But if it's not one of these two guys, I'll be well upset. Here's the first one. Right. Big Ange. And then this guy's got to be in the running, right? He's got to be in the running.
He's a joke.
He's
better than Persigy all day long.
Those Kappa Tottenham kids.
I'm gonna just kick it off, and I don't really care whether he didn't win anything. Actually, is there anybody else?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I don't think
is there anybody else?
Venable.
No, unfortunately, it has to be Pochettino. I have to be honest.
Fair enough.
I think it's the same for me. I think in the Premier League era, he's been our best manager. I think we've seen the best.
See, can I be controversial? Can I go Harry Redknapp?
Yeah, he's another
just
one. That's the only other one I would have gone for. Yeah, him or
I just
Redknapp.
think with a 4-4-2, I think Redknapp. We just would have. I don't know. Pochettino, I can understand why people would pick him, but I just think Harry Redknapp with that team would do better.
Yeah, good point though, Perchy. I think it's either two. It's either the two for me.
Yeah,
Perchy. Can I counter that?
Go on.
Go on.
I think I know what you're going to say.
No, you don't. You don't.
Okay, go on.
Before I started boycotting games and just like that's it, I'm done. I sell my season ticket each week, whatever. I sit next to it's a group of 10 blokes. They're in their 60s.
Yeah.
And they're proper old boys. They love it. And always got the banter. And anyway, whenever I go to the games and I say hello to them, we have a chat. The amount of times they've told me that they were here in the 80s. They saw Glenn Hoddle, Ardiles, the Keith Berkhamshaw team. They saw the dark days of the 90s. They saw us under Redknapp and Poch. And the one thing they all say is they've never seen football as good as Pochettino at White Hart Lane. Better than the Hoddle days. Better than anything they've seen at Spurs. They all say he was the best manager they've seen.
Nothing against
in terms of football.
Yeah.
In terms of
no, that's
football.
fair. Yeah.
That's what they say. It's not my opinion, but
yeah.
they all say that, and they've seen like 40 years of Spurs.
Yeah. No. That I mean, listen. For me, it would be either way. I think I wouldn't be too against it, but I just think with this team that we've got, I don't know. I just felt Harry Redknapp under this team, but But I'd go either way. I wouldn't be too against either.
I got another name for you.
You're muted, Sav.
Who's voted so far? Let me guess, both Pochettino?
No, we got I think 2 Pochettino. I went Harry Redknapp.
Okay, Redknapp 1, and who voted for Poch?
Me, I voted for Poch, and Alex.
Okay, Poch 2.
I'll go Poch as well.
Okay, Poch 3. Okay, Redknapp 1. Okay, can I just ask, is anyone going anything other than Poch? That would probably make this a whole quicker. Is anyone voting? Yeah, Chris, who are you voting for?
So you went 1990, right? So
yeah,
1990.
2 years pre-Premier League. Before I say that, you probably worked out who I'm going to say.
Yep.
On the David Pleat point, for those of you who weren't old enough to watch the 1987 team, don't just disrespect him, because that 87 team was absolutely class that David Pleat managed.
Yeah.
But he's not my suggestion. So if we're calling it at 1990, I wonder what Terry Venables would have done with the Poch's squad. Because Terry Venables had a shite squad. Absolutely shocking squad.
He had Paul Gascoigne, though.
Yeah, I mean, literally carried by Gascoigne, right? Absolutely. I mean,
did Terry Venables manage England? Or am I dumb?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Euro 96
as well.
Barcelona.
96 when you lost to someone in
Deutschland. We got him from my husband's team, QPR.
Oh yeah. Queen's Park Rangers. Yeah.
He came to us after Barcelona, I think. Didn't he?
Yeah, I think he didn't he go to Barcelona after us?
No.
Tell you we'll know. Google knows. 1 second, I'll find out for you people.
Maybe he came from there.
No, he got done for taking bungs. That's why he left us.
Good old Terry.
He did a Paratici. He's the original Paratici.
Yeah.
Venables went Palace, QPR, Barcelona, Tottenham Hotspur, England, Australia, Palace, Borough, Leeds, England assistant manager.
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, people keep donating. There's still 227 people in the chat. Please don't forget to donate. Otherwise, we're just 10 people up at nearly 1 a.m. in the morning talking football. So please donate. Please keep those coming in. You can either do that via Super Chat or the official Just Giving link, which is my recommendation. The official Just Giving link is in the chat. It's been pinned all night. So, Chris, you went for Eltel.
Yeah, remember he got, and I'm looking at the faces, there's possibly only me, Sava, and maybe Stella old enough to remember, but...
very good manager. Good manager.
That team, he got us to third in the league, right? In 1990, we won the FA Cup. And Gascoigne aside, and you can argue Torsvet maybe, Mabba was coming towards the end-ish. The rest of them were pretty, as much as I love the players, were pretty crap.
Gary Lineker was a good striker.
Gary Lineker. Paul Allen was quite decent.
Paul Walsh was on and off, wasn't he? Paul Walsh, he wasn't too bad.
Yeah, technically, I thought Paul Walsh was excellent, but just sometimes I don't feel like I don't know. Lovely hair, good hair.
Yeah,
I'm trying to say that he did have good hair, Paul Walsh. Is everyone else going for Pochettino?
Yeah.
Was anyone? Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I wanna tell a story.
Oh God! Oh God! Here we go. Jesus Christ!
Actually, I want to say, based on Perchie's previous logic, Jose Mourinho should be the coach. I'm just gonna say that.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Based on Perchie's
Jacob,
previous
I see what
logic,
you're
I'm
doing.
saying Jose should be the manager.
No. You're trying to say that Perchie said that players that have played well elsewhere could come here, be rubbish, and still be in our all-time team. That's not what he said. He was using a hypothetical involving Lionel Messi, but Jose. I mean, Jose is the best manager we've ever had in terms of
resume
ever. The best manager ever for resume. But let's be fair, when he came here, like Conte, when he came here, they didn't have the players to continue building that resume. I'm going to go for Redknapp, by the way.
See.
I'm going to go for
controversy.
Can we give an honorary mention to Juan de Ramos, our last trophy winner? Please?
Oh, yeah.
Big up one day.
Everyone bow down to One Day Ramos and his genius.
Hopefully we can get there another time. So.
It's mad though, isn't it? When hang on, yeah, of course, hang on. And an honorary mention to our Gooner ex-manager.
Didn't G Squared also manage Arsenal?
He won the double playing for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
He's a legend at Arsenal.
Scottish.
To be fair, the end of that season when they won 2-0 at Liverpool was just. I think that's the best ending to a season ever. I think that's better than the Aguero one.
100%.
Was that 89 when they had to win by 2 clear goals at Anfield?
Yeah. And they went in stoppage time at the end. I mean, you know, I know it's Arsenal, but just an amazing bit of football theatre.
Yeah.
Could I tell
one was when Man City won against QPR and they got the title from Man United, didn't it?
The Aguero moment.
The reason why I think the Arsenal one's better is because you've got the two teams going head to head, right? Whereas United or whatever.
But also, I think as well to win at Anfield.
Yeah, that's
Liverpool,
the thing.
Unbelievable, man.
It was unheard of back then. By 2-goal margin as well, they have to do it. And I agree. I actually think that's a better finish.
Yeah.
So never thought I would see the day a current Chelsea manager chosen to manage the best Spurs 11.
Do you guys remember in 2016-17 when you guys beat Arsenal 3-1? I woke up at 7:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning and ate Domino's pizza and had this drink exactly, Malibu and some juice. And literally, bro, White Hart Lane, that was literally one of the who got a red card in that game? It was one of those French bums that Arsenal had. I think it was Capoue or something. Bro, that game you guys were literally
he was our French bum.
Who was it then?
No,
who was it?
You
guys know what game I'm talking about? It was 16-17 or 15-16. You guys beat Arsenal 3-1 or something. It was a 7:30 a.m. kickoff.
Are you talking about a 3-2 at their ground?
No, it was at White Hart Lane because I remember Kane scoring like a sicko goal. And I was like,
we won 2-1 against them.
No, that was 2-2, mate. We drew that game 2-2.
Yeah, that was 2-2, weren't it? Sanchez equalised at the end.
We beat 2-1 when Kane scored.
I thought you won that. Whoa.
No, we drew. Sanchez equalised.
No, we drew that game.
We won 2-1 when Bowen Lennon scored.
Coquelin red card.
Oh, how have you got so much energy?
French guy.
Yes.
What do you mean?
I told you
Perchie,
French bomb.
Perchie, he's had about 4 litres of Malibu in the last 12 hours.
He's pissed at coconut.
No, so this?
Oh, this is mental.
Right, guys, I feel like, so we'll round this up and then we'll go back to, for whoever was on the stream at this point, will remember that I had 17. Steve, calm down, man. We'll remember that I had 17 subjects to discuss. And so far, in the first 13 hours, we discussed 1 of them, 2 of them. So, but just before we do, so that means the official team by democracy was Hugo Lloris in goal, Kyle Walker, Ledley King, Gary Mabbott, and Gareth Bale left back, with Anderton on the right, Modric and Gaza in the middle, Ginola left, Berbatov and Harry Kane. Would we win the league with that 11?
Yeah.
Some team.
We'd give Man City a game.
Oh, it depends who's on the bench, right?
Okay. Are we allowed 5 subs?
Well, if Ellie has it her way, Højbjerg will be the first sub for Gaza every game.
Nah, I'm not that stupid. Yeah. He's
right.
not that good.
He said, and the manager was that Chelsea legend Maurizio Pochettino.
And it's pronounced Højbjerg, by the way, not Højbjerg.
Yeah, right, Sava. F off, mate.
Just go with Pierre. Just go with Pierre.
Pierre, yeah. I don't take the time to pronounce names of players who can't pass a football 5 yards.
Who here can pronounce Postecoglou?
Postecoglou?
Yeah,
Postecoglou?
Yeah, Postecoglou. Was it you who said earlier that you, Ellie, who said that they said it Postachog?
Oh, no, that's Kuva.
Kuva.
No,
Kuva. It was Kuva Kuvarechkelia.
Wow. Okay. Right. So as we enter hour 14 in about 12 minutes, please don't worry, smash the like button. Let's get this circulating around the internet. Please keep donating. We've had a couple more donations since. Let me just read out who they're from. And we have got donations from Mama Flossie. Thank you, Mama Flossie. Laurie Boost, who has just stuck in a £95 donation.
Wow. Well,
so thank you very much to Laurie Boost. Thank you, Dermot. Big up, Dermot. Has stuck in a good amount too. Dean Yeller, Andy Fenny has stuck some money in, and just because of certain things that have happened, just so nobody can accuse me, here it all is in all its glory. You can see. There it is. The official Just Giving page is right there. So let's get this to 2,000 as quickly as possible. And yes, there is about another 250 or so. I'm not a calculator from dollars to pounds, but about £250 that I will transfer when YouTube pay me. So please, so we're nearly at 2,000. Let's get that over as quickly as Steve. Come on, dude. Steve, do you need a break?
Hell no. I'm going for all 24 hours.
Oh,
it's your chance. No. All right. Let me.
No, listen. It's all cool, but just relax.
I ain't
man.
gonna yak. I ain't gonna throw up.
I'm not worried about you yakking. Just a bit of decorum, my man. Okay. Pick a Alan. Pick a number from 1 to 17, and it can't be 13 or it can't be that. It can't be 13.
Bloody hell.
Pressure. If I pick a shit subject, everyone's going to have a go at me. Go number 2.
Even if it's shit, I'll just pretend to make it up right here. Number 2 is the best striker to have ever played in the Premier League era.
Alan Shearer.
Hang on. This is what I just relax. Please relax. Please. Best striker to have played in the Premier League era. Everyone is only allowed to pick their best 2, and then we will whittle it down. You're allowed to pick 2, but I would suggest you keep your number 1 in mind. Let's get the ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are the parameters? Because there are certain people, like we brought up quality player like Dennis Bergkamp, but he was more considered number 10 than a striker. How are we going with this? Is it just strikers, number 9s?
I mean, yeah, I didn't think that deeply about it. Just that, yeah. I mean, Bergkamp for me would definitely fall into a striker. I know he dropped deep, but same as Sheringham. But people, listen, it's a charity stream. It's not that deep. Let's start with Danny Kyriakou, the ITK of Tottenham community. Who's the best 2 that have ever played in the Premier League?
Right, so there's no debate for this. Number one is Thierry Henry. 1,000,000% Thierry Henry is the top best, if not best player in the Premier League. But he's definitely best striker. Number two is more difficult. It's hard. For me, it's between. I would say it's between Kane and Shearer. I'm going to be biased. I'm going to go Harry Kane, just because I think he's going to break Shearer's record. I know he hasn't done it yet, but I think as an all-round player, he's got a bit of Sheringham in him. He's got a bit of Shearing him. He's just unbelievable talent, unbelievable footballer.
Okay, so Thierry Henry and Harry Kane, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Alan, let me come to you. So we've got Thierry Henry, Harry Kane. I mean, there's been a lot. If you think, I mean, I could sit here and name them: Suarez, Van Nistelrooy,
Drogba,
Cantona, Drogba,
Aguero.
I mean, yeah, Erling Haaland. I mean, there's a lot of strikers there.
I think it's too soon for Haaland. Way too soon for Haaland. I mean, I'd have to put Thierry Henry up there as well, number one. I wanted just to put a different perspective out there because I would like to put Kane there. I'll put Aguero as number two.
Aguero,
unbelievable player.
He was wicked. Yeah.
Okay, Aguero number one. Chris, two strikers. I know it's mean. I know there's so many you want to pick, but
are we counting Cristiano Ronaldo as a striker?
Ooh. No, but you can count Raúl Jimenez.
No, we're not counting Raúl Jimenez.
I'm from Wolverhampton, so I know. I think in the Premier League era, Ronaldo was more of a right winger, though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Listen. You know, people just tried to slot my man Ginola on the right wing. So I mean,
true.
You've just put Gareth Bale at left back in your all-time Spurs team.
True.
So.
That's
true.
Yeah, the five-time Champions League winner playing up front for Real Madrid. We've put him at left back. Yeah,
exactly. Well, I'm going to stick with Ronaldo. I'll go with Ronaldo and Kane. See how they do together.
Ronaldo and Kane. Do you reckon either of them will ever pass to each other? No, Kane will pass to Ronaldo. I know that.
Kane will definitely pass. Ronaldo won't.
Stel, two strikers.
Richarlison.
I was about to write it down as well.
Okay, you're all going to disagree with me, but my first one's Harry Kane, and the reason is I don't know any striker that for 8-9 years in a row can score the amount of goals he does playing for an average football club.
Absolutely bang on.
For an average football club, man.
That's true.
This season, we've been shit, beyond shit. And he scored 30 goals, 6 off Haaland. I mean, so for me, it's Harry Kane. And secondly, and this is just me being a coach now, just pissing everyone off. Honestly, I think he's the most underrated striker to play in the Premier League, and I don't think he was around long enough. But I thought Nicolas Anelka was a badass. I thought Nicolas Anelka was a shout. So
Nicolas Anelka,
they're my two.
Yeah.
Anelka played for what? QPR, Bolton, Fulham,
Arsenal,
Chelsea,
Arsenal.
Well, hang on, just quickly. Welcome, Mr. Tom Little, to the house. Our resident Liverpool fan. Who are you pissed, Tom? Are you pissed? Are you
massively, mate? I've been out since 6, but I've got to come give some support.
I love it, Tom.
Are all Sava? Are all the youth just coming on your channel and getting smashed? I'm sitting here with a cup of mint tea.
Tom, just as you've joined us, we're picking our best ever two strikers of the Premier League. So have some time to think about it. I'll come to you shortly. Alan's picked, Danny's picked, Chris has picked, Stella's picked, Mr. Box Office. What are you saying to me, my man? What are you saying?
John
What do we need
Carew.
to get to know?
I can't really disagree with. I can't believe it because he's deluded, but he's my boy, Danny. Yeah, actually, I have to say, I can't disagree. Shearer and Thierry Henry, but it's a very difficult choice. It has to be a very difficult choice. I'll be honest with you. I said it already. It's a bang average league, so I ain't gonna choose it this year. I'll tell you that for a fact. Yeah, and it's got to last 10 years. I'll tell you that for a fact. Just
agree.
Just to make myself known. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's
Because that's what I always do, Sav, and you know it as well. And a certain Sean Butler knows that as well. Like I said every single time, and that's it. Back to you, Sav. I'm done.
Back to you, Sav.
Normally you tell me to dig a hole for myself. So all right, that's polite. All right, well that's the first vote on the board for Shearer. Who hasn't been? Perchy, you have not picked yet, have you? Premier League era, 2 strikers.
I have to completely agree with Stel. Harry Kane has to be number one for me. I know people think I'm biased and stuff, but he's scoring goals with a team like that. And he doesn't do it one season. It's every season. He's bagging 20 plus goals every single season with average players around him. I mean, people will say the likes of Shearer. Yeah, I mean, I would say his longevity I think he was a great striker, but Harry Kane's going to, it looks like it, if nothing bad happens to him, like injury-wise, he's going to go and break Alan Shearer's record. And at the moment, at Tottenham, let's be honest,
not when he's wearing a Real Madrid shirt.
I mean, ironically, if he goes to Real Madrid, but hypothetically, if he doesn't and stuff, he's more likely. But yeah, I have to, for the fact of with the crap he's playing around, he's managing that. I think that's incredible. So I'm going with him as my number one.
I've just had an email, by the way, to say that I've won a prize on the lottery. This is a big moment, everybody, because if I've won the Euros, there is not a chance I'm continuing this stream. I'll just pay off.
Not the Nigerian lottery.
Just Nigerian lottery. I'll buy the British Heart Foundation if I win 120 million on the. Perchy, next one.
I'm gonna go, and I hate to say it, got to go Thierry Henry. He let's be bias aside, he was a genius, weren't he? I know he played for Arsenal, but as I said, absolute genius of a football player.
Yeah. I mean, don't worry. At the end, people will get to some of the names that haven't been picked. Don't worry. Tom, I'll come to you in a second, but just before I do, Queen Ellie, Mrs. Hoiberg.
Okay. So obviously, the first one goes in there, slots in nice and quick. Harry Kane, brilliant. Can't beat him. Brilliant striker. Like you said, he's consistent over 8 years now with us. So got to go in there, and I'm going to surprise you all. I'm going to put Didier Drogba in because I absolutely love Didier Drogba, and he scored very, very important goals for Chelsea.
Not a bad shout.
I respect the hell out of that, yo.
Yeah, Drogba in the big stage, he was
on the big stage when it really counted.
Yeah. He wasn't one of those massively prolific goal scorers. He weren't getting massive numbers. But let's be honest, it didn't really matter because he'd score in a final, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. He scored in more goals than any other player in Premier League history.
I'm choosing him, big game player.
Okay, all right. Okay, very big game player. Scores in finals. Tom, I get a feeling that you're going to be one of the first people not to mention Harry Kane. I just get a little feeling. And who you picking, Tom?
Harry Kane can have an honourable mention off me, but first name I'm going to chuck in there is Luis Suarez.
Of course,
that is the single best player I've ever seen play in the Premier League. Luis Suarez.
Last, to be fair.
Yeah, top player,
horrible person, but superb striker.
Apparently, he's the nicest guy in real life. For everyone who knows him personally says he is the nicest person.
He's the ones that
they're just scared he'll bite you.
He's got a bit of a bite.
That's him showing his affection, though. That's him showing his affection, right? He likes you.
Tom, who's your second one? I've got a feeling I know it is, but go on.
Yep, so do I.
See, look.
Is he a Spanish player?
No,
that's what I've got in my head.
It's surprisingly not Fernando Torres, even though Fernando was the first player I truly loved. But it's surprising.
Tom, you're not a Liverpool fan by any chance?
You know what? That's a good guess. That I don't know how you would get that.
Hang on. Can we just start quickly?
I know who Tom's favourite player.
Who wins?
Isn't it?
Who wins in the most drunk contest and who's got the most shirt contest between Tom and Steve. What's going on here?
But you see, those I've got backups.
You got
down Roberto Solano, baby.
Nobby Solano.
How many shirts do you boys have? Like
160, Stava. I told you.
No, you haven't.
Yes, on my Instagram.
160. No, I'm not trying to challenge that. I can do about 50.
Stava, on my Instagram, I have like 110 posts.
So Steve's won the shirt competition.
Right, Steve's won.
I think
Steve's
Steve's
won more trophies than Spurs in the last 15 years. Well done, Steve. Right, come on then, Tom. It's not Fernando Torres then, no?
No, because the true Liverpool fan in me just wants to say Bobby Firmino and be done with it. I still want to say Bobby Firmino, you know. But in reality, I think someone who hasn't got a mention who I just used to hate us going up against was Sergio Aguero. Sergio Aguero was immense.
Mate, Robbie Fowler was better than Suarez, man.
I never watched Robbie Fowler. I was too young for Robbie Fowler. Robbie Fowler I watched didn't have knees.
He's not 20 still.
Liverpool's greatest striker.
Sorry, mate.
Kenny Dalglish.
Yeah, Kenny Dalglish.
Kenny Dalglish was something else.
Would you say, just quickly before we go on to that, I mean, Stel, I'm guessing the Fowler Suarez thing, I think the difference there is that Fowler was one of the greatest finishers I think I've ever seen in the Premier League era. Like, his finishing was phenomenal, whereas Suarez was a bit more of a drop deep and dribble pass players. Would that be fair? I mean, I'd have either of them in my team, but
I think Suarez could do everything. He could do everything.
Yeah, but you know what though? You see Fowler, he always turned up in the big moments. He won FA Cups for them, UEFA Cups for them. He everything but the league practically. Robbie Fowler, and he knew how to party as well.
Robbie Fowler. And doesn't Robbie Fowler own like half of Liverpool now? Hasn't he got like 150 properties?
It's half of Manchester as well. That man owns so many houses.
Really?
Fair enough.
That goal celebration was something else as well from Robbie Fowler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Listen, don't get me wrong. Suarez, I was at the game when AVB got sacked and we lost 5-0, and Suarez that day ripped Tottenham to pieces. And one of your team goals that he scored was phenomenal. But I don't know, I remember it. I thought Robbie Fowler and Owen was such a brilliant partnership, and it was weird because they were both short. There was no height, no power, but they were just both goal scorers.
You'll never catch me giving Michael Owen praise anymore. After
Michael Owen. Exactly.
So is he a Judas because he went to United?
Oh, 100%.
Even though Tom, because this is an interesting one, right? Kind of what we're facing at the moment with Poch from some of our fan base, right? Even though the route wasn't Liverpool to United directly, you still
it's a bridge you don't cross. It's the same with Liverpool. You don't cross that bridge and expect to, keep your legacy. And it was worse with Owen because he said he very much committed to the United side. What it was with Owen was he was trying to play sides, and when he went to United, he was very much the big United ultra sort of player. What a big club Manchester United is. It's this, it's that, it's blah. And then United just decides to not give him a new contract. So then he has to try and crawl back to us and try and be an ambassador for us. And all I just went, no.
Jesus.
You said all this stuff. Is that happening?
I mean, we can get to that in a minute. By the way, just in case anyone know that Fabrizio Romano has just announced that Sergio Ramos is a free transfer. Can you imagine Sergio Ramos and Christian Romero? We'd never end a game with 11 men on the pitch, would we?
It'd be like the foreign version of the Cray twins, literally.
First half, it would be like, no one gets past us until they both get early red cards in the second half, and we've got our two fullbacks playing at centre half. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I just want to share that news. I'd share that news. Who hasn't get? Is it Steve? Is it you? Who are your two?
I mean, like,
my money's on Shearer.
He's calling you out.
I mean, it's really tough. You got Obafemi Martins was kind of a dog. Like he was that guy.
No, he wasn't.
How he was.
Come on, Steve. Give me two players.
I mean, Shearer. Shearer has to be at least top two, I think.
Yes, Fran. Big up. How are you?
What's up? What's up, Fran? What's up?
Come, one moment. Sorry, I forgot to put my earphones on. What did you say?
I said, yes, Fran, big up. How are you?
I said, what's up?
Steve!
Hang on.
What is going on?
I've got, oh God, you know what I've done? I didn't realise there was a maximum of 10.
Oh my God, have I kicked someone out?
Accidentally, you have. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I'll drop out for a minute.
No, Sava, I can jump out.
I'll go.
No. Stay on. Stay on.
Mr. Box
No,
Office.
Sava, honestly,
I'm out of here.
He's famous.
I've got work tomorrow morning anyway. So does it?
To know.
Oh man,
How do you know about me? How does he? Oh, good up to you, man. Oh my gosh.
Only if you were going to jump still. I'm not kicking anyone off at all.
Well, if there's people who want to come on, I can come on later.
I'm a gentleman. I'm off.
Right,
See you later.
Alex is off. See you later. There we go. Bye, Alex.
Take care.
Thank you.
See you later, postman.
Back to you,
Ellie. Sorry, Ellie. That was an admin error on my part. Sorry. Fran, we're going through our best 2 strikers of all time. I'm going to ask Steve. We might get a sober answer from him in the next hour, and then I'll come right. Steve, come on, give me an answer that isn't Obafemi Martins. I mean, you can pick Obafemi Martins if you want.
No, so honestly, no, I mean, Shearer, you got to put him in there.
Okay.
Controversial, I know, but number that's so tough, man. I might go Rooney.
Yeah.
Cool.
I hate Manchester United, bro, but like Rooney was that guy. To be honest, he got Van Nistelrooy too. It was kind of a.
What about Tito Asprilla?
Asprilla, maybe. Oh man.
Okay,
we should do a Newcastle Spurs combined 11. EPL.
No, we bloody should.
So just the Newcastle team.
Yeah. Oh, Fran, firing shot. Do you know what? As bad as Spurs are at the moment, I'd like to think that Kane would creep in up front in a combined Spurs.
That would be 4-2-4. That would be.
I'll give you that.
No, but honestly, I'm trying to think who I would have. I mean, you got Shearer in there. I honestly.
Haven't you picked your 2? Like, I'm sure you picked.
Who did I pick? I picked Chicharito or something.
You picked Shearer and Rooney, no?
Chicharito or the Dutch guy?
What? You picked Rooney and Shearer.
And Mr. Roy.
No, you picked Alan Shearer and Wayne Rooney.
Steve, you picked 2. It's fine. You picked 2.
All right, cool.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Steve, remember when we discussed about pints of water? This would be a perfect
I have
time
the
for
Snoopy cup.
We know about the Snoopy cup.
Sava, I don't think he's drank any water from it.
Steve, stop. Fran, big up. How are you? You all right?
Mute. Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Finally got some time to come on and just well done for this. How are you doing, Saba?
I'm all right actually. It's not normally now that's the problem. It's kind of like the 4 a.m. till 7, 8 a.m. slot where I'll just be talking to myself probably. But so you're an Arsenal fan, so I'm going to kind of guess your 2. I won't say, but
guilty.
which 2 strikers of all time in the Premier League?
Can I guess your guess of my 2?
Go on. Guess my guess of you. Go on.
So my guess, you think I'm going to go with Henry?
Yeah.
I don't know. What would be your other one that you think I would go
I would guess that you would go for Henry and Bergkamp. That would be my guess.
Yeah. Thing is, for me, it's kind of the ones that I've been alive for. That.
All right, is that your way of saying you're a lot younger than me? Is that what's going on?
No, but I know. But what I mean is that people. God, bye everyone.
Basically, your old Summer. Get to know.
Okay, so it would be Henry, but then I don't know if anyone's mentioned Beckham yet.
No, strikers.
Oh no, I've completed. Okay. He scored lots of goals, did he?
Yeah. He did. I'm not sure how he'd fare up front though, but we can give him a
be
go.
unorthodox. I'd say that much. Unorthodox striker.
Yeah, playing off the front.
Too late. It's too late for me.
Fran, what did you think of Nicolas Anelka, who played for Arsenal up front?
Anelka. I've painted him, but haven't actually.
Is that a seal of approval?
Hang on, can I ask a question, Fran? Have you also been out tonight?
No, actually, I don't even drink anymore. I'm just like proper tired, and you've put me on the spot, and I can't think of any strikers now.
Do you want me to pick my two, and then I'll come back to you for your two? Would that make life better? Is everyone else been right?
Give her some options as well. Give Fran some options.
You just brought me on, and then like, bam! Think of the two best in the whole.
How terrible of me letting you choose the time you come on.
Francis Jeffers.
Fraser Campbell.
Fraser Campbell.
You know what?
Sanogo.
Curveball. Oh no, he's not striking.
Sanogo. Fucking hell.
Nicholas
Van Persie.
All the players I could think of, like whose goals were awesome, are like midfielders.
Van Persie scored a lot of brilliant goals.
Van Persie was good.
This is true.
Van Persie.
I mean, Emmanuel Adebayor, he was fantastic for Arsenal.
Aubameyang was pretty decent.
It's up to you. Whoever you want to go for.
We'll go with Henry and Bergkamp, then I can like breathe for a minute and actually think.
Okay. So Henry and Bergkamp. So I mean, there's two overwhelming. There's two overwhelming. I mean, I'm gonna.
Henry TV.
It's the picture gets me. I don't know why.
I just got
so happy.
So
proud.
It's because he's standing there like a schoolboy.
Yeah.
So proud he just got into the team.
I'm going to go with the obvious one. It has to be Thierry Henry. I mean, I think he's the best player I think I've ever seen in the Premier League, bar none. If I'm honest, I think he's just absolutely ridiculous. And then I'm really torn between about 8 strikers, to be honest. There's just been so many. Can I just ask quickly before I pick? When people say, I know it's controversial, but I'm going to pick Shearer, why is it controversial to pick the all-time Premier League top goal scorer?
That's literally been my thought this entire discussion. I see only one Hotspur saying Shearer is overrated.
Yeah, that's a bit...
What?
Oh, Shearer's not over. Honestly,
he was unbelievable.
Come on, he's brilliant.
I'm going to put Alan Shearer as my second choice. I think Henry playing off of Shearer would be different gravy. And I know some fans will be really unhappy that I didn't pick Harry Kane there, but I don't. Yeah, I am. I am. I don't know. I just feel like Shearer was just a beast, and you've got to remember how many games Shearer actually missed. He was playing with injury after injury.
Two major injuries to his knee.
So I'm going to go with Shearer. So what that means is the front two that everyone's gone for it. The combination is Henry and Kane, which would be a phenomenal partnership. But here's a list of players I just scribbled down that didn't even get a single mention. Right? You've got Dimitar Berbatov. You've got Fernando Torres, Andy Cole, Teddy Sheringham, Dwight York, Owen, Fowler, Ravanelli, Vialli, Hasselbank, Klinsmann, Van Persie, Wright, Cantona, Ruud van Nistelrooy. That's disgusting, isn't it?
Unlucky, next time you'll get there, Sanogo, mate. Next time you'll get there.
Sanogo.
Who scored more goals, Ian Wright or Thierry Henry for Arsenal?
Henry did, yeah.
Henry's the 7th highest goal.
I think Ian Wright was the
their
top scorer
record
before
goal
Henry came.
Yeah.
He's their record goal
Ian
scorer.
Wright is 23rd with 113.
Yeah.
Yo, what about Diego Costa? He was a bad boy.
Costa's.
Diego Costa, again, a good player.
Yeah, but is Diego Costa really that much better than like Bobby Firmino or something?
Bro, he's a scary mother effer, Tom.
Yeah, he's a different player.
Different
It's when-
player. Yeah, I agree.
It's
Go
whether
on,
you're
man.
going for like goal output or like influence and like
I
impression
go
on
for
the,
fear, violence, and goals, and Diego Costa brings all three in abundance.
You know,
And intimidation.
my favourite ever player, honestly, is Zola at Chelsea. He was
Zola, like he didn't.
I loved
he wasn't like
him.
massive, but yeah, he was technically amazing, wasn't he?
Technically brilliant.
I'm shocked that Cantona didn't get one, but also, I mean, just an honorary mention. I don't think he was the best, but this guy, God, when he came to the Premier League, I mean, I've never
just a bit too young for Tony Yeboah.
I've never seen. I mean, some of the people who are my age. I don't think there's many of us my age in this chat, but the number of volleys this man seemed to score on a weekly basis was just frightening.
That one he scored at home where he controlled it on his thigh and volleyed it. It was again. I can't remember who it was against. It was amazing.
Do you know what?
Eric
There
Cantona
was a lot of strikers
brilliant
just
goal.
below that top level that were just, if they were a better team, they would have been brilliant, like Tevez, Paulo Di
I was going to say
Canio.
Carlos Tevez.
Yeah, the Canio,
What
Still,
a player.
now
Alexis
compare-
Sanchez before he went to Man United, Arsenal was top.
Yeah.
You know?
Tevez, somebody mentioned.
I said that.
Just mentioned.
Di
Has
Canio.
anybody mentioned Cantona yet?
No, just
No
I think Sam
mentioned it.
Yeah. I love Cantona.
Sava, one guy who scored similar goals to Yeboah, Papis Cisse for Newcastle. Bangers.
Yeah.
George Weah.
The one he scored at Chelsea.
Mate, nobody's mentioned Solskjaer, Dwight York, Ashley Cole. I mean,
Someone's mentioned Weghorst in the chat.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, Fran, it's like you said.
Oh yeah,
Are
Hasselbank as well.
Are you looking for goal
Jermaine
out?
Defoe. Like Jermaine Defoe.
Or influence.
Influence, yeah.
Charisma.
You know what?
Yeah, but Weghorst isn't either of those. Weghorst just runs around.
What are
like
you
he's happy to
talking
Oh,
be there.
about?
Listen, Weghorst he smiles a lot, Tom. He's really happy.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Steve.
He's won the lottery, Tom,
And this
hasn't he?
one, yeah.
He's gone from Burnley to playing up front for Man United.
He might well be playing tomorrow as well. This rate.
Besiktas, but before we went to Man United, he was at
Yeah,
Besiktas
he went
and then goes to
somewhere,
Man
didn't
United.
he?
Yeah, and then he
it
got
was
Man
Besiktas,
United.
There's another. I mean, this was a real kind of.
He was wicked.
He was
Castle,
Tell you
Leeds.
what, underrated, like Kevin Phillips, man. Like,
yes,
he scored loads of
I
goals.
like Kevin Phillips.
You know that's probably a good topic. That underrated
And what's his
strikers.
name?
Those two
Who's the
would
other guy at
definitely go in
Everton?
there.
Tony Cottee. Do you remember Tony Cottee?
Yeah, Tony
Cottee.
Showing your age there, still, aren't you? Showing your age.
Yeah,
bring up Tony Cottee. But you've got Crespo, Giroud.
I'm black and white TV.
I'll tell you what it does show, guys, is that the number of strikers then compared to now, it's like every team seemed to have 2, 3, 4 strikers. Now everyone's got like one bloke who can play up front, and then loads who are just sort of floating about and doing other stuff.
You haven't even mentioned like the likes of Les Ferdinand.
Sava, do you know why that is? Do you know why that is? It's because
Terrifying.
before, coaches used to encourage creativity and flair. Take on a man, beat a man, right? Nowadays, everyone's obsessed. Ball possession, play it out from the back. So what's happened is everyone's become almost robotic, and the flair players, the ones that get you off your seat, they're in the demise. And that's the reality because everyone's trying to play the same way. And it's coached. It's all been coached. The last 10 years, they've just drummed it into everyone.
Yeah.
You know what was funny though?
Also the way
you lot
football-
would just
football's
mention
done
all these
nowadays,
strikers, like your Les
Go on.
Ferdinands, and the oldest striker I remember watching was like a washed-up Andrei Shevchenko at Chelsea, or the last year of Van Nistelrooy.
How old are you, Tom?
Because Van Nistelrooy.
21.
Oh, mate. Oh, you missed a golden era of strikers. You missed a golden era of strikers.
I don't know many guys.
Fernando Torres is my gold man. That's like the peak striker of my time.
Oh.
Fernando Torres.
Guys, let's talk.
Rooney.
Let's talk Torres. Here's a question for you. Other than Fernando Torres, has anyone ever seen a bigger fall from grace in terms of Fernando Torres at Liverpool was sensational. Fernando Torres at Chelsea, as Jose would say, it's like his brother. Like it was just night and day. What? Does anyone remember that?
Oh, that was Chelsea to Real Madrid was a massive drop off.
Who?
He should have kept his blonde hair.
Hazard, Chelsea, to Real Madrid. Huge drop off.
There's a few others. Alexis Sanchez going to United.
Coutinho from Liverpool to Barcelona.
Look at this for an opinion. Look at
Over
this.
Arsenal, Chelsea.
What? Oh, get now you've having me on.
What's overrated about Alan Shearer? What's overrated?
And Chris Sutton.
Oh,
Get
The
off
only
it.
the only SAS I know was Sturridge and Suarez.
It's funny though, we're talking about all these
Sturridge.
scorers, but you haven't mentioned Salah.
Striker.
Double
No,
camera
I
striker.
can't include Salah because then I can't run my Salah greatest Premier League winger of all time stuff if I include him.
Protect
I think
the
Mane's a
agenda.
better player than
I have
Salah.
to. I have to protect the agenda. I have to. Give
Tom,
it
we
2
are
years.
blood brothers.
I
because we
don't
hate
think you
Nicola.
understand. Give it 2 years and I can start running with Salah has better stats than Henry. And at that point, there's nothing stopping me.
Oh no!
Hang on, just quickly, Ellie, did you say what I think you just said there?
Yeah, I just said I rate Mane better than Salah. I think he's a better footballer.
I think he's a better footballer. I don't think he's a better finisher. I definitely
He's
think he's
not
a better
finisher.
footballer.
Salah's a better
but
finisher,
we're
definitely.
Oh, look at Tom. Look at Tom. Him and all his 4 Stellas are about to get annoyed. Look.
Mane.
One other striker that no one's mentioned in recent years that I was desperate for us to sign to play alongside Kane would be Jamie Vardy. That is
one's
peak.
mentioned
Vardy.
Love Vardy.
Yeah.
No
Did
one's
you
mentioned
say-
him. His wife seems like a pain in the arse, though, doesn't she?
Oh my
Seems
God.
like she,
Can you?
see-
can-
Oh my
Sorry,
god!
Frank.
Do you remember last season where like he came on and like late in the game just like smashed a whole bottle of Red Bull and then just went on?
Oh, yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
sorry
I
to
think
digress.
Jamie Vardy, Fran, for me was just. He was a Premiership footballer that wasn't, if that makes sense. Like you could tell he's come from the non-league. Like he played like a non-league player
I love
and
the
had
guy.
a great career.
You know when we were super fast counter-attacking in the early Poch days, I just think Vardy to stretch the game, he would have been absolutely amazing.
Oh,
for us.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, just a couple of other strikers. I thought someone said Dalian Atkinson, so I chucked in Dean Saunders, Dion Dublin. Yeah, I know we're going back before your time, Tom. Dion Dublin.
Dalian Atkinson's passed away, hasn't he? Unfortunately.
Yeah, he has. What about this for a player? I'm gonna put this up there, and you all might laugh at me. One of the most underrated players from the Premier League era, Peter Beardsley. Some of the younger ones are going to go
quality player.
You knew that was coming.
Who?
Brilliant.
Top player.
I should know him, but I don't. I should have watched him, but I haven't.
Beardsley.
You'd hate Beardsley because he played for Everton as well, so you don't really...
And he had a face you'd want to punch, Chris, didn't he? Like he just had that kind of Aggie kind of face. I mean, somebody's chucked in James Beattie.
Ellie.
I mean,
Ellie.
He was.
I tell you what.
I know he was.
Kanu. What a good footballer, Kanu. Like a really unorthodox striker.
Yeah.
But leggy. You know how I like my legs. You know what else I like? You know what else I like, guys?
We're still doing it.
There he is. Sorry, Fran. Do you not know who that is?
Don't put me on the spot, but no.
It's a Newcastle.
This is the sexiest man that has ever played football. Are you kidding me?
That's Eddie Howe.
Please tell me. You can't. You must know that is.
Eddie Howe.
Who is it? I said Newcastle.
If I showed you a picture of it, would this make it easier for you guys?
Fran, I'm a celebrity. If you ever, yeah, you must know that is.
Come on.
You must know who that is.
You got to show him in his actual football kit.
If he does the L'Oreal advert.
What about his birthday kit?
He does do the L'Oreal.
I will.
Fran, do you watch I'm a Celebrity?
No.
You seen it? Oh, okay, that didn't help. I know.
Do you remember the song Spurs fans used to sing when we played Man United? And we had Ginola. Do you remember what we used to sing?
Yeah. Oh, God.
No.
Posh Spice, because Posh Spice was dating David Beckham, obviously. So we were playing Man United, right? So they think Posh Spice is a slapper. She wears a Wonder bra. And when she's shagging Beckham, she thinks of Ginola.
Oh, that's it. Oh, I know. I've
We
heard
used to
him
sing that at the
spoken about
terraces.
like
David
a lot,
Ginola.
but I didn't actually know what he looked like. So
Fran,
what a sexy
Fran,
man.
let me tell you
Oh,
something.
Ginola.
His football ability.
Yeah, he had
matched
long hair.
his
That's right.
sexiness,
Long hair.
all right? His
Oh my
football ability matched it. Yeah, I met him
Yeah.
once, and I'll be honest. I've said this story before. When I met him,
I heard it.
yeah, I shook his hand, and because Jermaine Defoe introduced me to him, just casually name dropping,
Flex,
as you do, and he went, "Oh, this is David Ginola," and he was like so tall. And he just smelt better than anything I've smelt in my life. It was just amazing. I was
like a Greek god.
Oh,
Sava.
God,
Sava,
I just, yeah.
I know the feeling because me and Brian Daigle and some of us went to the David.
I know
Ginola
the
night.
feeling.
And
Did you say I know the feeling?
No, because when we
Is
were,
that like a feeling every man's
my
supposed to
God.
have at some point? You just meet someone who's
honestly,
taller and smells much
David
nicer.
Ginola,
Danny's the Greek Ginola.
Yeah.
My hero was him growing up, right? And we were at the night, the David Ginola night last year, or I think the year before, and me and Brian were having a cigarette outside at the time, and then all of a sudden, there's no one else on the balcony, it's just a balcony. The security comes out, and who steps out? David Ginola, and we're sitting there for 10 minutes just having a conversation, having a cigarette with David Ginola, and it was just unbelievable because the people coming out like. You could see that people were just so in awe of him. It was just ridiculous. And we're just sitting there having a complete casual conversation about life, about his experiences. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable meeting him.
He's one of those few players that when he got the ball, you could feel the difference in the crowd, like the anticipation of what was about to happen next.
Yeah.
There's not many players who can do that.
He also said his biggest regret was leaving Spurs early. And it wasn't his actually as well. It wasn't all his choice for leaving.
Well, George Graham wasn't really playing him, and that was a lot to do with it.
Look, guys, I do want to pick. No, we've got a lot of subjects. Another subject to go through. Before I do, can I just say there's still over 200 people in the chat at 1:30 in the morning. Either everyone's been out and got pissed, like some of our guests, or they are just wanting to listen to us mere mortals chat about football. But what I would say is please don't forget while we're doing this, please keep donating. The link is in the chat. For anyone that wants proof, we can show you proof of where the money's going, but it is going into a Just Giving account. Please, we are currently sitting on 1,717 in the Just Giving account and a further 250 in the YouTube account. So we are just shy of 2,000. I really would love to at least get to the 3,000 mark. So please, even if people can put in £1 or £2, please, that would be absolutely brilliant. Any more would be fantastic. And thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Fran, you can pick this next topic. So you got to pick a number from 1 to 17, but you can't pick 2 or 13.
3. It's my lucky number. So.
Okay, this is the best goalkeeper to have ever played in the Premier League. Is this too simple, or am I just being nostalgic here? Okay,
it's Alison Becker, and we can leave it there.
Hang on. So for this,
Rob
I'll
Green.
give it again a Rob Green.
Rob Green. Jesus
Les
Scott
Seeley.
Carson.
Les Seeley, if anyone remembers the name. Ellie, you'll definitely remember that name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you still, you should. Yeah, you remember Les Seeley.
Another RIP.
Oh, do you know what? Do you know why that's popped into my head? I think his son was on Sky Sports News yesterday.
Les Seeley passed away.
A long time ago still.
Yeah. People in the chat, feel free, put in your best goalkeeper. Now, the way this game works, the same as the strikers, you can pick 2. You can pick your best 2. We'll whittle it down, see who gets the most votes. Alan, let me start with you. Best 2 goalkeepers of the Premier League era.
So for nostalgia, it's got to be Peter Schmeichel. And for God's sake,
Michael.
Kasper Schmeichel?
I'm only joking.
I'd say the second one would be Petr Cech. Yeah, that would.
Yeah.
Peter Cech, yeah. Okay.
Petr
Cech.
Yeah, Petr Cech.
Top goalkeepers. I can't wait because someone will say something in a minute that makes us all laugh. Let's go to. Yeah, that's all right, Fran. It's all good. Whoever we pick, you can draw, can't you? So it's all good. Let's go. Let's go with Tom Little, who of course is going to chuck Alisson Becker in there.
Pepe Reina as well, probably. I'm guessing.
Come on, Tom. Who's your two? Which two Liverpool goalkeepers are you putting in? Come on.
No, because realistically, I'm not going to put Pepe Reina in there because as much as he was good, he was also a bit mad.
He's still playing for Villarreal.
I thought Bruce Grobbelaar was more mad.
I never watched Bruce.
Oh, Bruce. Do you know what, Tom? Do you know how good Bruce Grobbelaar was, right? Growing up for me, at the end of my road, when I grew up in Lewisham, there was a church, right? And not one, there's loads of churches in Lewisham, but this particular church. And on the front of the board where it was telling the times of the services and everything that happened, somebody spray painted and said, Jesus saves, but not as well as Grobbelaar. And I just thought, that was brilliant. It just always reminds me of that. Tom, so who are you picking? Two goalkeepers, Premier League era.
Look, I can't reasonably put Simon Mignolet or Loris Karius in there, can I? So
you're so biased. It's
You're right.
Karius. I can reasonably put Alisson in there because I think Alisson is, on ability-wise, got a shout for the best ever. But the other one I'm going to put in there is Piszczek, because there's very few people who my dad and my granddad have ever sat there and went, wow, he's good. But Piszczek, they used to sit there and go, I can't stand playing Chelsea because he just saves everything. And one of the first finals I ever went to supporting Liverpool was at 2011 FA Cup final, when I thought my Andy Carroll shirt was going to get some real good use when he got a brace to lead us into a comeback in the FA Cup final, just for Piszczek to make one of the most ridiculous saves I've ever seen. So you can sit a comfortable second behind the best goalkeeper the Premier League's ever seen in Alisson.
So, okay, so just so I'm not hearing that wrong, you picked Cech and Alisson, yeah? Okay,
100%.
Cech and Alisson. Okay. Ellie, best two goalkeepers, Premier League era.
Yeah, well, you've got to put Peter Schmeichel in because he was awesome. What a player. What a goalkeeper. And he used to make himself so big. He was a big make the goal so small. Yeah, so he has to go in. The second
a real Danish Viking as opposed to your lover.
Nice one. Have another dig. Right, yeah. The second one, I'm not going to choose Peter Cech. I'm going to choose David Seaman.
David Seaman, good shout.
Yeah.
Good shout.
It's one of mine.
Because he lit that Gaza goal in as well.
Yeah, and the Naeem one. just saying.
Can I say Seaman made the best ever save I've ever seen in the FA Cup against Sheffield United. That was unreal.
Good save, yeah. I mean, people remember like Jaska Line and good goal bit. Stel, do you want to go while we're talking to you? So far we've had Seaman, Alisson, Cech, and Schmeichel.
Okay, so if I picked Harry Kane as the best striker on the basis that I'm not going to pick Harry Kane, don't worry.
Well, he has played in goal, hasn't he, for us? So
that's the only position he hasn't played yet, right?
No, he has played.
He has played. He's done it. Oh, okay, all right. Well, there you go.
That Cypriot, wasn't it?
Complete football. So if I picked Harry Kane on the basis that he continues to perform even though he's in a shit team, I'm going to apply the same logic and say there's one goalie that always performed and he was in a shit team and he even won an FA Cup, right? And that's Neville Southall.
I met him in Catalonia.
You met him? Of course you did.
Yeah.
Are you at the airport with Graham Sharp?
With Graham Sharp?
Yeah.
He was a good player.
Yeah, very good player for Everton.
Yeah. He won those titles, didn't he, with Everton in the late 80s?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, God, showing my age there, showing my age. Who's the other one still?
Second. Yes, Schmeichel. Legend.
Schmeichel, yeah. Okay. So we got Schmeichel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I missing one? No, okay. Fran.
Yeah, Seaman, Arsenal, and Schmeichel.
And Schmeichel.
But what you were just saying about them playing like in a worse team and always doing amazing. So my background's in like field hockey, and it's 11 players, like, so the tactics are quite similar anyway. But I was like going through the English system, like the UK hockey. Anyway, irrelevant. But I played a lot of hockey, and I was in goal, and always absolutely loved being put on like the worst team possible, because when you're on the best teams, obviously you get no opportunity at all, and you get one shot like every so often, and you're just expected, like, do you know what I mean? I prefer to be like battered every other minute, and you can make at least 6 saves all the time. But that's the thing about the best keepers. You're put on the spot.
Is that why Harry Kane hasn't left Spurs?
Probably, yeah.
What? A serious question. Like, maybe there's probably a reason he's staying.
Are you implying
so much, isn't it, Harry Kane?
Why else would you stay? Why else would you stay? I mean,
maybe
it is weird.
Maybe he's waiting for Lloris to leave so he can take up his true position in life and go in goal next season. I'm just saying. Who hasn't gone? Chris, you haven't gone yet. Who's your 2 goalkeepers?
I mean, best ever. I think for me, it's a one-horse race by a mile, and that's Schmeichel. Easy. After that, I think Ederson and Alisson have good shouts. I think maybe a bit. You have like the opposite of recent players. I think when you're doing the best of all time, like they're still playing, so I wouldn't go for them. I go 50-50 between Seaman and Van der Sar, maybe.
Oh, good shout. No.
I'm going to throw in one name, though, goalkeeping. This isn't Premier League related, but when I was really young, you remember stuff, the stuff you remember from when you're really little. And when I was very little, first watching football in like the 1988 Euro Championships, there was a goalkeeper in that tournament who I just remember. It's always stuck with me, being like the best goalkeeper I've ever seen in my life. So I'm going to say his name, and I'd be amazed if anyone, maybe apart from Stel and Sava, have heard of him. Rinat Dasayev played in goal for the USSR. I tell you what, that guy, unreal.
No, I've heard of Lev Yashin and all those types, but no, I don't know. I don't know that name.
So he kind of took over from Yashin, I think.
So who did you go for your second one?
I'm gonna edge to Seaman, just even though it wasn't actually in the Premier League, that save, just because that save is in my head the single best save I've probably ever seen.
Unbelievable.
It was just unreal.
And yes, Ian Walker, it will be one of my 2. Don't worry about that. Who has not picked? Who has not picked? Danny, have you gone?
No, not yet.
No, I've left out the top row. Have I? Danny, go on. You and your bun. Who are your favourite goalkeepers?
Yeah, I think again, so many people said it. Hands down, Schmeichel is for the GOAT of Premier League goalkeepers. I don't know if there'll ever be a keeper as good as him. And for me, it was tough between Van der Sar and Petr Cech. To be honest with you, I think both keepers they were unbelievable. I think I'd probably say Petr Cech just because of the longevity of how consistent he was. He basically single-handedly won Chelsea the Champions League final as well in that penalty shootout against Bayern Munich. I think Petr Cech, he was just phenomenal. Unreal.
Will you change your mind if Edwin van der Sar joins Spurs as our next director of football?
No, probably not. Because I don't think Levy's going to let him do his job, is he?
Van der Sar as director of football and Ruud van Nistelrooy as the manager. Steve.
Takeover.
Yeah. Steve, which 2 goalkeepers? Don't tell me you've got some goalkeeper shirts there or something. Which 2 goalkeepers you going for?
I got a few goalkeeping shirts. I mean, I got 2 Newcastle shirts for Tim Krul. The like green and
unbelievable.
How can one person have over 160 shirts? Like, it's just.
I'm not joking.
You've got Obafemi Martins and Tim Krul.
Do you remember that game Tim Krul played at White Hart Lane where he had like
he's got an Emre shirt.
I remember that. Yeah,
Chris, that's a great shout. Yeah, did we lose 1-0?
Yeah, I think so. It was ridiculous.
It was a 1-0.
Yeah, we lost 1-0, and Tim Krul. It was literally all Spurs.
Oh,
Tim
best
Krul.
game I've ever had. Yeah.
Nothing went wrong.
So here's the first one. Yeah.
Yeah,
baby. Yeah, baby. And then there's the green one. Oh, there it is.
Does anyone think we'll get an answer? Like, oh,
just assume it's going to be Casey Keller, Seth.
No, I'm not for
Howard.
The best I've seen. Damn it.
Come on, Steve.
That I've seen since 2014. Schmeichel for Leicester.
Casper, okay.
That's not a bad shout, you know.
He's a solid goalkeeper.
He was.
From the Premier League.
I didn't understand it.
And Allison.
And Allison, okay. Just before, I think, is it Perchy? Just me and you to go now. Just before that, this is a big shout. This is something I think we really need to debate afterwards. De Gea better than David Seaman. That's we'll come back to that. I feel like that's a conversation for De Gea better than any keeper. I mean, I'm not sure. This is a little honorary mention, by the way.
Yeah.
Really good goalkeeper, and was about 4'10" or whatever he was shaking. Perchy.
Well, I think I feel like it's going to be quite simple because I ain't checked.
Is it Fraser Forster?
Fraser Forster.
I like that. He's like a philosopher.
Jens Lane was another good shout. I think Pep just check for what he did. Like in that Chelsea team was mad. Like and 202 clean sheets in your career, like miles ahead of anyone else. There's a few honorary mentions as well. You've got the likes of like David James. I'm not saying he was amazing, but like just longevity. Then there's like Schwartz, you've got Friedel. I'm not saying they're the best, but and then it's like a toss up. Like Schmeichel's the better one, but everyone sort of picked him. So it's like then there's like Van der Sar. It's like I kind of like because I thought Van der Sar was incredible, but I'll go Schmeichel and go a bit bored. It's a bit because everyone else is kind of good, but I think he was incredible, weren't he?
Which Schmeichel?
Yeah, Peter Schmeichel was incredible.
So have you answered? I'm not sure. Did you answer?
Yeah. Check Schmeichel.
Checking Schmeichel. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Checking Schmeichel. Okay. So I think that just leaves me. Unless anyone hasn't been. Has anyone not been? I'm going to give an honorary mention for complete bias reasons to Eric Torjvet. I just want to put his name in there, and a big shout out to Mr. Steve Ogrizovic, just because I remember him being this monster of a man.
Steve Ogrizovic.
Steve Ogrizovic. He was the famous Coventry goalkeeper for it felt like 2 decades or something. And I saw him in the stands the other day at Wembley, not personally, but like for the Luton Coventry game. He hasn't got better looking, but yeah, it's got to be Schmeichel, and I just think I'm going to say Van der Sar because the fact that no one's picked Van der Sar, I'm going to give him a vote. So that means the top goalkeeper is Peter Schmeichel, and then Cech and Seaman in second place. Let's quickly before we move on to different. Well, we can take as long as we want. I've got all the time in the world. Please keep donating. The donations have completely dried up. Everyone's got all a little bit tight in the last. Everyone's got all a little bit tight in the last hour. Even if it's £1 or £2, please do. Otherwise, we're just idiots sitting around talking football for 24 hours. So please make it worthwhile, guys and girls. This is De Gea has now got more Golden Gloves than any other keeper. Got Player of the Season 4 years in a row. De Gea is the best the Premier League has seen. Listen, I can't.
Isn't a representation of a keeper though, because it's a representation of how good your defense is.
Yeah,
a keeper's representation is the keeper's individual stats, and David De Gea falls below par in the past couple of seasons with those stats. In his pomp, sure, David De Gea was a joke, but when you compare him to the likes of a Cech, or a Van der Sar or a Schmeichel or shamelessly an Alisson, who sit there and have all aspects of the game locked down. David De Gea is elite at one aspect, but then you offset that with the fact that I've seen 7-year-olds have better distribution out the back than he does.
Like a bottom of Malibu, I could play better passes than the sloppy.
Steve, there's a lot of things I'd give you at this point in time with how drunk you are, and football is not one of them.
Bro, you know, I can make some magic happen.
You can stand up, Steve, to be honest, mate. I'm not going to lie.
I don't think David De Gea is any better than Lloris, to tell you the truth.
Stand up.
I think Lloris is just as good as him.
It's not just the distribution. I mean, a couple of seasons ago, Man United fans were saying about De Gea out. His distribution, he had Matt Gaffs leading to goals against them. He can't save it apart from the one in the.
Hey, I'll sub off for Mr. Box Office just for a bit. I'll come back on later.
As long as you're sure, you're always welcome back on.
Yeah. I'm in it for the long
10 hours. Okay.
Yeah, no.
I like that, Fran. Commitment. I like that. Good.
I'm in a bit of a night owl, so go on, get on. If you don't know, get to know. It's Mr. Box Office.
Oh, brilliant. That was the best.
Tom, have you ever had the pleasure of streaming with Mr. Box Office before?
Clip that bit.
I may have done once or twice on the terrace.
Get him in a one-on-one debate and just have the time of your life. It's absolutely brilliant. Alex, we're waiting for you, and in your memory, we'll put up what I made earlier. Where did it go?
Tom, you know Ty from Arsenal Fan TV.
Alex talks waffle.
That literally looks like necks.
I mean, listen, I wrote that on my phone like that. It's not like I'm not paid to do it. Jesus Christ.
Oh, dear. I can't believe, by the way, in the Premier League goalkeeper, no one actually gave an honorary mention.
I've seen that David Ginola image too many times in one day.
I know, but it's so funny. Oh, I tell you, someone we should all see. Congratulations to the next Spurs manager. There he is. Go on, Brendan.
Oh my God.
Shark
Big
face.
Big Brendo. And if you don't like that one, then you probably won't like this one. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Is that like your Batman call for like Henry to come on?
Yeah, if I say Henry Wright TV, who had his Nando's earlier, I bet he's still up. He doesn't sleep. I get messages like 3 a.m. for him going, Omri or Kane. I'm like, oh mate, I'm sleeping. But he just wants to talk football all the time.
I'm sorry. I've just got to be honest, yeah.
Okay. Honestly, all right. That's that conversation finished. Over to you.
I have to be honest.
You got to talk about Nando's, Alex.
I was okay. Yeah, I was okay. And then Tom had to mention about stats again. I don't. What is it about these kids these days about stats? Honestly, I've never known anything. I'm not going to go there with Tom because the thing is that I can't do it. I can't do it. No, I can't because the thing is because I'm Mr. Box Office and I do that for fun. You know what I mean? So I'm not even going to try it. You know what I mean? Because he ain't gonna compete with me because Art's Terry Lewis, bruv. And he got bantered by Mr. Box Office before, bruv. So you don't even go there with me, bruv. You know what I mean? With stats. You know what I mean? Which is absolute rubbish. You know what I mean?
So you know all these Premier League
real goalkeepers. David Seaman, bruv. David Seaman. Yeah. That's a real goalkeeper. Peter Schmeichel, real goalkeeper. That's what I'm saying, bruv. Yeah. So if you're gonna talk to me about stats, yeah, talk to me about those goalkeepers, and that's it. And then get back to me, Bob.
Alex,
you know what I mean? Get back to me,
Alex,
Bob.
Alex, did you rate Paul Mitchell when he was our head scout, whatever you want to call him, when Poch was here? Did you rate Paul Mitchell?
Yeah, but listen, I'm sorry, but yeah, I understand that he do stats. Yes, I do.
Well, he was data driven. He was a data driven scout based off
but
stats.
That's their job, Bob. That's their job. That's their job.
So how can you slag off the stats then?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, but that's their job, bruv.
So
I'm a fan. I'm a football fan. I'm an old school throwback from 90s.
You can't
bruv.
say you rate
throwback 90s guy, bruv. That's all I am, bruv. So all this stat crap.
You're saying this guy's really good.
No.
Slag off the work he does.
No, this is Mr. Box Office. This is
I
Mr.
am.
Box
All of
Office.
his waffle.
Mr. Box Office, the star attraction
Get
speaking.
some maple syrup.
Mr. Main Event speaking. The main event is speaking, yeah, bruv. You listen, the apprentices listen, the master talks like they always say every single time, yeah? Right? As I said before, you tell me about stats, I'll tell you about trophies, and I'll tell you about elite players, bruv, yeah? And the elite players were back in the 90s, bruv, yeah? And those are David Seaman, Peter Schmeichel, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. And if you don't know, get to know. It's Mr. Box Office TV. If you want to subscribe and like, and that's it. Back to you, Sava, I'm done.
I like the shameless plug.
Can someone tell me? This is. I literally went to the bathroom like 3 doors down for a wee, and I've got my headphones where the sound's coming out, and I could hear just squeak out the headphones. Like I couldn't hear words. What did I miss? Who was scoring who?
The point I'm making, right? The point I'm making is I don't mind if Alex wants to slag off the stats. I don't have an issue with that. But then don't praise the scout that brought in the players that Alex liked, who used stats and data-driven models to bring those players in. That's the contradiction.
Basically, Stell is saying
hate the stats, but then you've got to hate Paul Mitchell as well.
You have to be an eye test merchant or a
You can be both. You can be
math.
both.
I don't understand where it's come to nowadays.
So confused. I'm
an eye test merchant.
Hang on. Go on, Alan.
I don't understand where it's come to nowadays. It's either you're just stats or you just eye test. It's a combination of all. You have to have stats.
Yeah.
The eye test has to be there, and performances in big scenarios. If you're somebody that goes missing in every big game, then that takes it's like for me a triangle. If you have somebody that doesn't have the stats to match another one, it's all of it. The person who just sits there and goes, it's only stats. Sorry, that's waffle.
I want to say
it's not stats. It's everything.
I've just never known, like, Alan, I mean, I'm 40 and I'm pretty sure that up until the last 2 or 3 years, I've never heard the phrase eye test so much in my life. It used to just be what you see in a player. Now it's, you already do it with the eye test. But I didn't hear all of it, but I think stats for me are really subjective, like really, really subjective, unless they're hardcore. Like for me, it depends. Like if you are a goal scoring striker, that's what I'm judging you on. I'm judging you on your goals, right? Then again, if you are more of a deep lying forward, like as Tom's here, like a Bobby Firmino, who's more of a link up player dropping deep, I'm not going to judge him on not getting 20 goals a season. So when you have those debates with him, they go, oh, yeah, but look how many goals that person scores. Yeah. For me, I think it shows a little bit of a lack of, well, what else do they do around the pitch? But the eye test has been, before all these data-driven things came out, football's been around for hundreds of years, and that's how scouts scouted, right?
Yeah.
Brian Clough, when he went and scouted a player, he didn't turn around and go, oh, hang on, I need 15 people to count how many passes he makes, how many times he closes down in the final third and pressures and...
Or how many times he did a Davinson Sanchez and fell on his ass.
Honestly, when someone says XG to me, honestly, I'll just switch off. Honestly, I'll just switch off. Honestly, it's like a salesperson. Oh, let's predict how many sales he makes, yeah? Let's predict how many sales he makes. So he must be a good salesperson, isn't it?
But no, it isn't how many sales he makes. But then you rate
it makes
Paul Mitchell,
no sense whatsoever. I'm sorry. It just goes, it gets me mad. Honestly. And then Spurs fans say it, and I'm sitting there saying, bruv, we ain't won no trophies. That's the only stat that really matters, and that's it, bruv. That's what I said all the day, and that's all day long, and that's it, bruv. And this is like nearly 2 o'clock, and I'm still ranting, bruv. What's going on here, bruv?
Football clubs pay millions and millions of pounds.
Mr. Box Office comes out the box, and that's it, bruv. And that's all I need to say. Back to you, Sam. I'm done.
I apologise everyone for bringing up stats at 2 o'clock in the morning because I didn't realise it would start all this.
No, it's good. It's good, Tom. We need conversation. By the way,
listen, I don't understand this, right? I couldn't give a shit if you like stats or not. Doesn't bother me. But if you're going to slag it off, don't praise the man that you love who used stats to deliver what you love. I don't get that bit.
That's the bit I don't get.
Can we slag off something that is bad that I think we can all universally agree on?
Tottenham.
For over,
that's fair.
over an hour.
We're not all bad though.
No, that's not what I was going to say. For over an hour, we have not had a donation. We have not had a donation, right? From 213 people in the chat, we have not had a single donation, whether it be £1, £2, £5, £10. Come on, people. We're not doing this for fun. Well, we are, but we're doing this for a good cause.
What I'll do is, what I'll say is, if you put in more than £10, I'll put an Arsenal shirt on for you. I need to find an Arsenal shirt.
Yeah, I'll do something stupid too.
Bloody
Don't do that, Alex. Don't do it.
I've got to put an Arsenal shirt on.
Can I ask a question? Why have you got an Arsenal shirt to hand?
My brother supports it. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, wait. Do you put a 10 in?
Yes,
I was just about to donate.
Anyway,
I was going to donate
on.
5 for nothing. I'll put 10 in now. There we go. Easy. Mr. Waffle House. Get your Arsenal shirt on.
On a serious note, people in the chat, on a serious note, even if you can afford £1 or £2, you've got the proof that it's going directly to the British Heart Foundation. Please stick it in. Stick it in, please. Come on, let's help.
I've got to be honest.
He's going to put it on.
£10 for an Arsenal shirt seems quite low. You know?
That's a bargain.
It's very low.
It's almost like he actually wants to put on the Arsenal shirt.
I know.
Yeah,
I say
he's a closet Arsenal fan. He's lying to us.
Like, I'm sorry. If someone asked me to put on an Everton shirt, I'd need like 50 quid or something. A tenner, like. That's almost like he wants to, you know.
I would never ever put an Arsenal shirt on. No, sorry.
If you gave me enough Malibu, like maybe.
I think you've had enough.
Do you know what Alex could have said? Alex could have said, if we raise £100 in the next 20 minutes, he'll put in, and he goes for a tenner. Like,
no.
I'm telling you,
work in sales. But on a serious note, please, people. I mean, it's really, really dried up. We've stayed on 1,717 for a long time now. A lot of you are watching. Just 2 minutes would be amazing. The last people that have put in, thank you so much, Chris. Sorry, I've only just seen this. Chris in the chat has put in, so thank you so much for that, Chris. Anonymous has just said, you lot are amazing. So thank you for that. Anonymous has also said, good show, guys. And that's it. So we haven't had a donation for an hour. So people, I will keep banging on about this. It's the reason we are here. Come on. Some of you have been in this chat for a very long time. Put £1 in. Guys, I think we've done goalkeepers to death. Is everyone happy that
we're flying through these topics now? You know, we got through 1 in 13 hours. We've gone through 2 or 3 in about an hour. Oof.
Mate, listen,
mate, you have to find some more in a minute.
No, don't worry. Listen, there's loads of topics. But by the way, has anyone just seen João Moutinho is on a free from Wolves? Just so
there's like 50 João Moutinhos. Which one?
João Moutinho, who's been at
there's a João Moutinho that plays for Orlando City.
He's not going to get released from Wolves, though, is he?
Steve, the clue was João Moutinho is on a free from Wolves. Wolves. I wouldn't just randomly. I wouldn't randomly bring up a player from Orlando City, would I? And Diego Costa has been released.
No, but which João Moutinho are you talking about?
Are we really doing this? Is this really happening? Is this happening?
Nah,
is this happening?
Up until 30 seconds ago, I didn't realise there was another João Moutinho in football. So I've got to be. I don't think anyone else realised there was a João Moutinho
in the name, Steve. He said from Wolves twice.
All of us thought there was one João Moutinho. Now apparently there's 15 that we need to discuss.
No, bro.
Until 30 seconds ago, I didn't.
So wait.
No, I'm in that same place, mate.
So there's João Moutinho that plays for Wolves.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
He's effing off out of
Please make it stop. Please make it stop.
Steve, that was 2 minutes ago. You started going on about Orlando City.
Yes, there's a João Moutinho who plays as a left back. He's Portuguese. He used to play for Orlando City.
Why? Sava said Wolves. Steve. Sava said Wolves.
Why would
I was just trying to be informative.
I've got to be honest, Steve. You're looking at a panel that is made up of. There's 10 people on the panel. There are 8 Tottenham fans, a Liverpool fan, and a Newcastle fan. Why would they possibly be discussing Orlando City?
It's
2 in the morning.
I don't even know who they are.
Orlando City, bro. I have an Orlando City shirt. Give me a shirt.
Oh God,
you have a shirt for him. Oh, he's coming to get the Orlando City shirt.
Yes.
They're not relevant in world football.
Oh, I love it.
Sava, what's the next topic? What's the next topic before he brings out his Orlando City shirt?
Tom, because you made us laugh. All right, you can pick any number between 1 and 17, other than 2, 3, and 13.
Sorry, Alex, where's your Arsenal shirt?
Yeah. Put it on.
Hang on. Hang on. Is that
Perchy donated £10 on purpose?
Has he?
I put in the comment, Mr. Waffle House, get the Arsenal shirt on.
Oh, yes, he does. Hang on. And I'll tell you what, just to be very, very clear, here it is. And we can see the note that he's left. And if everyone has a look, you can see right at the top of the screen there, it says, the Perchy TV, Mr. Waffle House, get that Arsenal shirt on.
Okay, cool.
There it is.
Cool.
Easiest 10 euros I've ever spent.
I tell you what, I've never seen anyone do it that easily before. Though.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly, he tried to get away with it as well.
I can't give many money at the moment, so I'm doing this.
I thought you were going to say.
He's actually got an Orlando City shirt. What is this? I'm watching.
Full screen, Sava.
Yeah, put it full screen.
Christ. Yeah. Even smiling while you're doing it, Alex.
Change his name to Alex AFC.
Change his name to Alex Sanchez.
Alex AFC.
Alex, can you stand up a tiny bit, please, so I can see the Arsenal badge?
Please stand up.
This is
I want to see the Arsenal badge.
Alex, we can't see you. Stand up. We can't see you.
Yeah, no one can see you. You have to stand up.
Superb.
Oh, this is awful.
People in the chat.
It suits you, Alex.
Please, everyone donate now, right
if
now.
seeing Mr. Box Office
Alex,
in an Arsenal shirt doesn't make you put in £1 or £2, then there is something very wrong with your humanity and your heart. This is for a very good cause that affects all of us and all of our families. Please whack in a couple of quid.
Everyone put some money in.
Oh, that comment by Samuel's brilliant. Mr. Soul Office TV.
The Soul Office TV.
Sava, I'm doing this for charity for you, bruv. So that's all I'm saying.
Everyone in the chat,
Alex, you have to stand up a little bit.
Come on.
Yeah.
No, Daddy, I know why you're saying that. You cheeky.
What name you got? What name's on the back? What name's on the back? You got Campbell. Is it Campbell on the back, or is it Henri?
Bergkamp, baby.
Okay. You've got an Arsenal shirt on. You were just wearing a minute ago.
How much for you to burn?
This is so awkward.
Steve, how much do we have to raise now for you to burn that?
It's just so uncomfortable.
You want to make it more uncomfortable? Do the Cantona bullshit.
Huh?
There you go. No, that stupid collar thing that he does.
I just want to get rid of it. I just want to make it stop. But anyway, moving on.
I think you have to keep it on until we've raised it, where we pass the 2K.
Why do I look like? I look like a.
I think I'm going to give up asking for donations. It's been an hour, and Perchy's the only one, and Chris in the last hour. People are very, very. Come on, £1. There are some super chats. Just quickly, some super chats that I need to go through for the last couple of hours. So, Shefe Sajad, thank you very much appreciated. Really, really big thank you. H. Shah has said his team, his best Spurs team. We won't open this can of worms again, though. Is Torjvet, Walker, Bale, King, Campbell. He stuck Judas in there. He stuck him in there, people. Yes, I've said it. Anderton, Ginola, Modric, Gaza, Berbatov, Kane. Thank you very much, H. You and Mr. Box Office both picking Sol Campbell. Wolves Finland coming in with another donation. Thank you. Always a big supporter of all the channels. Loves music. How are you, mate? Long time no see. Hope you're well. He said, talking about strikers, Torres, Rooney, Fowler, Owen, so many. Strasbourg Steve. God knows what. God knows what shirt he's putting on now. Thank you again, Steve. Daniel Montadan has done loads today, so thank you so much. Alex's twin brother, the Mr. Pox Office, has also advertised. He has.
That's amazing.
It's just ridiculous. Oh, God.
You've got to read the message.
It says, it's proper Richie, bruv. Back to you, Saba.
That's genius.
Oh my God.
It's proper itchy, bro.
Does anyone know what currency NOK is? Does anyone know where this person's from?
Norwegian krona.
Is this
Norwegian
Norwegian?
krona?
That's absolutely brilliant. It's probably Erling Haaland trolling him after what he said about
John
Carew.
Actually, John Carew.
For anyone that doesn't know, Alex did famously say that Erling Haaland's just an above-average John Carew. So you have to take a pinch of salt. Sam Jones.
No, that's not a pinch of salt. That's the truth, bruv. That's all I need to say. But anyway, moving on.
Alex, when goal scorers hit 54, 55, whatever goals in a season, you can't liken them to John Carew. You just can't.
Haaland's 2 goals behind Carew in one season. Come on. This is insanity.
Sam Jones, big up. Thank you very much. And H. Shah has come in with another one. Big up, Alex, my G. I will drop a $5 for you. Back to you, Saba. Thank you so much.
Do we even want to try and figure out what shirt Steve's wearing now?
What is it? Oh, wait.
Is it French?
No.
Souls, no.
I've seen Sunday League teams wear that shirt.
Hey, can you make him full screen?
Joma's British. That's English. It's Joma.
No, it's not English.
Is that a J-League shirt?
Put him full
Go
screen.
full screen on me.
Is that Jome?
Yes,
Jome.
What is that?
Is it?
That's a team.
Turkish second division Adana Sport.
The Turkish second division.
Can I just ask a question? Where did you get that? Like, seriously, where did you get that?
Oh my God! From a guy. There's a guy.
Did you just say from a guy?
From a guy on Instagram. This guy on Instagram has match worn shirts.
Steve, have you got a match kit dealer? Like he steals you like football kits.
Yeah, and then there's stuff on eBay that I buy.
Amazing.
I reckon
it's the way he said Turkish second division, Adana, like we're supposed to know.
Adana Sport, maybe.
Oh yeah, Adana, yeah.
Adana.
Do you know what I will rate?
He's not on Jordy.
I will rate the fact that it's 10 past 2 in the morning. There's over 200 people watching this madness unfold. And every time you think it's just going to lull, something happens and it's very funny. We've got drunk people. We've got Alex who's confused about who he supports. It's just all great fun. It's all great fun.
Steve, do you have an Emre Can shirt at the back there?
No, that's not Emre Can. It's
I don't even know
Emre, isn't it?
Honestly,
not on about the one you wearing. Emre Can didn't play in the Turkish second division.
No, that's not Emre Can. It's
Emre Belözoğlu.
Who? That's the one.
Oh yeah, of course, Belözoğlu. Yeah.
The Turkish lad.
So the Newcastle
he played for Steve. Tom. He played for Newcastle.
Yeah,
I've gathered that much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the wall. But who was he?
What do you mean it wouldn't be on the wall? Have you seen the number of shirts this man has got?
This guy is wearing Turkish second division right now.
I have another Turkish one.
Oh my God!
Please.
Again, people, I apologise. I've opened the rabbit hole that shouldn't have been opened.
Tom has opened Pandora's box here. He really has. While he's doing that, right,
mate.
Trabzonspor. I know that one.
Trabzonspor,
Yeah.
and then Adana Demirspor.
Adana.
Wait, there's 2 Adanas. There's 2 of them.
Who's there?
It's not a food. Not a restaurant.
What's going on?
Adana Demirspor.
Adana Demirspor. Bro, they got Yunus Belhanda. They're actually, Adana Demirspor have actually been wicked good in the Super League this year. I think they're fourth. They've actually been good.
You know,
just quickly,
Steve says it with such confidence, like we're supposed to know who Yunus Belhanda is.
Algerian guy, left wing. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I watched the Turkish Super League.
Do you know what, Steve? I'm going to give you some credit, man. You've got a very wide knowledge of what's going on in Europe, man. I'll give you that.
Sorry, Stel. Sorry,
I'll give you
earlier,
that,
this man is like Rayman when it comes to football players.
It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
No, Stel. So we were playing a game earlier. You get given the team that the first game they played at and the last one. This is Rayman next to you. It's mental. He got Stoichkov. He finished his career he played obviously
DC United. He finished his career in DC United.
This guy's ridiculous. Rayman.
So, he was answering the questions before the
probably
question
got the
was
fucking
finished.
Stoichkov shirt from the last game.
You know what? If you ever do one of them pub quizzes on football, Steve's the man you need to take.
Oh, yeah. This guy knows everything.
100%.
Just quickly, I
feel like a dog getting pet by everyone.
Steve, Patrick McCorry, who has donated a hell of a lot of money today.
I'll take off my shirt. That's fine.
Steve, just let me go through the donations. Come on, guys. Patrick McCorry, thank you so much. So much. I really, really do appreciate it. You've been absolutely brilliant today. And I liked this comment that said, does this guy live in a football kit shop? Wow, absolutely. Yes, Samuel said, big up to you, Sava. I mean, yeah, he's butchered my name, but okay. And everyone else, these streams have been hilarious. We do what we do. Is everyone else? Is everyone good to continue? Is everyone cool? I don't want to keep anyone here against their will or anything.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out, guys. I've got work at 8. So listen, big up to everyone. Keep doing the stream, keep doing the work, and everyone donate.
Keep drinking is the most important part. And donating.
It's not.
And big up Adana Sportif.
Yeah. Adana Sportif.
Cheers, Stel. Cheers, mate. Right. So, and as one person checks out, we've got Staffy. Big up Staffy, a United fan from America, who just has Man United flags in the background, not 95 shirts like Steve. Staffy,
believe it or not,
show.
Us Americans are a little bit different, you know. Steve, I can safely say Steve is one of a kind. So if you thought all of us in America just have a kit shop in our house or in our bedroom, safe to say that's not the case.
Is that a Lazio scarf behind you?
Yes,
we've already had the Lazio scarf on. Don't
I have like 8 Lazio kits, bro. I love
Pandora's box.
Do you know more than anything?
I'm going to catch myself. I'm going to catch myself before I open Pandora's box again. Good on you, Steve. Well done for supporting Lazio. Don't explain to me about where the origin story of them, please.
Luis, thank you for Luis Alberto. Thank you for Lucas Leiva. Thank you.
Oh my God.
That's the first time anyone's ever thanked my club for Lucas Leiva.
Just quickly, Sai has donated into the Just Giving page and said this is a brilliant thing to do. Thank you very much. Anonymous has also donated, so thank you very much for Anonymous. People across the so far, what are we into? Hour 15 or whatever we're into of 24? No, hour 15. 99 people have donated, so thank you very much to all those 99. But there's 196 people. That tells me that there are over, just under 100 people that haven't donated.
97 odd people in the chat.
Just £1, £2. This is for a good cause. And we are now into, honestly, 8:40. I'm now into hour 15. Right. Who would like to pick the next topic?
Wait, what I missed? What are you guys doing?
It was Tom. Tom, it was you. But Tom, you were meant to pick this ages ago, and then we got sort of.
I know.
Stuck in some loop.
Steve pulled out the Turkish second division side shirt, and we all got back.
I have a shirt from Malta.
Steve, no. Malta shirt, yes. That one needs to be saved for
Staffy, by the way, Staffy, you've walked into an absolute madhouse. I mean, don't expect any rhyme or reason at this stage. Tom, pick a number. 1 to 17. Yeah. It can't be 2, 3, or 13.
Right. Okay. We'll go 7 then.
Number 7. Okay. Number 7 is the best right back in Premier League history. The best right back. Right. Now, so
we know
Staffy,
he's gonna...
if you haven't seen what we do, Staffy, everyone gets their go. You get to choose your top 2 right backs from Premier League history, from any club, Premier League history, and then the person with the most votes wins. And along the way, there'll be lots of agreement, and then lots of what on earth are you talking about? That guy was poor. Let's kick off. I'll go. Tom, seeing as you picked the subject, you can go first. Which 2 Liverpool right backs are you picking?
Look, we all know Trent Alexander-Arnold's ended up in my list.
Oh my no!
We don't know that. You know that.
He's ended up in there.
Are you putting him in? Are you putting him in?
Yes.
Oh, you're not, Tom. You gotta be kidding. I feel like there needs to be like some YouTube police or something. Like, are we putting TAA in there?
No.
I am.
Okay, Tommy's all right.
I've got no other one. I refuse to put Glenn Johnson in there, and I refuse to put Stephen in there, despite how solid he was.
Do you know the rules of the game, Tom? It's not just Liverpool players.
You know what? You should make a rule for. You should make a rule for him.
This club have given me very little happiness this year. I want to at least take some.
No,
I want to at least take some. So Trent can sit at number 1, and then see, look, I refuse to pick Gary Neville because he's mank, and no. I'll give Kyle Walker the other vote. He was good.
Kyle Walker, okay. Kyle Walker and Trent Alexander-Arnold, 1 vote each. Alan, I'll come over to you.
So I'll go more old school. For me, it would be Gary Neville would be 1, and Lee Dixon as well.
Lee Dixon. God, he didn't even pop into my mind.
Yeah.
He didn't pop into my mind. There's been some good right backs across the Premier League. Spurs have 9 on their books at the moment. Not that they're good, but we've got like 9 right backs or something. Chris, 2 right backs.
That's tough, isn't it? Right backs. Well, honestly, when I think about it, I wouldn't have thought I was going to say this, but I really find it hard to look past Kyle Walker, to be honest. I think he was good for us. I think he's been brilliant for City. And the other one I'm going to throw in, I think, is another City player, or he was anyway, probably João Cancelo.
Okay. João Cancelo and Kyle Walker.
Yeah, that's what I'm going
for. João Cancelo. Okay. Let's see where we end up at the end. Staffy, I'll come to you. Your first picks. The best 2 right backs in Premier League history, in your opinion.
I'm gonna go a little bit old school and back Gary Neville.
Okay.
And there's a few good shouts, but it's hard to go past Kyle Walker for what he's done for City, and he's always been solid wherever he was, Spurs and then City. So I would have to go to them too. There's more shots, but I think those 2 are solid.
Just quickly, a couple of donations. D has come in, Crystal Palace D, for anyone that knows him, and said, "Keep up the great work, Sava. Shame that you support one of the smallest sides in London," with a laughing face. Coming from a fan who supports Crystal Palace, whose biggest achievement is cheerleaders and the Zenith Data Trophy. So listen, we take it where we can. And George has donated as well and said, "Can you give a mention about Danny Thomas, who played for Spurs between 83 and 88, who had his career ended by a horrific tackle by QPR's Gavin Maguire? I witnessed as a schoolboy, Spurs fan." Thank you. Well, thank you very much to both of you for that. So sorry, Staffy, you went for, was it Walker and Neville? Walker and Neville. 2 solid choices. 2 solid choices. Just before we move on, Spider LFC has said Heart Foundation. So I have no idea who you are, but been doing Liverpool content for years now. Good cause, lads. Oh, thank you. I feel like I've butchered that sentence. I'm sure it made sense. And so, Tom, can you read that in Scouse?
I would be able to if I wasn't absolutely smashed, but I'll give it a go.
Go on.
You said Art Foundation, so I have no idea who you are, but you've been doing Liverpool content for years now. Good cause, though, lads.
Brilliant. Lovely. Spider LFC. Thank you. That is very much appreciated. And Samuel Grass has come and said, Sava, honestly appreciate the content and I hope this helps. Thank you, mate. Every penny helps. Even if it's £1, 50p, every penny counts. There's what someone thinks about Trent, but we'll get to that later on.
Be aggressive.
Steve, have you changed your shirt again?
How did you just know that?
I actually know that. Is that Red Star Belgrade?
Yeah, there you go.
Are we creating a rivalry between Steve and Tom without knowing? Is that what's going on here? We keep
because you know what it's like. It's like one of them, quick change acts. But I'm not paying enough attention
don't realise
to it.
he's just got a new shirt on every 5 minutes.
I keep looking up to go look at the Kabay shirt, and there's a new shirt on him every time.
You know what's crazy? It's an old shirt too, so it means like sometime in the last decade, Steve decided, let me get a Red Star Belgrade jersey.
Oh, it's a sick shirt.
It's a really bad 80s montage.
I know what year
that's what it
from.
is. Just a really
2014-15.
See, look, bro. 9 years ago, Steve was sitting in his room 9 years ago, and he decided that was a good idea. That's what I'm trying. Like, it's the Malibu, bro. They should sponsor this guy.
I'm just intrigued as to how Steve sits there and looks at these shirts and go, you know what I feel I should buy today? A Turkish.
I have a shirt. I don't even. Do I even say that? I have a shirt from the Serbian second division.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Do you know what? I think Staffy is right.
Are they even professional?
Talking of shirts, if we want to go down that route, here's one. Have you got a Zambian First Division shirt? Now that if you haven't got one of them, I have got one of them.
Why?
I have from Africa.
I got sucked into one of those, those mystery shirt things, and I bought one, and I realised I was like, that was an absolute waste of 20 quid.
Is that what happened to Steve 160 times?
I ended up with a shitload of Newcastle shirts that on accident.
Do you know what? Staffy is right. If Malibu sponsored Steve, right? Malibu could have Malibu making people buy shit football shirts since 19.
How is this shit? What are you talking about?
He's joking, bro. Look, you got him pissed.
No,
it's actually a good jersey, bro. It is a good jersey.
No, he's not. Oh, God. It looks like you're wearing a Wales kit.
It actually does look like a
What's wrong with Wales?
I'm surprised you didn't just say, I've got a Wales kit. I'll go and get that.
You have one.
Just quickly, let's. Who hasn't gone yet? By the way, just quickly, ZVO Genius. I do have to disagree all day, every day. I think I'm picking Kyle Walker over Azpilicueta. I'm not saying Azpilicueta's not a good player, but I think Kyle Walker offers so much more pace, power. Sorry, that's just me. But we've got people that are mentioning. I'm not putting ideas in people's heads. People like Ivanovic, Zabaleta, Paulo Ferreira, Lauren. There's been some
I'm
good
surprised no one's mentioned Gary Neville.
Yeah, we have. Loads
of us think Gary Neville.
Two people have picked him so far. Yeah. So let's go with Danny Kiriakou, who's gone into night mode. Looks like he's peeping. Who are your two, Danny?
Yeah, for me, Kyle Walker. I think you have to just because of he kind of turned the modern day right sort of wing back or kind of right back into what you'd want in as a modern day Premier League right back. And what he did with Spurs, he kind of just went up levels when he went to Man City under Pep. So it has to be him. 5 Premier League titles. He could be on for a treble this season. Unbelievable. I think
and pockets players like Vinicius Junior.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, absolutely phenomenal player. My second one, I don't know. It's hard to choose between for me because I like those type of fast type of right backs. I know Gary Neville was a phenomenal player, but no one's mentioned Dan. Is it Petrescu? How do you say his surname again? I forgot how to say
Petrescu.
Yeah.
There's another one. Petrescu's a good player, very good player.
I really like Petrescu because of the way he was actually probably one of the first fast type of wing backs, I think, in that era when he started 20 odd years ago, 95 he came into the Premier League with Sheffield Wednesday, I think it was. But yeah, he was brilliant.
He's sticking in Petrescu.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Petrescu. Yeah,
Nice.
One of the few players to have an ITV daytime TV show named after him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pet rescue.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That is terrible. That is so bad.
Oh my god.
Pet rescue.
Dad joke 101.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, who has not gone? Box office. Have you gone? Tell us about the right backs you like and the stats as to why you like them.
I have to agree with the fact of Kyle Walker. I think fair. It's a fair dues. I think definitely. The other one I think is a difficult one. I think it could be, and to be honest, it could be a lot of them, but I would probably pick maybe Lauren. Maybe it's between Lauren and what is it? Lauren and Lee Dixon.
Is this because you put an Arsenal shirt on? You're now busting out all the Arsenal players?
I honestly, that was just awful for me, to be honest with you. I only did it for charity. And that was it. But yeah, maybe Lee Dixon. It's a difficult one. Ivanovic is one of them. I've got to be honest. Ivanovic was good, and I think it's a difficult one. It's a very difficult one. The second one, to be honest. But I wouldn't say Kyle Walker's absolutely fantastic though. I don't know, just something about him. I think he's been good. Yeah, Were you
about to say he's okay? Were you about to say Kyle Walker's okay?
I don't know. I just think he's a pace merchant. I just think he's a pace merchant. I've got to be honest.
A pace? Oh my god!
Yeah.
To be fair, if you're going to be a merchant of anything, pace is pretty.
I'm just not
He's just
really
a fast John
like.
Carew, isn't he?
He's the right back version of John Carew.
No, not the right back. No, because that is the above average John Carew. Yeah, it is still Haaland. Yeah, obviously, yeah. And I'm not changing until next season. And by the way, and this is coming from Mr. Box Office, who criticises Tottenham all day, every single day on Mr. Box TV. If you really want to know, if you want to subscribe and like. But my point is, I think that Kane's the best striker, overall striker, better than Haaland all day, every single day. But anyway, moving on, because I just digress. My point is, I think, I'll give it to Walker. But I'm not sold on him.
I cannot believe some of the comments I'm reading about Kyle Walker, who is exceptional. I'm reading, to be honest, Kyle Walker without pace is Walker Peters, right? Walker is pretty bang average going forward. I mean, this guy was excellent for Spurs for 4 or 5 years, has been sublime for Man City for the last 6 seasons, has won. By next weekend, he'll probably have won everything there is to win. Nothing goes past him. Why are we using someone's pace as though it's a bad thing?
He absolutely had Vinicius in his pocket.
It's not even like we're not even knocking a lack of pace. We're saying, oh my god, he's got too much pace. How dare you have too much pace?
Yeah, how dare you be quick? Like, no winger goes past him.
ASM destroyed him.
Nah, that's wrong.
If you swap shirts
ASM. The 3-3 draw.
Remember the
3-3 draw at James Park earlier this year. ASM literally.
Hold on. Whoa, there's 3 of you shouting. Sorry, go on, Ellie.
I was just about to say before I was rudely interrupted.
Yes.
Right. Right. You know, Kyle Walker's fantastic, no doubt about it. He's brilliant. He's not just speed. He is a good defender. But when he was with us, he made some horrific mistakes, especially against Chelsea. I don't know if you remember when he was on the touchline and Willian just beat him. So he has been beaten before. He's human at the end of the day. But he's the best right back that I've ever seen.
He's grown, right? I think, look, you know.
Yeah, he has.
As he's got older, Pep's made him almost like he can do that inverted midfield thing. Yeah. Look, every time there's a big game against a top winger, Yeah, Pep never ever changes Kyle Walker because he knows that they're not going to get past him. Yeah, he's quick, but he's also very, very strong. And if you remember, if anyone remembers the game last year against Madrid when Walker was injured and they had to play Fernandinho at right back and Vinicius got all sorts of joy.
Yeah.
And then you look to this year, Vinicius got no joy. But Alex doesn't rate Haaland, Walker. Is it the whole Man City team that are about to win the treble you don't rate, or are we just?
Alex,
who else?
I think he's okay. I just think if you take away that pace, I just don't know whether you've got the same player.
If you take away Harry Kane striking, what are we doing? Seriously.
Well, no, because the thing is, though, was Aaron Lennon a great player when he lost his pace? What happened? You know what
I don't think he was a great player with his pace, to be fair.
He wasn't.
I think he's done better than I think at Man City he's been good. He's been good, and I think I've got to give it to him. He's a good defender as well.
He's won 3 Premier Leagues in a row.
Yeah.
Give it to
in
him.
a very good Manchester City team, by the way.
Okay, so can I ask a question then? If he's only good and just a pace merchant, why does arguably the greatest coach of all time stick with him when he's got unlimited funds and could go and buy any other right back in the world?
And bought João Cancelo as well, and still picked Haaland.
You've got a good point. I just for me, for me personally, I think if you take away his pace. Well, no. Well, I know you're calling me Mr. Waffle Office, but you're welcome to Mr. Box Office. You're welcome to Mr. Box Office, Sava. Thank you very much. And you're welcome to him.
Listen,
you know
I like Waffle Office. It sounds a little bit catchy. I would.
The Waffle Office.
But Mr. Box Office is genuine and certified. If you really want to know, and that's it. But anyway, moving on to get to the point, because it needs to be sharp and snappy, like I always have to be. My point is that I'm just not sold on him. I've got to be honest. For Tottenham, I've got to be honest. I would have Trippier.
No, you wouldn't. No,
I would have Trippier over him. I'll have Trippier over him because at least I'll get a good cross out of him. You know what I mean? All the time.
Guys, because I missed this, who are we talking about?
Kyle Walker. So Staffy, to be fair, we're talking about Kyle Walker, but the way he's talking about it sounds like he's talking about Kyle Walker-Peters. Literally, Alex, you're the only person I know where someone can go, one of the best strikers in the world, Haaland. Yeah, I'm not sold on him. One of the best right backs in the world, Walker. Yeah, I'm not sold on him either. Next thing you'll know, Lionel Messi. Oh, I don't know. It's just something not right.
Lionel Messi is undoubtedly the best player in the world. Undoubtedly. Let's not get silly here.
What I noticed about Alex appreciates over pace and that, so I understand where he's coming from.
Alex, I want to ask Alex a question, guys.
I've got respect from the Staffy, man. I've got respect from the Staffy, yeah. I've got respect for him. So, big up to you, bro. Yeah.
Who's the best right back? Who's the best right back right now in the world?
Mr. Box Office, do you like Nathan Ake?
I think he's good. I think he's had a good season. I think he's getting better. I'll give it to him.
Are you sold on him?
I'm not sold on him, no.
No. Who are you?
I think he's
sold
getting
on
good
then?
though.
Which players are you 100% sold on?
Yeah, Walker
I like
did a massive
Grealish
job on
this
Mbappe
season.
as well.
I like Grealish this season.
Oh,
I like
hang
Grealish
on.
this season.
Hang on.
Here we go.
All season until about February, you were telling me, no, sir, I just don't know. He's not good. He's no.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden it was, yeah, I like Grealish. You said, yeah, you can, but the thing is, it's like if anyone watched Jack Grealish and didn't think he was a good footballer, there's a problem in the first place, isn't there? Like, you shouldn't have to change your mind on whether Jack Grealish is a top quality footballer or
Honestly.
not. Like, he's a top quality player. He's not.
You saw that.
He's not suddenly turned into a good player this season.
Let's put this into context.
Yeah,
let me put this into context. What I said, okay? Because I think there's a little bit of a bit of a twist
Alex,
in
you
there, a
don't
little
know
bit
what
there.
this
My point is, I said, yeah, last season I thought it was the wrong choice for him to go to Man City because I thought he wasn't going to be the same player what he was at Aston Villa to advance him, yeah. And it was proven because he wasn't that. He was, he's trying to get used to.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, no,
proven.
but he wasn't able to do the things that he could do in the Aston Villa team. This season, he's got better because he's learned the way that Pep plays, but also used his game to advance it a little bit better. And I think he's got a better version that's working in a Pep team as well.
Yeah,
And I've got to give it to him.
Point there.
He looks better.
No,
I've got to say,
but you know what, Alex?
He doesn't make a good point.
I think
Pep
he does
Guardiola-
because he's saying that last season, right, he was adjusting to Man City's style and he wasn't quite ticking. But this season he's adjusted and he's ticking. And he is a lot better this season.
But it doesn't dismiss the player that you
he's
were
always
before.
been a good player, don't get me wrong.
But this is so. If he's always been a good player, why do people never understand what Pep Guardiola does with players?
Some players, they're good, they're really, really good players, but they can still have average seasons.
Yeah, but Pep Guardiola said when he signed him, like, he will take time and I will mold him. Like, he was telling us, I will mold him. Yeah. But everyone judged him based on what he did at Aston Villa, like, as in being the main man, having to do it all by himself.
No, everyone judging what he did at Man City, the first season.
Yeah, but he was.
He was molded.
He wasn't as good.
You've got to remember
because he was adjusting. But now he's adjusted and he knows what Pep's all about and what he wants
into
from
the
him.
right player
He's a lot
that
better.
fits in the system.
But this is what Pep does. This is what Pep does, though, Ellie.
He makes players better, doesn't he?
I hear your point because in Villa he was a different player where he was the talisman. He took the ball wherever he is on the pitch, and he gets the ball. He goes up the pitch. He does whatever he wants with the ball in terms of creation and dribbling, whatever. Whereas in Pep's system, you're limited to what you're supposed to do. You don't really express yourself fully as a player when you play in a Pep system. And the best example I want to use, and people forget that, Thierry Henry, when he left Arsenal and went to Barcelona, he was completely a different player. You didn't see Henry in that Barcelona jersey doing the same stuff he used to do in Arsenal, because in Arsenal he had full range of what he wanted to do with the ball. He got the ball and he went anywhere he wanted, scored goals left and right. Whereas in Barcelona, he had that story, if you guys remember, he was telling that story how one time he left that left-hand position, scored a goal, and then Pep subbed him off at halftime because he wasn't happy that he played his outside of his instructions. That's the same thing that happened to Grealish. He needed a year to adapt.
About his Aston Villa play.
But that doesn't debunk who he was before that Pep system. It's just like in that Pep system, you're limited.
Can I just ask a question?
Just Man City.
So say that again, Ellie. Sorry, guys, we've got to let people talk.
I didn't compare his play at Man City to his Aston Villa days. I was just saying the first season he was adjusting and he found it a little bit tougher. He did. He wasn't as good. But the second season he's flying because he's adjusted and he knows exactly what Pep wants from him. And he's really played brilliantly this season, apart from Emerson, against Emerson Royal, because Emerson Royal had him in his pocket.
Oh God! I mean, if we look at this, right? I mean, this is. I've never seen such an upsetting, awful football opinion in my entire life, and there's been some bad ones. This is. Look at this. All he does is attract fouls and dive. That must be that must be spurred why the best manager in the world picks him in every single game. When he's got Foden, when he's got Foden, when he's got Mahrez, he picks Jack Grealish more than any of those other wide forwards. Why? Yeah. Because he works hard. He draws. Yes, he draws fouls. He attracts fouls because he's bloody skillful and difficult to get off the ball.
And they hack him down.
What he does. This is what I think. So many people. This is the problem when people just talk about stats. This is the problem. Look at his output. If Pep was worried about that, this man would have been dropped a long time ago.
Agreed.
But what he does, he carries you up the pitch and he's so good at shielding the ball. He's strong, and people get frustrated and they dive in on him. And Pep Guardiola will love that. And again, look at
Terrence.
Sava. He dives.
Everyone dives. He's also got a very good relationship.
Guys, this is a
good relationship with Haaland as well.
Does anyone think that so many footballing opinions that are just like the Twilight Zone, that it'll just get to your head and then you'll literally explode?
I think a lot of them, Steve. I think a lot of them are sensationalism.
Yeah, and their parents didn't love them enough, and they needed to.
No. I think if anyone has watched Jack Grealish throughout his career, and especially this season, and their take on him is he can't dribble and he just dives, then opinions are opinions, but that is absolutely ridiculous.
Sam, this is the point I was going to make, though. Sorry, but the same player, by the way. If Jack Grealish played at Tottenham, every single one of you would be going crazy for him. Like, you're only saying it because he plays. Listen, and it's the same thing, and people are doing exactly the same, by the way, which they did last season. And me and Sav had the same conversation about this, saying, wait until watch him be good in the second season and be amazing. He has been arguably one of the best players. You could argue Haaland scored a goal. Look at what Jack Grealish does. If you can't see that, you're watching the wrong sport. And the same people are doing exactly the same thing about Calvin Phillips. Oh, he's a flop. We'll have the same conversation in 12 months' time when he's playing week in, week out for Man City. And then everyone goes, oh my God, he's incredible. You don't understand what Pep Guardiola does.
Calvin Phillips, I have to disagree, because when you've got someone like Rodri in front of you, it's very difficult to get in front of you.
Of course. But
that's because Calvin Phillips ain't really.
He's not a Rodri.
He's quite young,
Rodri.
isn't he? Right. But he's not that old, Rodri, is he?
He's like 25, 26.
He's 25 or 26, isn't he?
He's the best player in his position.
Still got years in him.
Tell you what, one thing you're wrong on, Perchy, is we wouldn't have gone mad for him at Spurs because Conte wouldn't have even picked him. He'd been on the bench, probably. Wouldn't have got the team, would he?
Doesn't like creative.
Conte would have yelled at Calvin Phillips and said, bro, stop eating spaghetti.
But the thing is, this is the point, though. Like, if you can't be, I'm not saying everyone here, but I'm just saying people in the chat and everything. If you can't be, you can't sit back and look at the quality that is of Jack Grealish. You're watching the wrong sport.
Yeah,
I agree.
Not watching
He's a class player.
What a football player!
Perchy, it's called not watching the sport.
And he's got really good vision as well. Got fantastic vision. The way he drags the ball and then he finds his player.
Yeah, I tell you what. Let me ask a question to these type of people. If what you're saying is true, you're telling me that Pep Guardiola's got it wrong. Right, Pep Guardiola's got it wrong in what he's doing. Right, when Jack Grealish starts in the Champions League final, when Jack Grealish is starting week in, week out above Mahrez and Foden, why is he starting over those players if this happens? The reason Jack Grealish draws so many fouls is because he's clever, not because someone breathes on him. If you don't understand that, I will say this right now, with all due respect, football is about opinions, but this just is absolute insanity if you have not watched Jack Grealish this year and rated him.
Yeah, and another thing, Kane draws a lot of fouls. He gets fouled a lot, doesn't he? So why aren't they saying it about Kane? He gets fouled so many times, but he's really clever, Kane. He doesn't draw the foul, but he knows how to get a foul.
It's more of like that he knows how to hold the ball up, and I'll say that's one thing about Kane that Man United would benefit of if we sign him.
He does draw the foul, doesn't he, Kane? Let's be honest.
But he draws it in a different way.
Himself on the floor like a sack of shit.
Yeah, but he draws it a little bit different than Grealish, because Grealish more of like he goes out a defender than they found more as like Kane is very smart at holding the ball and protecting.
Neil Gunner in the chat has actually hit the nail on the head here.
Yeah.
People don't rate Jack Grealish because he hasn't got an incredible goals and assist tally. And that for me just sums up football in 2023.
I agree.
Nobody watches football anymore. They read it on a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Like Yunus Belhanda for Adana Demirspor. You got to watch him to appreciate him.
Bro, Grealish has more goals. Sancho has more goals than Grealish this season.
Fabulous player. Dembele didn't score, and he was a fabulous player.
Yes, I agree.
But the kids of today, today, Ellie, it's literally how many you scored. Oh, you're crap.
Oh,
but as I keep saying, if he wasn't very good and if he wasn't doing what Pep wanted from him, he wouldn't be one of the first names on the team sheet.
Do you know what the funny thing about all of this is? Hold on, Alex. Do you know what the funny thing about all of this is, right? Is the fact that Man City are on the verge of winning the treble, and he's been instrumental to that team's performance, right?
Great.
If you look at what Pep did, right, it just clicked after we beat them. After we beat them, shitty old Tottenham beat them, it just clicked. Something clicked with Pep and Man City, and all of a sudden they just went on this run, right? And what you saw is you saw the team completely click with Haaland and Jack Grealish and Haaland's connection as well, especially. It just everything started to flow, and that after that happened, it was just you see the City team you're seeing right now. And if it wasn't for Jack Grealish, they wouldn't be in this position.
Mate, absolutely. The funny thing is, Danny, a couple of comments I want to bring up that are just funny, right? I mean, first of all, Grealish is a top player, but Mahrez is a class above him. Listen, I think Mahrez is class, but why does Grealish get the nod in every big game above Foden and Mahrez? You have to ask the question, right? This whole thing is nonsense, right? It's because he spent 100 million on him, so doesn't want to make an embarrassment by him on the bench. I don't think you actually understand Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola just loaned out a 70 million right back to Bayern Munich. Pep Guardiola will go, see you later.
He doesn't give a damn.
Right. This is a great point. Grealish is the all-time leading English player with the most chances created in a single Champions League season. For someone who's not very creative, that's not bad. Who else? People would rate Grealish higher if his name was Grealish and no and
Grealish Junior or something. Yeah.
Look, here we go. Pep has to play him. He spent 100 million on him, so he doesn't look like a flop.
What?
That's why. Sorry, Kurt.
So no, I'm just going to say. So he doesn't look like a flop. He doesn't look like a flop though. He looks like a 300 million pound player right now. He's that good. He's incredible. How can you not see it? Foden has been injured. He wasn't playing the other day, was he? He was on the bench.
No. Hang on. Here you go. I'll tell you how much Phil Foden's been injured. This is what I like. I like it when numbnuts like this come in with these sort of comments. I'm going to say it. So Phil Foden has played 33 Premier League games this year. So he couldn't have been injured that much. And I'll tell you when he was last injured. So he's been in the squad for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Of the last 28 games available, he's been available for 25 of them.
Yeah.
So this whole he's been injured, that's the only reason Jack Grealish gets in. I just feel like it seems like these are sensationalistic opinions that are there.
It's because their parents didn't give them.
No, Steve, no, I don't. No. It's sensationalism that it's almost like rather than just saying, do you know what, he's had a good year and rating a player, we have to go, how can I be different? How can I go against the grain completely? It just winds me up. It absolutely winds me up.
I have to say this. I have to say this though. Like, even though, I'm a very honest person in terms of when I say things like, above average John Crew. I have to be honest. I think my my mood of why I'm saying these sort of things is because Tottenham are so rubbish at the end of the day, and that's it really. So if I'm really honest,
sorry, I'm so confused.
My mood in terms of being philosophical about things isn't really been helped by the fact that Tottenham are so rubbish.
Alex, can I correct you? Alex, can I correct you?
On that comment.
Right, it's not being philosophical. It's being able to watch football and see what's in front of you, my friend.
No. Because I do watch football, right?
Not right, obviously.
Week. No. I
Alex,
do watch
you
football.
need to clear your glasses, mate. You need
No.
to wipe
Danny, don't be deluded now.
Alex,
I
come
know
on
you're my
now.
boy,
Come
but
on
don't
now.
be deluded now.
Come on now, Alex.
My point is, yeah, because I'm actually giving you a bit of an olive branch here, so just take it while you can, while it's there.
Branch are you giving me?
Well, my
What
point
branch are you giving
is,
me?
my point
You need to
is,
watch football properly.
you
think John Carew is better? You think right? Danny Drinkwater is a Premier League legend above Steven Gerrard. You told me this, right? Because he's won a Premier League. He did. I can get the actual stream that he actually said it on, and he said Danny Drinkwater was a Premier League legend and Steven Gerrard wasn't because he didn't win a Premier League title. This is the logic of Alex.
He definitely was bantering, bro. No way he meant it.
No. Oh, Staffy, this guy comes out with some absolute corkers. This guy comes out with some. Listen, you've just admitted that your opinions of other clubs' players are based on how bad Spurs are.
No. Whoa.
That's what you said.
No. I think you got it completely wrong because you just jumped on that and straight away just made the judgment of what I just said. My point is, no. I think you need to listen before you get it completely twisted. My point is, I said.
What was your words?
You just said
finish
Sava,
I need a VAR check.
Sava, and let me try and
back and check.
Let me just put it into context. My point is that I'm saying my philosophical mood, right, on the Premier League, right, is on certain things is also drawn on the fact that Tottenham Hotspur are so rubbish. So what I'm saying is that maybe I would be more open to the fact to saying, yeah, you know what, he ain't that bad. You know what I mean. Haaland's not that bad. He's very, very good striker. He's scoring loads of goals and everything else, and that's it. But my team is so rubbish at the moment that I'm just so sucked into that at the moment that I can't. I'm so jealous of what I'm seeing from other teams at the moment. That's it.
With how crap we are, you think therefore surely when you're watching a decent team, you'd appreciate them more.
Yeah. So literally what I said, Alex, that you said I'm not listening, it's exactly what you said. Because of how bad Spurs are, that your mood dictates that. Listen, when you look at Erling Haaland, I've got to do this. When you look at Erling Haaland, Alex, and all season you said, yeah, I don't know, he's just like, he's not. How is the rest of the world waxing lyrical? How is the rest of all the Premier League giving him Player of the Year? Every pundit who watches him is talking about him being like a robot and a cyborg, and then you've got you coming on stream going, I don't know, I'm just not sold on him. I don't get it. Like, what are you not seeing?
Listen, I said he's a stat brilliance. He's absolutely fantastic because he scores great goals. He's a great striker. He's a fantastic striker. But as an overall striker, in terms of creation and doing what else he can do, I just think that's all he is. He needs creation around him.
Hang on, Perchy. Let him go for it. Let him go for it, Perchy. Let him go.
Make him look good. I say for me, he's a fantastic. He's got an aim for goal. He's absolutely on point in terms of goal scoring and everything else. Stats.
He's no Harry Kane, though, is he?
But I think it proved it. I think it proved it at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium because I was going there to see him. Because I wanted to see what the big fuss is about, yeah. And he disappointed me so much. And this was Dyer and Davis. Okay. This is the thing,
guys. The
Alex,
results
you do not watch football, Alex. Because if you had watched that game you always say I was at the stadium. I was at the stadium, bruv. Anyone who watched that game could tell you that the commentators were losing their mind. For anyone who didn't go to the stadium that day, the commentators were saying, look at the positions Haaland is making up. Why are they not playing the ball to him? You watched that and went, nah, it was against Davis and Dyer. He did nothing. His runs off the ball that day were fabulous. But the Man City players, different to what they're doing this half of the season where they are now finding him, then they weren't finding him. But you can't judge a bloke that's got 54 goals this year on one game at Spurs. Like, it's mental. But
Alex, sorry.
So, wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. Just one second. Just because the VAR results are in, we need VAR. I went back to the screen.
One second. Can I just
checked VAR? We have to go back to that before we move on.
Hold on.
This is the VAR check. Just 1 second.
Hold on. Let me. I just have to say.
One of you.
I just gotta play VAR because
Go on.
Someone do the VAR thing.
I have to be honest. I think my my mood of why I'm saying these sort of things is because Tottenham are so rubbish at the end of the day, and that's it really.
Results are in.
Wow, you've been done.
Red card. Box office, you're out.
Alex, you
can't trick VAR. Alex.
This is brilliant. I think this is Alex's burner account. I agree with Alex. Great finisher, but has no technique and ghosts for the majority of game. He sets up his tent in the penalty box. I'm convinced this bloke has never watched a proper game of football.
Or he's on the wind-up.
Or he's a pisshead or something. Because if you watch this guy, he's been brilliant at Dortmund, brilliant for Norway, brilliant for Salzburg in teams that didn't have all the ball like Man City, and is very good technically, very good outside the box. I can't understand.
But you know what we should do? I'm gonna give terrible football takes to blend in with them and see if they will give us good ones. So let's see. Ryan Giggs is a dragon merchant, and he's actually pretty shit. Not gonna lie.
One second.
He's literally worse than Gareth Bale. And
I heard today that Bex was
overrated. When you say he's technically brilliant, I would argue with that because I don't think.
Have you not seen him play?
I do watch him
Ellie,
play.
Please, no, you can't.
Listen to me. Right, technically, he's not as good as Kane. Would you agree that?
But technically, he's about 10 years. Isn't he 8 years younger? What was Kane doing at 22?
He was stumbling on his ass at 22.
He's never gonna really improve like Kane is technically.
What? This is insane.
You don't see him do what Kane does.
Anymore. I've just witnessed
Ellie.
I'm waiting for the Doctor Who intro
Kane played tomorrow.
Hang on, Ellie.
It was absolutely sublime. But I've never seen Haaland do that.
Ellie but Ellie, I'm guessing.
But he's
Ellie,
not technically the best footballer.
How many?
Hang on, Ellie. Did you ever watch the German league, Ellie?
Yes.
No, you couldn't have because for
did
Dortmund,
you watch Augsburg versus Bochum?
Stop. At Dortmund, his build-up play was brilliant.
Yes.
His build-up play for Norway is brilliant. Did you watch him the other game against Arsenal and against Real Madrid? His build-up play, bringing in De Bruyne into the game, was fantastic.
I wouldn't say it was brilliant.
Oh my God! So the punt. Right, hang on, Ellie.
If you compare him to Glenn Hoddle, he's shit.
Yeah, but Ellie, that's a silly comparison. They're different
No,
players.
but you're saying he's technically brilliant. He's not. Sorry.
Right, Ellie.
He's not technically brilliant. I agree
you see
with
what
Alex.
you've just done.
He's not technically brilliant. He's
you
a brilliant finisher, and he's a okay footballer, but he's not technically the best.
No one said he was
he's
technically
nothing near what Berbatov is. That's a technical player.
No one said he was like Berbatov or Kane.
Yeah,
but the thing
is, he's technically brilliant. He's not. He's not technically elite.
At times in his Ellie, let me talk. Right, you've literally just said that at 22 he can't learn to have the technique that Kane's got.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say that. I said that
we'll get the VAR out.
He won't get as good.
Do I have to do it again?
Hang on, no.
I don't think he won't get as good as Kane. That's what I said.
Okay, but let me ask you a question, Ellie. At the age of 20, this is why Spurs fans are so biased. At the age of 22, right, Harry Kane wasn't even in the Spurs first team, right? Was not the player we see today that drops deep, passes, sprays it about. Erling Haaland, at the age of 22, has over 250 career goals, yeah? And at that age is superior to what Kane was at the age of 22. So why is it that Kane will be able to do that between 22 and 30, but Haaland won't?
because
Kane never had this when he was younger.
First of all, he's like 6'5", I think.
So?
Wait, what?
Generally, tall players
How
like
tall is
that, they're not
Messi?
as technical. They're not. It's proven.
I'm guessing Zlatan is really poor technically.
His touch is terrible. He can't do any acrobatic finishes or anything.
I don't understand.
I'm just saying, I don't think he will get us. That's my opinion. I know,
but you're predicting the future. This is at 22. What was Kane?
I'm just checking. I'm just doing a
but at 22, what was Kane?
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I just don't think Erling Haaland will get as good as Kane or Berbatov technically because he hasn't got that in his locker. He's a fantastic finisher.
He's 20.
But it doesn't matter.
This is mental. This is
you
mental.
I'll answer your question.
Hold
on.
Right. Can I just say something on this, Ellie, as well? Right. What I think you're trying to say is, I understand what you're saying about how Haaland right now is not at the level technically as Harry Kane, right? But what Sava is saying is the fact that we can't say that Haaland's never going to get to that level because we don't know, because at his age right now, he's phenomenal at 22 years old.
Where Kane wasn't.
Yeah, when Kane wasn't, but he might not ever get to that technical ability of Kane, but that's not to say he won't. That's the difference. That's what Sava is saying.
You can't predict that future. You can't. At 22, I remember at 21, 22, so many Spurs fans saying, sell Harry Kane. This kid's no good. This kid can't play. At the age of 22, Erling Haaland is the most feared striker in world football. There's a huge difference. What we do as Spurs fans, we find every way to put down everybody else. This guy is a cyborg.
He's put down everybody else.
Hang on. But the fact that we're saying, right, he can never be as good as Kane technically. At 22, even at 25, Kane was not doing. Yeah, but that's not an opinion. That's predicting the future.
No, it's an opinion because I'm saying I don't think he's going to get as good as technically as Berbatov or Kane.
But I don't know why you keep bringing Berbatov into this. I don't know what Berbatov.
Berbatov was very different, though.
What's Berbatov got to do? Berbatov was a genius.
He was a different player. Yeah.
Berbatov compared to Kane and Haaland is on a different level technically.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying he's that. Haaland doesn't have to be Berbatov technically because he is many things that Berbatov wasn't. Power, the number of goals,
speed, energy,
positioning, speed, head in everything. But what we do is, what I love about it is this kid, he's a kid. He's 22 years of age.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a striker like it. And yet already we're saying what he can't be. But at the age of 22, he's smashing goal records for fun in Germany, England, Austria, internationally, Champions League. So why can't he? Why can't? Okay, at 21,
I don't think he's going to develop like that. I think he's just a fabulous striker. I just think he's just a brilliant finisher and a fabulous striker. And a lot of people of the same opinion of me.
I must have missed him the game against Real Madrid and Arsenal where he was bringing the ball down his chest, laying it off.
Sorry,
technically brilliant.
Incredible that
against Arsenal. Did you see that first goal for De Bruyne?
Yeah,
the ball went into him.
He improved his hold-up play a lot. He's never going to be a Berbatov. But Berbatov was a very unique type of player. Yeah. This guy brings the energy and the speed and all that stuff, the power that Rooney, as an example, when he was young, had it. But then he has like the figure and the scoring ability of Zlatan. He's such a different player. Not because he won't be a Berbatov. It doesn't mean anything because like he doesn't really need to be a Berbatov. A lot of players never had that touch Berbatov had. Berbatov was just like a magician with the ball.
Yeah.
But that's very normal. But yet again, Berbatov wouldn't be scoring at this rate that Haaland is scoring at right now because Haaland is just like a mixture of so many things. He'll never have the Berbatov touch, but he can improve his hold-up play. He can be more of an assister as he moves more with his career. Because as more as he grows under Pep, he's going to develop his overall game. And we've seen Pep do that to so many players. So him not being the same exact profile as a Berbatov or a Kane does not mean that he will stop developing into being a good striker or a perfect striker, because he has so much at 22.
I said I didn't say that he won't. I said that I don't think he will.
I mean, the opinions I've seen of this man. Look at this. He won't. He's like a Norwegian Lukaku. The ball doesn't stick when it goes to him.
You're a troll. He's a troll, man.
I also see him miss sitters. He's just lucky City create so many chances. I just want to put it out there, right? I'm just gonna
agree with that.
I'm just gonna let people know that in Harry Kane's career, right? Harry Kane is 30 years of age in this month.
Yeah.
In Harry Kane's career, he's got 296 goals in 500 games, right? In Erling Haaland's career, and he is 22. I think we need to remember this. He is 22 years of age. Yeah. What was that? 295 goals, I said. By the age of 22, Erling Haaland has got 239 goals. He is 50 goals behind Harry Kane with 8 years to go.
Yeah.
Right. At the age of 21, 22, people were saying sell Harry Kane. It was only when Jose came in, we started to see Harry Kane drop deep and start passing it about and spring it about. Right. But we're writing off a 22-year-old that's playing for the best coach in world football. I'm missing something here. I'm missing something.
Not to mention, this guy was playing on the transition in Dortmund. So all of his goals came mainly from playing in space. It was him and Sancho running into that space. And a lot of people, including myself, was questioning if he comes into that Pep system and now there's less spaces to run into and it's more of him focusing on being in the box, is he going to do the same thing? And he absolutely smashed it, because he switched his style of play completely this season, going from a transition team to a possession-based team with less touches on the ball. Because let's be honest, he used to get more touches in that Dortmund team than he does right now, and he's still smashing goals. So it's very absurd to say that he won't continue to develop. He won't, as I said, he won't be a Berbatov, he won't be a Kane, but he'll be a mix of everything. And that is actually, to me, that's a lot better than just being like Kane or like Berbatov or like anyone we want to compare it to.
That's exactly what I said. I said he won't get to that technical ability.
Here's the main problem.
Listen, wait. Can I just? Because I'm going to go because it's been a long night. But I just wanted to just say sorry, Ellie. I don't normally sit there and take
that guy
opinions
who's
of one,
just
but I'm
spoken. I
sorry.
don't know your name, but you've just confirmed exactly what I said.
But you can't confirm
You said he won't
a player's development.
What's the difference between what I said and what the guy said?
Ellie, can I just ask a question?
I don't agree with him either. You can't ever listen. First of all, I have no idea why Berbatov's name is being used in this. I have no idea why Berbatov's name is being used in this at all. We're talking about
player.
Yeah, but that's a different level. But Berbatov's a natural technical player. Kane is not a natural technical player. He's learnt that as he's got older. Yeah, same as Haaland will. But Berbatov was born that way. Berbatov's touch, his control, his pass, that is a natural. That's his main asset to his game. Kane's main asset is his goal scoring, but he's now developed the passing side of it, the dropping deep, the playmaking. But we're saying that Haaland can't get there. I don't know what we can judge that on. Because
I said that he won't be as good. That's all.
What I don't understand. Sorry, what I'm baffled.
Why is it confirmed?
What I'm baffled about though is, at this age, he's better at doing it than Kane was when Kane was that age. This is what I don't get. So why can't he? If he's better, he's superior to 21, 22-year-old Kane.
It's subjective whether he's going to get there or not. You don't know. I don't know. You don't know.
But I've watched him develop from like 17, and every year he gets better and better and better. But now we're saying, but he can't develop anymore.
Some players do go backwards as well. You must admit.
But this guy is. I mean, this guy is a cyborg. Like This isn't a Dele Alli. This isn't someone who's just going to be a flash in the pan. This is a guy scoring 55 goals a season and every pundit in the world is saying, Jesus, this guy is frightening. His link-up play in Madrid, his link-up play against Arsenal, his link-up play in the in the game in Bayern Munich when he didn't. I think he only got one. His link-up play to set up. I think it was it Mahrez or whoever. Some really good link-up play, but people just sweeping generalization. Technically, he's no good. I'm just.
Can I say something real quick?
I didn't say he's not technically good. I said he wasn't. He's not going to be as good as Kane. That's all I said.
I think he'll be. I think he'll be better. I think he'll be better.
So let's see who's right in 10 years' time then.
Can you admit though? Can you admit, Ellie, that right now at 22 compared to what Kane was at 22, he's superior in every aspect of play?
Yeah, I do.
So I don't get it then. I don't get it. So Kane was able to get better, but we're saying Haaland can't reach Kane's level. I don't understand. I'm just baffled. I just don't understand it.
Can I just say this?
I don't get it.
Can I just say this? Let's assume all the comments talking about Haaland is crap technically. Let's assume everything about Haaland is correct. It's not really much of a problem if he's scoring 50 goals, is it? It's not really much of a problem.
That's what I said. He's a fabulous striker. You can't doubt that. You can't take his goals away from him.
It's called nitpicking. It's called
nitpicking. One observation.
No, it's analysis.
It's called nitpicking.
It's not.
Yes, it is called nitpicking because you are literally looking. It is.
We don't need to have an argument about it.
It's like looking at the Mona Lisa and being like, you know what? This little pixel of black, I don't like the shade of it. It should shade. I think it should be dark maroon orange.
It's your opinion.
It's an opinion.
I've got. Listen, I'm not saying it's not an opinion. I just feel like every time if I speak to any football fan that doesn't support Spurs, I don't get this opinion. When it's Spurs, because everyone's so Kane centric, this is what you get. I'm just being honest. This is what you get. It's like no one wants anyone to rival their Harry Kane. And what I'm seeing now compared to what I saw from Kane at that age is night and day. That leads me to believe that this guy will go on to be 10 times the player Harry Kane is. If I'm honest.
One thing I think is a bit inconsistent is like
10 times better than Harry Kane.
By the way, Rob Frank, we are not berating Ellie. We're not berating her. We're having a debate.
Yeah, no, I don't feel you're berating me. I just feel like you're not looking.
God, idiots!
Maybe you're not looking. You're thinking your opinion's better than my opinion.
It's not about whose opinion is better. I'm just baffled. Like if I'm trying to break it down to its level. As I said, I keep trying to break it down as Kane at 22 down here, Haaland at 22 is up here in every category. But yet we're then dismissing that Haaland can be technically as good in 8 years when his progression has shown everything the opposite of what's being said about him.
Like I see how he is as a footballer now, and I just judge it that I just don't think he's going to get to that technical ability.
We're just saying the same thing.
Please watch.
I just don't think he'll get that good.
Please watch YouTube highlights of him at Dortmund.
So
that's not his game.
Let's assume you're correct. Let's assume that Haaland, this is his peak, and he might decline a little bit, but his peak is 50 goals a season. That's pretty damn good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm not
a little bit above average, maybe. That's why I'm saying it's a bit nitpicky. It's a bit nitpicky. That's all.
Someone in the comments said,
"It's not nitpicky." Let me just say this: it's not that. I get what she's saying. I get what Ellie's saying. She's basically saying that in her opinion, she doesn't feel that Haaland will reach that technical level of Harry Kane. The fact of the matter is we don't know until we see 8 years time to see what he's like. Right? Isn't it? We just don't know.
We don't know.
We don't. Like for example, none of us on this panel sat here and knew that Harry Kane was going to turn into the player that he turned into.
Agreed.
It took so many years, and even only in the last 3 years, he's only started bringing this passing game a lot more into his game and dropping deep more and kind of being more of the creator as well as the finisher. So, but we don't know if Haaland's going to adapt, because let's be honest, I don't think Haaland's going to stay at Man City forever. I think he wants to go to Real Madrid, and I think he said that himself in the future. So he's going to want to test himself in another league at Real Madrid, and they might play different football as well, and they might have different tactics and players around him then. So he might have to adapt his game then. We don't know. So he could become a Harry Kane. We just don't know yet. But I get what you're saying, Eddie. I get what you're saying.
I hear you. I just don't think he needs to become a Harry Kane. I think he's a better striker.
That is the most important thing. My personal opinion is that I don't think he's ever going to want to develop that part of his game, because his game is more based on the people around him giving him the ball so he can do what he does best, which is finish the ball.
That's not complete. That's not completely true, though, Danny. For anyone that watched him at Salzburg and Dortmund, that's not completely true.
Oh no,
we have to remember, Danny.
I'm not saying that's the only part of his game. I'm saying
I know. But of course he's best at that. But what we've got to remember as well is Man City are so dominant. They are so dominant that the need for Haaland to drop deep is non-existent, right?
Yeah.
But what you saw is, for example, in the Arsenal game, Pep mixed it up, and if you saw, he actually dropped Haaland deep with De Bruyne running it behind, and Haaland fed him in 3 or 4 brilliant times, and they were waxing lyrical about his technique, bringing the ball down, his one touch, and then fans just go, "This guy technically isn't good enough," and it's like, well, hang on. Have I just watched something completely different, that he destroyed the team who were top of the league at the time, technically, letting De Bruyne score the goals, and it's almost like people go, "Yeah, he's just a tap-in merchant." It drives me mad that people haven't. But it's like, if anyone's watched him at Dortmund, that's not how he plays. It's just.
I don't think anyone said he's a tapping merchant. I just think that
people in that, not Ellie. I mean, people in the comments.
People in the comments. There's a lot of silly people that don't watch football properly. That's the problem, right? I mean, let's be honest. Alex Davis thinks Haaland is John Carew is better than Haaland. I mean, that's just another
Let's bring this back to Alex. This was all Alex. This was all Alex, by the way.
Alex literally dropped a bomb on me.
The pipe.
VAR already gave him a send off, so it's okay. He's on a red right now. He's banned for 3 games like Casemiro.
He just went to the post office and he's come back.
Look, he's so uncomfortable.
I grew up in a different era to you guys, you know, and I've seen some brilliant technical players. And, you know, Sava, if he does become technically as good as Hoddle or
he's not going to become technically as good as Hoddle. That's not his natural game.
He ain't going to be Ronaldinho.
Yeah, you're saying he's going to develop technically, isn't he?
Of course he will. Right? He's 22.
What I said, he won't get to those sort of levels.
Like Ellie, what Sava said is
fabulous striker.
What Sava was saying, Ellie, is the fact that he's not ever going to need to develop the type of game to become like a Harry Kane where he has to drop deep. He probably can do it, right? We've seen him do it already this season, and he'll probably get better at it. But I don't think he's ever going to be that player who's going to be a number 10 and dictate the game. I think he's always going to be that person who's the main man up front, and that's just because of what his natural ability is and why he's so good. And if you look at what he's done, if he keeps scoring at the rate he's scoring, he's probably going to overtake. He could overtake the Messi stats. If you look at
he will score 1,000 career goals.
Yeah, he will.
He can score over 700 goals.
Let the Mustafi make himself known, because Mustafi wants to say something. Mustafi wants to say something.
I don't want to say anything about this.
Better than Messi? Or
Can
I still say Messi's better?
No, Messi's got everything.
No, we're talking
what do you mean? You see?
Scoring.
I don't understand what that means.
I'm saying that he's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. He's a fantastic striker. He's brilliant, but he's never going to be like Messi or Kane.
Wait, who's going to be?
No one can be like.
Who's going to be like Messi? There's no one that can be like Messi, anyways.
Messi.
Well, there might be in the future.
Messi, I concede. Messi, I concede, but Messi at the age of 13 was technically better than most players ever will become. But telling me he can't become as technically as good as Kane, who only developed that in the last 3 or 4 years of his game, I just can't hear it.
You not becoming a Messi is not really a shame on your name. Let me just say that.
Like this. Look at this. Like, name a goal of Haaland was out of the box. I'll tell you what. If you go onto YouTube, if you go onto YouTube and do compilations of Haaland, every goal Haaland scored, hang on, Steve, there are a number of goals where he's outside the box. But why is that so important to you that his goals must be outside the box? What
It's
does
not
that
like
matter?
the
It doesn't matter where they come from, does it?
Yeah, why does that matter?
It doesn't
Borussia
matter.
Dortmund versus Paris Saint-Germain at home. That was a Haaland.
How do you
outside of the
remember
box
that,
goal.
Steve? That's more
Doesn't
concerning
matter.
to me.
It's on his score.
No, because it was a sick ass goal, and it was outside of the box. It was literally. That's when I worked at that Greek pizza place. That was crazy, man. I literally would put up my phone and I would make the pizza and all that BS. And I literally saw Haaland just take it and he smashed the top bins, and my jaw dropped to the floor. And
Wait, Steve, did you make Chicago style pizza or New York style pizza?
Greek style? I got yelled at for everything.
Comparing Kane to Messi anyway.
Let's be really honest. One thing we do know, is that no matter who's better, whatever, Kane's goals will be surpassed by Haaland in about 2 years, and all of Haaland's goals will see him win multiple leagues, Champions Leagues, and individual awards like Ballon d'Ors across the next 5-10 years. Kane's are going to be futile.
Spurs legend.
Yeah,
I know that sounds horrible.
We do. No, it's not horrible. It's the truth. It's the truth. Listen, Sava, we do align a lot of things. It's just there's certain things that I'd say, and that's it. Like, okay, there's no doubt. I think you're right. You are right. Okay, Haaland's going to be he's got the potential to be the best striker in the world. The way he is, he'll break loads of records. There's no doubt about that.
Isn't he already? Isn't he already the best goal scorer in the world?
He's going to break even more records. Further down, records where someone else is going to find it very difficult to beat his record. There's no doubt about it. And he's only how old is he? Only 22 years old, isn't it, or something like that? Yeah. So, there's no doubt about it. It's just, I think, just the philosophical side of me is just saying to myself and saying, okay, yeah, he looks okay. He looks good in terms of that. That's it. He looks good in terms of that. It looks good in terms of that. But I just want to see a little bit more.
Can I ask you a question, Alex? Yeah, I'm sure you want to see a bit more, and I'm sure Pep Guardiola was really upset that he's got 55 goals only this season. But can I ask you a question? Right?
Go on.
If Erling Haaland played for Tottenham and had the season he'd had for Man City with 55 goals or 54 goals, whatever, in all competitions, Spurs fans would be telling everybody and anybody that this is the best player in the world, and any club that came to talk badly about him, they would be batting it away. They would be angry the same way they do when they defend Kane. But because he doesn't, we find that reason to say he's okay, right? He's okay. Your words, he's okay. I just want to see more. What more do you want to see from a 22-year-old in his first season in the Premiership when he's already beaten the record? Like, he walked past the Premier League record for fun. Like most players come into this league, the first year they get 10, 12, 15 if they're lucky. And then we go, all right, second season. Then this guy comes in and goes from game one, goal. And yet we still find ways to put a player down. That is what baffles me, Alex.
I don't think he's putting it. I don't think he's putting it player down.
You just said he's okay.
No. I think because you just say, because I say okay. I'm not like saying he's fantastic. He's this. He's that. I'm saying that he's a great striker.
This guy's an absolute troll.
I turned off the VAR screen, so I'm not going back. I'm sorry. VAR is off duty right now.
It's all right. He's getting me back. But big up to him, Bob, man. He's big up to him. My point is that I just like listen. He's a great striker. I've admitted it. He's a stat phenomenon. Phenomenon that he is absolutely fantastic in terms of goals. He's broken absolutely all these records. But if I'm really honest with you, I'm an old school guy. I just don't. He's great. He's great scoring goals, which makes the difference. Yes. But I'm more fascinated by someone like, I can't believe I'm saying this because I called him a reject, Odegaard.
What? What have those two things got to do with each other?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
How can you say? How can you say
you're
you're
player? As an overall player, I just think he's just
Odegaard.
He's just.
Yeah, but Odegaard's a playmaker. I'm I'm confused. Like, what's those got to do?
Harry Kane,
you said,
know what I mean? He does
you're an old school. Old school people love goal scorers that banging goals for fun. Yet nowadays, when a bloke scores 50 goals, we're just trying to find what they can't do. It is. I'm baffled. You name. I'm baffled.
Sava, we are in the twilight zone right now.
Sava needs some of that Malibu. Pass it on, Steve.
Okay.
all these people like saying he's only scoring this amount of goals because he's at City. He's been doing it since he was 16.
No, he's got score goals everywhere.
Listen, I'm not trying to. Listen. Big up to the comments here, but at the end of the day, I'm only saying what I'm feeling at the end of the day. I am not trying to lead a cult here because I'm sorry, I'm not trying to lead a cult here with people trying to agree with me here. Listen, this is just what I feel at the end of the day, and that's it. Like,
guys,
listen,
if we want Sava to survive the rest of his 20, I don't know how many hours he has left. We gotta change this topic.
8.5. No, listen, I love it. I love it. I love it. We'll move on. I feel like the people in the chat. It does, but I feel like the people in the chat. It's almost like there's been no history. It's almost like this is Haaland's first year as a footballer. To say that he needs De Bruyne and world-class players around him to score goals. Why did he break records at Dortmund? Why did he break records at Salzburg, at Molde for Norway?
Dortmund are a good team, though. They are a good team.
Yeah, but they're not City.
They're not Man City, but they got to the Champions League with Klopp, didn't they, in the final? So they are a good team. Yeah, but not rubbish.
Yeah, but Ellie, we're talking about.
They're not on the level of Man City. I agree that.
We're talking about second place versus first place.
We're talking about second in the German league versus.
Yeah, no, but I mean, what
about Molde?
The same amount of points. It was just goal difference that they lost on.
I agree with you. I agree with you to try and end the subject, but I agree with you there. I can't disagree.
Yeah, Dortmund aren't as good as Man City.
Because he has done it. He done it in Dortmund. He done it at Molde, and he has been consistently in terms of goal scoring. He's been very, very good. Yeah, okay, I admit it. That's it, really. Yeah, maybe I've been a bit too philosophical, and that's it. I'm trying to see faults a little bit, but yeah, we just have to move on. I agree with you there. I've got to be honest.
You know what? Even football pundits do it as well. They all say, "Oh, he's like a beast," right? And they do judge him. They do on like experienced footballers as well. They call him a beast. They don't give him credit for all the good things that he does.
Well, if you had seen after that Champions League game against Madrid, afterwards, Rio Ferdinand did some analysis on Haaland after the game, which was basically saying everything I'm saying now, saying this is the side of the game that Premier League fans haven't seen a lot because Man City dominates so much, but this is why this guy is a cyborg. This is why he is what he is. But for me, Ellie, what I don't like, not you, what I don't like is when people in the chat come with these comments that aren't factual, like, oh, yeah, but only because he's got De Bruyne. He's had De Bruyne for 1 year of his life.
He'd score goals without De Bruyne. Let's put it that way.
It's mental.
He's a goal scorer. He's a beast.
Could we talk about Oliver Skip?
No, we can't.
No. The thing is, he's only 22 as well, isn't he? Or is he 23? But the thing is, if you compare Oliver Skip, he's a different player to Haaland. First of all, he's not a striker. And second, you can see he hasn't got the ability to develop.
Let's talk about the FA Cup.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way I'm I'm gonna be able to panel that's discussing
Yeah,
all
who
of his stuff.
does
That's never
everybody
happened
want to
before.
win?
Exactly. Let's talk about the FA Cup.
Who does everybody want to win?
What, the FA Cup?
Yeah.
Manchester United.
Man City.
I want Man City to stomp all over Man United.
Me too.
Sorry, Staffy. Not sorry.
I want City to do the Champions League. I think when you've got a team that well coached, that good to watch,
they deserve it, don't they?
Yeah, it's just a joy for me. Only for me personally, it's a joy to watch. I mean, realistically, you don't want either of them to win the FA Cup, but if I've got to pick one, I want it to be the team that I enjoy watching, not Man United. Sorry,
you had
Staffy.
a choice between watching Man City and watching Man United. You'd choose Man City, wouldn't you, to be entertained?
Staffy wouldn't.
I'm staying quiet. I'm investing my time in Sava's charity just for him to say he wants my team to lose. So I'm questioning my decision right now.
Oh, is that how it is? Right. So right. Okay. Well, I want Newcastle and Man U to both win the league next year. Yeah. Just go for a week.
Should we go to VAR?
Over what?
You got me down on that one. I've got to be honest.
I have a question for Staffy about the Man United side of things.
Go ahead.
What does Ten Hag need to do to win? Tomorrow, for me and you. What does he need? If Manchester United want any chance of winning, what does Ten Hag need to do?
First of all, he's got to pray. So
okay.
If he's not a man of God,
good for
already. So he's already down one. If he's not, I hope he is. Secondly, if we want to be like a little bit more realistic and technical, there's a lot that you need tomorrow. Starting with Man City not being on their best game, because let's be very honest, they don't need to wait for any mistakes from our team to win. All they have to do is actually play their game to their level, which we've seen them do all season, and they could get a win doing that. Whereas for Man United, unfortunately, we have to rely on them making mistakes. Now, these mistakes are going to mainly be in their defense and midfield, where they can allow us chances to hit them on the transition, because I don't see a scenario where we are going to pin them back for a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes, create enough chances to score from. It's just not going to happen. We got to play the transition game tomorrow. We got to play it perfectly. Now, do I trust that this team is going to do it? I don't think so, especially with the absences we have. We potentially don't have Anthony. He might be on the bench, and that's the best case scenario, so I hope that happens. We don't have Martial, not that he's a world beater, but he's a much better option playing up front than most strikers that we have. We don't have Lissandro, so we have a lot of players missing, whereas they don't. Now, I don't know how Ten Hag is going to set up. I've been on 4 shows before this one, and all of them were talking about the FA Cup final. So I'm actually so beat from talking about the FA Cup final. So how do we line up tomorrow? I don't know. My prediction is that we're going to start Sancho on the left. We know our defense. We know who's going to play because we don't even have options. Our attack is going to be what is going to really like surprise us or not. Rashford has to play down the middle because we don't have any other option. Sancho, to me, starts on the left. A lot of people think, and I actually believe it now, that Bruno is going to play on the right because I don't see how we start Garnacho for 90 minutes. He would get eaten up by Kyle Walker, whoever plays on that right-hand side. So I actually predict that we're going to line up with Rashford, Sancho on the left, Bruno on the right, and we're going to go back to that infamous Weghorst playing behind the striker because he's going to try to put him in a 10, not for anything other than his work rate. Now, the reason that I'm thinking that is because this game is played on 2 halves tomorrow. I look at this game in 2 games. There's a first half and the second half. That first half is all going to be about not conceding. Because if you concede early to Man City, the game is over because they can easily go 1, 2, 3, 4 up. And I really do mean it. So I think Ten Hag plays this game in sections. The first section is the first half. You go out that first half not conceding goals. You do that, you won the first matchup. The second matchup, I feel like the longer this game goes goalless, the better it is for us, because I see later on in the game, if you can bring on a Garnacho with 20 minutes left, and he's been doing it all season, he just brings electricity on that left-hand side. Not that I'm saying he would beat Kyle Walker, but you would fancy him more with 20 minutes left on the game. Kyle Walker is a little bit more leggy and tired, and this guy loves to run at defenders, and we've seen him do that in that second game where we played him in the league this season when we beat them in Old Trafford. He came on and he took on Akanji a few times, and whoever was playing, I forgot who was on that right side. I don't think it was Walker. I think he was injured. But he comes on, and your best chance running him behind is with this guy coming on late. He's been doing it for us all season. But as I said, we need a lot of things to go our way first to even reach that point, which is why I'm saying it's going to come down to either City makes mistakes or City just does their thing. Because we don't need to make mistakes for City to beat us. We can play our perfect game, but City still have enough quality on that pitch to not even to squeeze it. They'll find more than one way to put that ball in our net. So we have to actually play very well and pray for a mistake from them. And just, as I said, go as far as we can 0-0 in that game, because the longer it goes 0-0, the better our chances get. But if we concede early, it's a wrap.
I think, Staffy, what I actually think is the most important part that Ten Hag does? Set the tone from the opening whistle and the opening 50-50. Because
so elaborate on that, though. I need more context. So what does that mean?
If Man City set the tone, the first big tackle, the first moment that City have the advantage in, your players could be like,
we got to rough them up in that midfield.
Yeah.
And I was on a show with Flawless, and Flawless made a very good point. He said, we got to fill that midfield as much as we can. And he was like, I forgot who said that. Someone was like, basically, if you scare these Man City players in a way where, listen, I'll hurt you because I don't care, and you have a Champions League final coming up next week. So if you have Casemiro not scared to go into tackles, Fred is definitely going to start for me, 100%. If you have Fred going into tackles, you just don't let them play their game easily in that midfield. Now, that's easier said than done because these guys are the best team in the world at doing that. But
Can
that's
I ask
the
you,
only
Staffy,
thing that you can do and hope for.
Do you think that's? I don't think that's Man U's choice if they play their game in midfield or not. I think if Man City want to play their game, your players don't get anywhere near them, right? That's what I mean. I think a lot of it is, I get it, get bodies in the midfield, try and disrupt them, but Man City live for that. The way they pass the ball and move it about in midfield. I'll be honest. I think you'll be 2-0 down in 20 minutes. I think they'll come out absolutely on fire, the same way they did for the Arsenal game, the same way they did for the Bayern Munich game, the same way they did for the Real Madrid game. I think in the big games this year, they are showing they are ruthless. It's only my opinion. I just don't think Man U have got anything to hurt.
It's not a crazy opinion to say because realistically, that's what should happen. Everyone here with a brain would say that too. But I'm just saying that's what we have to do and hope that it works because there's no other. Because what else can you do? There's nothing else that you could do. The one saving grace that I think might also play in our hands is that not that it makes it any better. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you're gonna face a fresh City." I'd rather face a City team that hasn't taken the last 2-3 games seriously because they were rotating than a team that was running over everyone. Because we've seen what they did to Arsenal and then right away went to Madrid. They were just too hot. I'm hoping there's any type of rust for some of these players that didn't go to the games or missed some of the games or just didn't take these last games seriously because they were playing Rico Lewis and all these guys. Not that it makes much of a difference, but if you're being honest, would you rather play a City team that just beat someone 4-0 or a City team that just didn't even care about last game and put out most of their bench and lost 1-0 to Brentford? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying this is why we're going to win. But if I would give you a best case scenario, that is the best case scenario.
The Brentford.
This is the only thing that you could look at and be like, well, I can pray and have some hope just because of that. Because if they just beat someone last week, destroy them like they destroyed Madrid, I'm not gonna lie, I would be shitting my pants right now. I would be absolutely scared to play them right
I love this comment from Foxy, by the way. Rodri versus Casemiro. If Casemiro loses the battle, Manchester United get hammered.
It's going to come down to him and Fred. I said that earlier. These guys are going to be glue. These guys are going to play close. Whoever plays in that midfield with them, which is why I think Weghorst is going to start, they're going to have to help a lot because these Bernardos and Gundogans that make these little runs in between in the holes and behind the defenders and stuff like that. Yeah. This is what you're going to have to stick by because these guys are all over the pitch. So whoever's that third midfielder, which is why I don't think Bruno's going to be in the midfield because he's terrible at that, is going to have to help a lot. And I think that's going to be Weghorst. But Weghorst is just there for one half. Just defend, press, just shithouse the whole first half. And if we get a 0-0, then the second half we'll approach it a little bit differently. We'll have a chance in the second half. Just don't concede in the first half. That's the game plan. If I'm Ten Hag, don't concede in the first half. We go 0-0. The second half is different. But yet, as I said, easier said than done.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? I've said all season, and that my favourite player in the Premier League is Rodri. I truly believe that if anybody watches a game of football properly and actually just watches Rodri, his movement, he's always available for the ball, his passing. He dictates whether City play fast, whether City play slow, whether they go sideways, whether they go forward. He, for me, is the most important player in the Premier League because you can't find Rodri's. And I don't know if anyone saw the other day what Busquets said. I don't know if anyone saw Busquets on leaving Barcelona. He said, if I was Barcelona, it was literally not word for word, but it was literally like, if I was Barcelona, I would go and get Rodri. He's the perfect, he's like the perfect replacement. I just think he's a wonderful player that. Yeah.
He replaced Busquets in the Spanish team. Yeah, you see how Enrique played him. He is the new Busquets for them. So if Barcelona want him, please come and get him.
He just dictates, doesn't he? And he's one of those that you could have 3 men in midfield. He'll always be in space to receive the ball. He's just clever. He's not the quickest, but he's got a good engine. He's powerful. But does a wonderful. He for me
positionally.
Yeah, he's
amazing. No, of course.
That is a world-class central midfielder.
And then you know what, Saba? And then when you have John Stones, like the comment just said, Stones.
He's going to play next to Rodri, which was going to bring me to this point. And I've seen Ten Hag try to practice that a little bit in the last 2 games where we had. You're going to see, and I've paid close attention to that. You're going to see our front line along with whoever plays the 10. So you're going to see 4 people lined up. Their job, which I'll bet so much on it. Tomorrow, you'll see the job for these guys is cutting off the passes between that defensive line into Stones and Rodri. Because we're not going to press that defense at all. Because if you press them, you're committing suicide. You're leaving too much space. You're going to see these guys, their main job is when Rodri and Stones in that midfield try to get the ball about halfway line. You'll see all the press in that area. You won't see the press on City's defense. The press starts at that line. So you'll see our front line a little bit deeper by 10, 20 yards, but they're going to be right there, right behind Rodri and Stones. Because if you cut off the easy passes from that defense to do these guys, because we know what they can do. The minute they get the ball, they can easily turn and start picking passes. If you make them uncomfortable in that area, you have a chance in the game. But again, as I keep saying, it's easier said than done because these guys are the best in the world to do that.
How much possession do you think that Man United will have in the game tomorrow?
Like
35.
Oh, that's generous. I was gonna say 70-30.
Yeah, I was gonna say I reckon it's about 28%, and I think you hit the nail on the head, mate. If City score early, that's the worst thing that can ever happen against City because they almost seem to. They're more nervous when they're 0-0. When City get that first goal, it's almost like
said that.
It's almost like I know you said
they
that.
get frustrated, Saba. They get frustrated as long as the game goes. Because I'll tell you what, if for anyone who played football at any age, the longer you go without scoring a goal and you know that you're better, you start getting angry because you're like, why am I the better team and I still can't score? And that's the worst thing to happen to City. Now they can also create for 90 minutes. We've seen them do that. but they actually get frustrated at the longer that goes. And this is why I said, if you finish that first half 0-0, it's a completely different game in the first half. You just really have to focus on 45 minutes, and this is the task. The task is, if we can get a goal, we can get a goal. Perfect. But if not, we shall not concede. That's the most important thing for tomorrow's game.
They've got so many key destroyers, haven't they? If you stop De Bruyne, then they've got Grealish. If you stop Grealish,
Silva.
They've got Silva.
Bernardo and Gundogan.
They've got so many options.
Ake. Stones.
And did a comment? There's someone in the comment that says
the centre forward isn't bad either. But
to the Man United fan. Wait, hold on. Let me read that. To the Man United fan, don't you wish you had Mount available tomorrow? I would wish that Mount doesn't come to my club at all. So whether he comes tomorrow, whether he comes this season, I want him nowhere near my club.
Mason, Manny, Minerals, Maniac, Manchester, Mount.
You're getting blocked if you say that to me one more time, because I warned you. Leave me alone. Because this guy's harassing me on Twitter, reminding me every 5 minutes that Mount is coming to Man United.
It's that's we'll talk about Mount in a minute. But I mean, look, I suppose it adds a bit of bite to this cup final, and it's the first time the two clubs have played each other in the FA Cup final, which is quite remarkable considering how long both clubs have been going. But it really is two very different styles, and it is horrible. I think for anyone in world football that plays City, you know if City turn up, they win. But like you said, it's that frustration, and if you can get them to half time 0-0. The problem you've got is if you go 1-0 down in the first 10, 15 minutes, it's a long way.
I don't see us doing any comebacks tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very honest.
You know, and you know what the crazy thing is? I don't know if you guys remember when Newcastle, when we played them at St. James's Park earlier in the season, we were 3-1 up at halftime. 3-1 up. And we still didn't get the 3 points.
But that said, it was a little bit different than this one, because that was in the beginning of the season.
Jacob and Ellie, you remember we were 2-0 up at Man City.
Yeah,
and literally the Man City team that came out second half was night and day from the... And that's the thing.
They turned the screw, didn't they?
Yeah.
They just go up a gear, then go up another gear and you're
I blame you guys for that, Sava, because I think that was the game that they switched on the season. It was
when they beat us... when we beat them at home, we were the last team to beat them, obviously, until Brentford. And let's be fair, they got nothing to play for. We were the last team to beat them, and that was.
Which game was first? When you guys lost or when
away?
we won?
No, away when we lost.
2 weeks before.
Lost away.
Oh, so you beat them after? Okay.
But we went 2-0 up.
We went 2-0 up.
Us in the second
I remember
half.
that
but
game.
At White Hart Lane, we played really well. We played them. That's how Man United should play them, like we played them. You have to match their intensity and just hope that their star players, because they've got about 6 or 7, haven't they, star players?
You've got a counter-attack.
Something else, Ellie, don't forget.
The ones that can hurt you, De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, Haaland, obviously, because he can score for fun. And then they've got other players that can come on as well, who are just as good as the ones going off. That's the problem.
They're going to have Mahrez and Foden on the bench.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about that. I'm saying I fancy our chances in the second half, forgetting that they have these guys. Absolute monsters. Yeah. I'll be right back.
I think what Ellie said is absolutely spot on. I've never seen a team with the ability to. It's almost literally like they go, like they get in at half time and Pep goes. I'm sure he's a bit more angry, but it's almost like, come on, guys, is that really how we play? You know, and I feel like that's what happened when Spurs beat them 1-0. Like after that game, Pep came out, if you remember, and was questioning his players. And people were saying, it's really bad management. He's calling his players out in public. He knew what he was doing. His players knew what he was doing. And they went on a 28-game unbeaten run until they lost to Brentford. Like, but they just go, right, guys, should we take this seriously now? Yeah, go on then. Yeah. Can you imagine? We can't even take it seriously when we want to. Like, do you know what I mean? They pick and choose.
Sava, was that when you guys hosted Man City and beat them 1-0? Was that before the RB Leipzig? first leg in Germany? Or was
Yes.
that after?
Before, because it was before the first leg.
Yeah.
Right. Because I remember in that game they drew with them. And they weren't great. Second half Leipzig were looking real good.
Yeah,
and then guess what happened immediately the second leg? 5 goals from Haaland.
But Steve, it was that period then over 5, 6, 7 games where they just started to stretch their legs. They beaten teams 2-0, then it was 3-0, then it was 4s, then we were seeing 6-part, and then it was like that's when I think Arsenal's bums were a little bit like, oh, hang on, City are flexing their muscle.
They literally beat Leipzig 7-0 on a Tuesday, and then hosted Burnley in the FA Cup and beat them 5.
Yeah,
and Haaland scored 8 goals in a week.
Just quickly, because I'm going to bring Jacob and Alex in here. Just quickly, people, please don't forget there's still 160 people in here at 10 to 4 in the morning. Please donate. The donations have completely dried up. For anyone that's just joined, this is what we're here for. We're here to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. The link is in the chat. Jacob has just posted it. Thank you for that, Jacob. Please,
got your back.
Even if it's £1, please. Otherwise, we're just crazy people here at 4 in the morning in the UK when I could be asleep. Let's make this happen. By the way, in 7-8 minutes time, we are moving to the new stream, which is the third part of the 24 hours, because of the way that YouTube works. So I will put the link to YouTube in the comments. Please jump over and join us straight away. And what we're going to do in that 30 seconds or 1 minute break that we have, we will all, whoever comes with me, will all re-energize and come back for the last 8-hour stretch. We'll do a Man City. We'll find some energy from somewhere, and we'll uplift the tempo.
This is where the Americans show up late. Big up Jacob. Big up Steve.
Yeah.
Let's go.
USA.
Are you still doing the number thing,
USA.
Sorry,
Are you still doing the number thing where you say a number between 1 and whatever?
Yeah. I wasn't gonna start it now because of the clock is running down on the 8 hours. I can't believe we've done 16 hours. So my voice is all going a bit funny as well. But after I finish this at midday, I've got to get showered and get over to Henry Wright's house for a barbecue for his birthday. So it's like,
are you watching the Man United game there?
Yeah. Well, we're going to. It's actually at his. I shouldn't really say that. Well, it's actually at his fiance's house, and fiance's. It's his fiance's dad's house. They've got a swimming pool and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be cool. But I'll be asleep like that in the corner in a bush somewhere. So I will put the link to the last YouTube. Where are we? There's 5 people over there waiting already. I don't know what.
Right. I'm gonna get some sleep, Sava. All right. So
thank you.
See you, Ellie. Nice meeting you, by the way. Nice meeting you, Ellie.
Right, guys. Lovely to meet you as well.
Lovely to
Sorry for berating you.
Thanks for everything, Ellie.
Good night, Ellie.
I didn't take it as a berate.
Oh, yeah.
I've got 7 brothers. I know what berating is.
Your opinion is well respected, Ellie.
All right. Good night, guys. Take care.
Night, Ellie. Thanks, Ellie. Cheers.
Cheers, Ellie.
Right. Someone's just.
Jacob, I didn't know you was USA of Spurs or whatever the
United Spurs of America. Yeah, that's me.
I always see you in the comments. And I'm like, bro, there's another American over there. Go ahead and follow me, man. I need some American fan base.
USA.
Hey, come on, Steve.
Wait, what
Steve,
part of
keep
America
it
you?
alive. Texas.
All right, so we got Texas. We got, I think. Wait, Steve,
Steve's from Hampshire, New Hampshire.
There you go.
I swear you told me Illinois.
Not the old Hampshire.
Well, no, I was born in
that one away.
Chicago. I was born in Chicago, but yeah.
Okay, so we got New Hampshire.
Sava, are you Henry's dad?
I know. I saw this as well. Am I Henry's dad? I'd be so concerned if I was Henry. No, I'm not Henry's dad. I mean, if I was Henry's dad, I would have had to have him when I was 13 years of age. I was not active at 13 years of age.
Listen, I've seen crazier.
Okay. I can assure you that he's not. I can assure you.
Steve, look, you got a Chi-Town fan down there, James George.
Yeah, James George, shout out. He's a real one. He supports my channel. Been a long time supporter.
Oh, this camera.
Just while we're on the topic of Manchester United, I mean, Staffy, I know your opinion on this. What does everyone else think as well about? I mean, they're talking about like £80 million for Mason Mount. Like,
that's actually insane.
How absurd is that? And where does he? Listen, I know it's about having a squad, but where does he fit in? Surely any club could do better for £80 million than Mason Mount, can't they?
Liverpool's about to do what? 2 deals for 2 decent midfielders in Thuram and Manu Kone from Gladbach.
Borussia Mönchengladbach.
Yeah, Mönchengladbach. They're about to get both of them, I think, 20 and 40 respectively. So they're spending 60 on 2 players that I think are
high quality.
Yeah, they have a major upside. So I don't know. I think it's strange 80 million for Mason Mount. I know he's had a down year, but there's actually a huge side of Chelsea fan base that really rates this guy. So,
but is that more biased? Because you know, fans are biased to their own players. Like I get that Mason Mount's one of their own. I bet you he works hard. I bet he presses. I bet he puts in every tackle. But for 80 million, I think you need that X factor. You need something where you say, right, well, that guy's got this, he's got that. Just my opinion, I don't know what he does that sets him away from a £40 million midfielder. Do you know what I mean? I don't
he has
know
elite PR. That's what separates.
England tags. Is it British tags? Whatever they call that.
It's Mason, Manny, Minerals, Manchester Mount.
Let's not forget that this is a charity show. So show some charity towards me and my mental health. Okay. The more we talk about Mason Mount,
Minerals,
the less comfortable I feel about this. So in the comments,
if you don't feel comfortable, go talk to a therapist.
Listen, this is my therapy session. So let's all hashtag Stavi's mental health matters so Steve can stop talking about Mason Mount.
You mean Mason, Manny, Manchester Minerals, Maniac Mount? That guy.
Whatever you want to call him. Stavi's mental health matters.
Or
guys,
Messi,
okay?
Mason Messi Mount. That's a good one too.
Listen, I heard you guys are trying to get Conor Gallagher and Scott McTominay, so you don't get too giddy about it.
I don't know where you read. Listen.
Oh, he said that. I thought he was talking about us. I was
Oh,
like, what?
yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I know
not
we
Spurs.
do
I was talking
that,
about
but no.
Newcastle. No, not you. You guys got a mini heart attack there when I said
yeah.
that. Now you know what I feel talking about Mount.
Where were those links? Tell me where those links were, because I didn't see that. That's bad news. I don't want McTominay.
You should have saw your faces, bro.
He did score.
By the way, everybody, this
this
is the link. This is the link, and we're going to be going over there in 60 seconds. For all of you guys on the show with me, I've just put it into the private chat. You should have it in the WhatsApp group anyway. But this is the link for this here, as in this is the link for everybody in the chat. Please come across and join us. Help us get through, or help me. I don't know how long people are staying. Help me get through this last 8 hours. It really will be appreciated. It's that time where I'm not just saying it. I really need some. 16 hours is a long old shift. Thank you very much, guys. If you're joining me, just come and join me. If you're not and you want to go to bed, I completely understand. But everybody in the chat, please jump over to that YouTube link right now. I'll see you all over there in 60 seconds. Much love. See you later for the end of part 2. Bye-bye.